perpetually a shitty person. Every time. I make people mad, sad. Not like there's any difference. Now or later, I always make somebody. I'm just. Ugh. I always make somebody mad. Did this? Not trying to make. Oh well. I'm doing what I can. I'm not perfect. I never taught to be. I don't even know why I'm doing it like that. I should open original. Save image. Because I'm gonna have to get the picture anyway. Why the fuck am I doing it like that? Like, I couldn't dose it. I'm gonna have to get to it anyway. Why don't I just have it? I've invaded Hitherui. How are you? How's every little thing? No, I'm not sleepy. I'm not sleepy at all. I'm not tired. I'm just I just want to do a good job and make people happy, and I was pushing someone to tell me exactly what they wanted in their picture, to actually tell me what's up and all that, and they broke down, and they're like, oh, my grandmother's in the hospital. And I was like, oh, ah, damn it. I wasn't trying to be rude or anything, but they broke down, and they're like, no, you just wanted to find out what I wanted and make sure I was happy. Ugh, and I feel real bad. Okay, so I'm sorry. I'm not sleepy. I feel like I'm a bad person. Because I want people to just tell me what they want for their like backgrounds and stuff like that. I want them to just tell me. Yeah, I know. It still makes me feel like a shitty person. I shouldn't have pushed them. I should have just left it as is. Just been like, okay, all right. Hot Bear Action 24. Not a bad person. It happens, but can understand it. Yeah, I know. I just feel like I don't know. Aw. Well, thank you, Hot Bear Action 24. That's very sweet of you. That's very kind. That's 5,000 biddies. That is fucking 5,000 biddies, man. Thank you. Thank you, Hot Bear Action 24. That's so sweet of you. Thank you for coming in. I just started streaming right now. That's very sweet of you. What? You just saw my content? That's very nice. What kind of stuff do you do? Do you like what kind of, do you like artists in general, or what's up? It's very sweet and kind of you. You didn't have to do that. But everybody think of, keep in your mind or your prayers or whatever you have. A friend is going through some rough times. His grandma's in the hospital. I do like artists and am going to college for graphic design so I can understand the grind sometimes. Oh yeah. I skipped college. I went to community college for 1 year and I hated every second of it. My art teacher was a bastard who said that my art was never going to amount to nothing more than street art, and that I don't have any real talent. My art is like everybody else's art on the street. So that's what my community college professor, I wouldn't call him a professor, but that's what he said about my art. But I hope your professor is not horrible to you. So do you, have you done any pieces lately? Have you made anything like recent? We would love to see it. We're very open. Yeah. He would come in 3 hours late. Sometimes he would just not come to school at all. I went there specifically for art. And I dropped out of art because of him. Like, this is my passion. This is what I want to do for the rest of my life. And he made it to the point where I didn't want to do art. I'm without audio at the moment, just as an FYI. Go. It's okay. He's okay. He's okay. He's okay. Taking care of my roommate. Fair enough. But like, jackass didn't want me to, he wanted me to do art outside of college, but I fucking hated homework. I literally hated homework. I was, just because of like how school treated me and stuff like that, I wanted to do everything in school, and once I leave school, I'm done. Okay. I haven't gone to college yet, lol. But I know a professor at the campus which he sometimes teaches me at times and gives me some headers. Hey, that's fine. That's totally fine. That's 100%. That's so good. If you need any pointers, we are a community that loves giving people help and stuff like that. And if you come to our Discord, if you check us out, come to our Discord and everything like that, you can show off some of your sketches and stuff like that. We would love to help you out. Hey, Raven. Oh, man. Oh, man. Police Doll and Lady Renegade 77. Damn. Lady Renegade 77. I love all the art here of all the medium and levels. I think what she meant to say is we appreciate all levels of art. We don't care if you're a beginner or, you know, somewhere where I'm at. We love everybody that comes in and check us out. And even if you don't join the Discord, we would love to see you grow as an artist. We're very much inclined to help people out. Hey guys, going directly to Lurk today. Just got off the phone with Vet and going to go there not too long with the Gray Cat. Gotcha. But he's a pretty cool guy. Told me that any art can be street art, but it's what you choose to do with it which opens the idea of creativity to the world. No, it's totally... That's exactly what should have happened. That's not what I got from my professor. And I'm glad that your professor can really help you out. I'm super excited that you have a professor. You've already got a professor that wants to help you out. You've already got people that want to work with you. And also, you found this community. So with this community, we try our best to help out everybody get where they need to go. Also, love you, Raven. Hope Kitty's okay. Hope everything's all good. We will keep Kitty in prayers too. I will keep Kitty in prayers. Kitty prayers. Hopefully it's nothing too urgent. I'll bet it does sound awfully urgent considering. Well, yeah. I mean, Raven told me I don't know how much she wants to tell everybody else. So hopefully Kitty okay. Man, everything's happening this week. Nick's just had his mother. They sent his mother to the hospital. Damn. My mom just got out of the hospital. And December doesn't feel like as festive as it is just the time of not good. Sometimes. Man, I'm really feeling the Christmas cheer that Graham might not be. Oh man, It's so amazing that my mom's okay. She also keeps saying that she went to the doctor on the 15th, which is not true, or the 17th. And I'm like, are you talking about the rehabilitation center? I should really I want to make sure that I'm not just like getting that wrong and misinterpreting her. Oh no. Oh no. Hey, birdie. Oh my god. Heart. This character is looking cute. Hey, Heart. Hey, birdie. What you drawing? Go boy, been listening and just wished to have the topic to be in a better light. Oh, it's also someone that is not feeling great. Nix the boy. You know Nix the boy. His friend is not feeling good. So, like, real not good. So, he asked me if I could draw his persona. So, you know, nobody's feeling great right now. Just keep them in your prayers as well. I'm laughing at the absurdity, but it's not funny. It genuinely is not funny. It's very absurd. Handsome boy, he bless you. The man. The good pupper Nix. The good pupper Nix. He's very much the good pupper. But he's like, oh, my friend's not feeling good, like at all. And I'm like, oh, goodness. And, oh, god damn it. God damn it, I forgot their fucking name. No, I was gonna do a shout out for them and everything. Being like, oh, it would be nice to give them a shout. Oh, gosh darn it. I'm gonna see if I can get that now, if Nix didn't go to bed. Hey General, I'm not feeling great because I woke up 3 hours ago on a headache and couldn't get back to sleep, so I'm watching Two Broke Girls at 7:30 a.m. and trying not to be too nauseous. My goodness. Say up in the chat for Goat that he forgotten again. It's everybody today. What is up with today? Oh my god. This isn't a bad day. This is a great day. You guys are here. You guys are incredible, stupendous, and amazing. You guys give me hope and joy in the world. Don't let the hard times get you down. Bring them up with smiles and happiness. You know, We're all going through this world. We're in a kaleidoscope of emotions, feeling, spinning around quicker and quicker. Oh man, I gotta find that ad copy. That's the funny. Where is that? I know what makes me laugh is yeah, the back of the can. All right. So the back of the can is ridiculous on this energy drink. Let's see if I can blow that shit up. I don't care. All right. Where is this? Where is this? There it is. There it is. Found it. I think I found it. It's great. Come on. I hate you. You are the worst. All right. Under the stars of the Southern Cross, we live life our way. Life is in a perpetual motion, and to slow down is to be left in the dust. The infinite bounds of sunburnt land and barreling blue swells are limited only by your imagination. Kick out the sand, pump up the tunes, and rip into some mother. Crisp and cool, with a kaleidoscope blend of flavors. It'll keep the fast time spinning morning, noon, and night. Mother is calling. Pursue your dreams, search for adventure, get out there and let the good times flow. Whatever I'm thinking of Mother Energy Drink. You bitch watched the new Spider-Man, and I highly recommend everyone to watch it. Ah, okay. Alright. What the goat doing? I'm doing good today. So if anyone needs me to come in and kick butts or hugs, I'm here. Probably my favorite Spider-Man movie now, and the vibes were perfect throughout. Good, see? Good vibes. I just wanted everybody to rip into a mother. Mother Energy Drink. Exclusively in Australia. They're not an international company. Their just ad copy is just complete fucking nonsense. That is gibberish, and I kind of love it. I hope they never change it. It sounds like something that I need, a kaleidoscope of flavors. I need the fast times to keep rolling. And Mother is gone. So whenever you're feeling bad, rip into a Mother Energy Drink. I might actually buy those just for the can alone. It's this like high gothic font that is kind of barely legible, and it's kind of perfect. because it's so ridiculous. So if you say the new Spider-Man's good, I'll actually watch it, because I have missed the last two Spider-Mans because I was like, I don't feel it. Like, neither one of them interested me, and I was like, neither one of them, like, got me excited. Hope everyone have a good day. I'm gonna catch some sleep while I still can. Well, get some rest. We hope to see you later. Hot Bear Action 24. Thank you for being amazing. Thank you for being awesome. Thank you for being stupendous. I know it's easy for you, but thank you for coming in. Thank you for being awesome. We love you. Have an amazing one. Get some rest. Gosh darn. Gosh dang. Gosh dang. Ugh. But yeah, I'm doing okay. I'm doing a lot better than I was. I gotta stop. I gotta, I'm a good person. I'm not a bad person. I just, sometimes I need to just chill it out, calm down, try to be myself. Oh, yum. Nope. Not from a radio podcaster. It's from the Internet Historian. He told me about the this ridiculous fucking energy drink, and I was like, what the fuck is Mother? And it's like, oh, okay. Mother is an energy drink exclusively in Australia, and it's ridiculous. And it's funny to me. Yeah, you get that chin, you get that big old chin. He got big chin. He's big head. Heck. Also, I took a nap before stream, so I might be delusional. Might be a little bit bleak. Which is normally how I feel about naps, is that I don't like doing naps. I personally like doing like short little rest or something like that, but like about 5 hours instead of 1.5. I'm like, oh man, I don't know how to feel. Oh yeah, there's Ladov's character. Gotta save it, save it, save it, and I like to move it. You like to move it, bow, 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 no, 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 no. Na, 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 na. Also, sorry, Thrui, for not hanging out with you today. I apologize. I also wanted to bring that up. I did want to bring that up. That's fine. I would also want seeing you being you. Well, I am me. Am I not being me? Am I not? Am I not? Am I not being me? Am I not being the real me? I try to be me. I try to be me every day. Even when I'm not me. I just sometimes I get a wee bit sleepy. Sometimes I'm a wee bit sleepy. Sometimes I'm just a tiny bit tired. I am myself. Questions of life. Is anyone really themselves? Is it not just a persona that they put in front of themselves to hide their true intentions? Don't wish to spook others seems reasonable for someone who is new to each other. Yeah. Yeah, she wanted to hang out with me, and she wanted to hang out with me and kind of just Raven just wanted to just be like kind of like, oh, we're hanging out and stuff like that. So next we'll see next time, okay? We'll see next time, and then we'll play something, okay? Oh, I'd love to hang out with you. I want to hang out with everybody. I mean, I want to hang out with General. I want to hang out with Board. I want to hang out with Nyx. Want to hang out with Lada. Want to hang out with a smooch. Anime smooch. Yeah. No. No. Okay. I think I got it. Okay. In the next episode of What the Goat Doing show. Be right back. Food time. What is the goat doing? You know, that is something that we normally ask ourselves on this show. Is what the goat doing? What the goat be doing? And right now I'm making Ladov's thing. I don't know what he wants. Maybe I should read if he put anything down, like a smarty. No. No. Nope, he didn't. So just draw what I was already drawing. Just do what I was already doing. What to go to? What's up, General? What's up, General? What's up? What be going on? What be happening? What's on your mind? What kind? What you got? Don't you hate when you had a great idea and a planned thing? Like when I asked about the art you did already for me, and then the next it's blank? I think so. I think I'm getting what you saying. You had a great idea for art, and then your brain just went to another planet. It's okay. It's okay. Sometimes your brain just is like that. Sometimes your brain isn't perfect. Sometimes your brain's a-okay. Like you had planned and then you succeeded, then you asked to yourself, what's next? Oh, I don't know. I mean, I always have a what's next. I have that sometimes where I'm just like, what am I doing now? What am I thinking of? And I'm like, I'm pretty sure while I was doing the action, I have thought something of what I want to do next. I hope everybody's doing well. I hope everybody is having a great day. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for chilling out with me while I'm sketching. I just wanted to make sure that I had things sketched out. I mean, you guys can tell me about your day. I was just playing 7 Days to Die with Raven. Just enjoying myself. Spend some time talking to the boy. Just not really doing much today. Kind of took it easy. I don't like this face. Oh, I like this. It's fine. Just bring the eyes down here. I will come up with something comes appealing to my eyes. Okay. But right now, just the usual. Chillax and good vibes. That's good. So, Mass, he wants his very effeminate bunny. And he's like, I'm not a full furry. It's like, okay, bud. All right, buddy. All right. I'm not gonna say anything. Well, aren't I saying something right now? Damn it. I keep doing that. I'm like, I'm not saying anything. It's like, I'm pretty sure that's a statement in itself. Yeah, stop doing that. It's so rude. So rude. I'm always so rude. I'm such a rude person sometimes. So rude. How rude. But like, I also got another person to commission me today, so that was good. Oh, yeah, that's a good sketch. That's a good sketch right there. Big old kisses. Mwah. Mwah. How dare you be rude on this Christian stream? I know. Sometimes I dream about cheese. Random citizen of Half-Life 2. Ooh. Fun fact, Half-Life 2 is also, was the last Half-Life game that was numbered correctly. Because everything else is bullshit. It's DLC, it's episode, we're doing episodes now and stuff. Well, here's the thing. Plans fucking fall through all the time. I fucking get it. Like, oh man. I think I'm about to go on a rant. I have been playing The Sinking City. I don't know. I don't know yet if I like it or not. I have no earthly idea if I actually enjoy it or not. I like Shin Megami Tensei, which I'm playing currently. I am enjoying the fuck out of that game, but there can't be a Shin Megami Tensei stream every fucking day. But Shin Megami Tensei 5, I am enjoying it thoroughly. It does drag on with the RPG elements of like, okay, I've seen this demon, come on, we gotta go. But I do enjoy it. The game is not bad. So I was playing a little bit of The Sinking City, which is an HP Lovecraft, because I love the lore of HP Lovecraft. I love everything about it and stuff like that. And the one thing that I've noticed is that there's not a lot of citizens populating a large world, and I'm like, that's not good. I mean, yes, it is supposed to be like, oh, we just were flooded, it's real bad, the city is sinking and stuff like that. I fucking get that. A 100% get that. But so far, I'm not being wowed by it. That is for darn sure. Like, it's supposed to be a mystery and stuff like that, but you can't just give me just fucking notes and just think, oh wow, doesn't that sound weird that they were chanting in their rooms? It's like, you know what would have been weirder? If I found it on my own and it was not given to me as a fucking note. Like, that would have been real fucking amazing. It's entertaining. As long as it's entertaining, it works. Yeah. Like, you gotta fucking, you have to populate the world, and you can't just give me fucking notes. Like, immediately you're giving me H.P. Lovecraft to read. The point of a video game is that there's reading, there's writing, there's characters that you can design and literally put forth in the game, so that when I see it in game, I'm literally like, oh wow, whoa, hot damn, I can't believe that character said that. Not a note of like, I can't believe the character said that. Like, I've already passed the 2-hour mark on Steam, so I'm just gonna have to keep playing to see if, you know, that's just the forefront, that it gets way better. It's not horrible at the beginning. It's just that it's the same shit over again, where it's go here, point here, look at this, talk to this person, go back to objective A. All right. Okay. Where's the fucking spooky factor? Where am I gonna get spooked? Oh, if you stay in the detective vision mode for too long, you start getting sick. Oh no. Quilts. Oh, right. He even wanted me to design my own character. That's right. That's right. That's right. That I wanted to do a headshot of my own character. But which one? I've got so many. My goat? I don't know. And then also he even wanted me to do I've got it right there. I gotta design that card of the unknown. Let's get to what things that I can do that I can't, that I'm not like, what am I gonna do for that picture? What am I gonna do? Like, this is all like, I don't have to think about this. What did he want for his character? Let me see if he said anything. All right. Let's see. his usual attire, his necklace that he wears. His usual attire is a fucking is a cape-like thing. I was about to say burlap sack. I'm very sorry to bombard you. Magical, impossible, piece of mage, too big, magic wafted right there. Some stars on the space-like theme, well added in. For the final ad, it would be water, or more precisely bubbles, floating around him that have an icy-like effect. Is that too much? I will see what I can do. All right, know where it is. Okay, so he's a magic pup. He is a magic pup. Pup, the magic pup, pup, dog, pup. Yeah, like, no, I'm keeping that rant, redeem. I'm keeping it, just in case people want me to rant about their stuff. But like in a video game, it's like, that's, I don't think they're going to do what some video games, I will not name them here, have done, where it was all a dream. I don't think they're going to do that. It has an overwhelmingly positive review. I am just gonna hope that it just gets better and that I'm just automatically thinking it. Would have spent the 6,000 on it, but I'm so close to 120,000. That's fine. That's fair. But like I just I hope it's I hope it doesn't go, and it was all a dream. Guys, it was all a dream, or was it? Because they can't fucking write. Like, that's the biggest thing that fucking lots of fucking things do, where it was like, oh, the character's wrong, because they can't write like an actual interesting thing of like, what if this character was telling the truth all along and fucking crazy shit happens? No, they can't fucking write. Where H.P. Lovecraft is like, I cannot describe how fucking horrifying it is, but I will try to give it a slight approximation. And it's like, oh. Like, that's great fucking writing of like, understand, this isn't even like Stephen King's, like, It is such a great description of like a beyond horror. Nope, don't like it. Like, a lot of people give Stephen King a lot of shit, but Stephen King writing is very good. It's just, he's not a movie director, guys. He's not a movie director. But his writing is very good. Because there's things that in books, you can fucking take 5-10 pages to describe that You don't need that. You don't need that in a movie. And it was like, that's why The Shining is like very drastically different from the book. And then Dr. No Sleep. I haven't seen that movie though. Because like Dr. No Sleep is supposed to be like the book Dr. No Sleep. It actually follows the actual book of the prequel to The Shining, which has Jack Halloran as the main character. Is Jack... I don't think it's Jack, just because I know that he rarely ever names characters similar in the same book. But I can't remember. I can't remember. My brain is not perfect. My brain works when it wants to. Oh man, if we could listen to an audiobook of like Stephen King, then I would still not do it because that shit's boring. That shit is so boring to get to the good parts. Like, he's really good at describing things, but also he'll go on fucking tangents about jack shit all. Like where was his face? You know, the guy who wrote The Hobbit and stuff like that. He'll go on tangents about things that are like interesting or like actually like are connected to the lore or anything like that. No, fucking Stephen King will literally just go on about nothing. Like, Stephen King will just start talking about his home, like a character's home in Maine or some dumb shit. And it doesn't have anything to do with it except one fucking sentence. And then the rest is just garbage. Like, there's like setting up a scene of like, this is why this character remembers it. And then this little bit is where it actually comes to. But it's so uninteresting, it never really comes through as like, oh, that's what you mean. Oh, that's what you mean. Never comes through like that. It always comes through like, oh, that's fucking boring. Why did you talk about that for 7 pages? He's a good writer. Don't get me wrong. He a good writer. He also very boring. Like his short stories are fucking great. His long stories are okay. And then I tried to read The House of Leaves as a book, and my brain cannot understand the horror. It is too much. House of Leaves is supposed to be the modern equivalent of like a big scary book, and I'm just too stupid to get it. It's supposed to be the modern equivalent of like cosmic horror. So the whole premise of the House of Leaves book is, spoiler alert, a detective finds out this video, these sets of video. No, he's not a detective, he's a journalist. Fuck. He is a journalist, and which, oh man, surprise, surprise, he's a journalist. But he's learning about this case called the House of Leaves case, and he finds this dead body in this apartment complex that has been dead for a while, and they found it in the police reports and stuff like that. And this guy literally, he wanted to keep the smell in, like he was so concerned, like if the smell got out, it would be catastrophic, while doing his research. And while he's doing the research, the guy is also starting to fall into the same idioms as the man that died, the old man that died. So he's starting to go through it, and it's about these tapes that shouldn't exist because they're at a house that is on no records. It's about a house and a family that have no records. And the question is, like, where did they go? And slowly he's trying to find that out. And my brain's too dumb to follow the story. So like I got to the point where the videotape showed that the doors, there are certain doors that lead to doors that shouldn't exist. So they show like, they show a window that looks to the outside. So a window to the outside, and then there is just this little house, but there's a door right next to it that does this, that's like this, and it goes all the way out here in a hallway. So the hallway should be here, but the house ends right here. So like, and there's doors that go into this hallway, and it just, the hallway should not exist. And they're like, it's a fake video, it's not real, and stuff like that. And the investigation is just to find out, like, are you just going mad kind of thing, where what is this? And it's the modern equivalent to what they were like, oh yeah, it's kind of like H.P. Lovecraft. It is not like H.P. Lovecraft, because H.P. Lovecraft does not fall into small minor horrors. That is very much a small minor horror. Which I'm not saying that a family that disappeared that has videotapes that should not exist. So like I think the ending is like, mayhaps it's about like another dimension and falling into different worlds and stuff like that. And the whole thing is like, the House of Leaves is a representation of like falling into a thing of leaves is like going into another dimension. I don't know. I don't know. I didn't read the whole book. I stopped at chapter 6 or 7. I don't know. I got bored of it. Because I was like, man, this is supposed to be ramping up, and it feels like it's going nowhere. But I might be wrong. I don't mind being wrong. You know? Things for making the products appealing, that's how it works. Yeah. Yeah, that's how it works. Things that make the product appealing. Yep. I don't know why I'm just having trouble on this angle. I rarely have trouble on these angles, and yet I'm having trouble right now. My brain does not want to work today. My brain does not want to work. Oh, god damn it. I wish my brain worked even a little bit. Ugh. My brain is telling me no. But my body is telling me sleep. But yeah, it's all in the presentation, especially with horror. It's like, you've got to actually have like a setup for horror. Like Resident Evil 4 still, I still say is an action adventure and stuff like that, but it's also a great horror of like feeling like you're fucked. Like Resident Evil 2 remake gets that hits you exactly the same way of like, I am so fucking boned right now. Like, that's great fucking horror. It keeps you on the edge, and it doesn't just take away the problem and then like it keeps the problem. All right, I just finished cleaning up my desktop area and arranging my stuff, yet I know I can still perfect it. Okay. Okay. This fucking shit. So much shit. Work with me. Work with me. work with me. I'll erase it completely and try again. God damn it. Fucking nothing looks right now. Ugh. Words go, words, and you can make them great as a theme of topic. Yeah, true. Just put the radio you usually like to hear and your brain will come up with something. I've got nothing. Like, I'm literally, I've got nothing. I'm so weirdly burned out. Oh, God damn it. Ugh, fucking wake up. Jesus Christ. Ugh. I am not feeling good. Let's see.
Hey guys, this is Joe from Yuri, and I want to tell you about.
Shut the fuck up, Joe.
There's no place to escape to.
This is the
And another long, weird, just thrust session of that person on top of you, just dry hammering.
I don't think that this is some
fucking nugget so deep in your family while you so deep in.
wonder why many struggle to keep relationships and most can't relate to normal people.
What?
You rationalize it? You say it's the money and
Time
the
to
fame,
open shop.
but
Have a
it's
great
not
rest of the
truth.
stream. Love
They are
ya.
in hundreds of photos
Dibby,
every
stay
day.
awesome and
Their
amazing.
souls are
Sorry for
disappearing with each flash
gibberish.
of the camera.
They're typing
Emotions
fast. That's
fade into
okay.
the soul.
Words.
That is why so many of them resort to sex, drugs,
Thank you,
booze,
Heathen.
religion, or violence in a laughable attempt to feel something again.
Is this from the comment section of Goop?
I don't know, actually. The damage is already done, though. Dying without a soul is a true death. There is no afterlife waiting for these people. Their soul is now trapped here, fragmented on this planet. So now, to the point of this letter. Get to it. Okay, so now to the point of this letter. I remember standing at Hell's Gates preparing myself to spend eternity there, but at the last minute, I was offered a seat in heaven with one condition. I had to return to the living as a new man and find a way to thin out the exponentially expanding crowds in the afterlife. I think I succeeded. Best regards, Walter Ruff? Though you may be more familiar with the name I was given in my second life. Mark Zuckerberg.
No!
Zuckerberg! That is amazing. Mark Zuckerberg is slowly stealing the souls of all of us. He was sent to heaven and sent back to
Wow.
earth to take all of us down.
Wow, that is.
Yeah, because heaven's running out of room, as is hell.
Tell me about it. When I look around here, because that's what I keep saying. People are getting better. That's for certain. Everywhere I go, I'll be like, man, everybody's just great out there.
Yeah, in no way did we just get into a screaming fight today at a hardware store with
Over
someone.
a drill that he sold us it was obviously a used drill that he just repackaged inside of an old box.
You want to get nasty? You want to get nasty? I can get nasty. You want to get nasty?
He was my character from the characters. He was
Right.
which is kind of fun
Mhm.
that it's real. Are you prepared to get scared?
I'm feeling prepared.
Are you all right
Huh?
to be afraid?
I'm
My breath caught on my chest. Cold air drying my mouth, leaving my tongue numb. My
I just
eyes
don't wanna
strained
do
see
the
through
same,
fog. My legs moved as fast as they
like-
could. My heart beat quickly against my ribcage. All while my mind was completely blank of any coherent thoughts except one: run. The forest whipped by me. Shadows clawed at my heels. The moon did little to illuminate the trees. My torch had finally gone flat. I thought this was a bad idea, coming here on my own. I knew this was a bad idea after I found that first page, then the second, then the third. All of them were warnings, but I also knew I had to come. Ever since I started getting sicker, seeing shapes, feeling eyes, hearing voices, coughing up blood, I had come to the place where it all began. The day I saw the tall man with no face, watching me with no eyes, calling to me with no voice. How? I don't know. I don't know how one calls to someone without a voice. I continued running until I simply couldn't go any further. As my adrenaline wore off and my body decided the danger had passed, I slowed until I stopped. Almost immediately, my legs gave way beneath me and I hit the ground hard. Laying on my back as I attempted to catch my breath, I licked my lips. Maybe it was finally gone. I heard a rustle in the bushes. Nearby, in the back of my neck prickled. I sat up, still panting. I couldn't see anything. A cold breeze tickled my skin, sending a wave of goosebumps over my body and chilling me to the bone. Then a voice, like static from a TV, whispered in my ear. I jumped and, still unable to see anything, grabbing the tree as I was leaning against, I pulled myself up, and when I was halfway there, my head hit a branch. Something wasn't right. That was too low for any branch.
Merp.
I turned to look at the tree and my eyes widened. That was
Hey, General.
That was a tall.
Thank you for
slender
being
man
here,
in black.
General. I'm just
And even worse, that wasn't a branch. That was a huge, and I mean
doing these
huge,
sketches.
bulge in his pants. I gasped and tried to step backwards, craning my neck to see his face, a white head with no features. I ended up kneeling before
he had a
this
good.
thing with my body restrained by
Hope
strong
he had a
tendrils.
good
I tried to cry out, and I was immediately silent, struggling for
string.
breath. And after a few moments, the grip was relaxed, albeit slightly, and a pale, white hand appeared. Its long, slender
Hope it
fingers
went
wiped
well.
a few strands of hair
I
from my
just-
eyes. His
I
featureless
don't know
face
if
seemed to
I
be
asked
watching
him
me
that.
For a moment, it felt like we were connected in some way, like this was meant to happen. All too soon, it ended, and the hand moved to his pants, pulling them away to reveal
Yeah,
his
it was
erect
okay.
member.
Oh my goodness.
I struggled as my face was forced against it. My lips were pressed to his tip, applying pressure as I refused to give
That's
entrance.
alright.
I felt
That's
the tug
good.
at my own clothes, and they were ripped away, revealing my body to harsh cold. I gasped, and I was forced backwards, taking half of his member into my mouth. I almost gagged on just that. As he slowly moved my head back and forth, his member throbbed inside of me, and gradually, I was getting used to this foreign object in my mouth. This goes on for 3 more pages.
This is erotica.
Yes.
You've managed to take spooky spaghetti and make it erotica.
Slender Man
This is
erotica.
Slender Man slash fic.
Wow.
It's technically
I also-
called Creepypasta Lemons, and I looked this up, and I started researching more and more into Slender Man, and I found out he's got a whole world of dumb shit that's on the internet, and that's the reason why those 2 little girls murdered their friend.
Or
was they
attempted to, yeah.
They stabbed
Yeah,
their friend.
they
because believed
attempted.
That Slender
Didn't
Man
happen.
lives in a mansion, and he's
Didn't
got
kill
these
her.
things called proxies that are like his slaves. And I guess, according to these Creepypasta Lemons, he fucks a bunch of them.
He
Guess
fucks
so.
a bunch
It also
of.
kind of sounded like a Hollywood producer running away from Brad Garrett as he constantly asks if they're going to come back with Everybody Loves Raymond.
coming back? All right, but
That is spooky stuff, though.
you're not hard.
Not even remotely. I'm not answering that.
Is that a branch? I also I have real ones if you want me to read them as well.
Well, you lost your turn.
All right.
Yeah, now it's Marcus's turn. If you wanted to read erotic Slender Man fan fiction, I guess.
Slash fic is
Slash-
the
oh, I see.
technical term.
It's lemons is the term I said. That
okay.
I guess that means because it has penetration in it.
Oh, okay. I don't even want to get into why that is that.
All right, this story is called Instant Messaging.
Oh man, I remember that from when we were in high school.
Oh, yeah. AOL.
It all started on the 14th night of March, the night of my parents' 20th wedding anniversary. It was a wonderful, sunny day, if memory serves. Surprisingly warm, for before the beginning of spring. The beautiful weather was perfect for the atmosphere of the day. Being married for 20 years is obviously a momentous occasion, so my parents had booked a table at our favorite Italian restaurant.
Olive Garden. Without a doubt.
That's the best part because never ending soup and never ending bread.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, this was
The
a formal
tour
occasion,
de
so I had my
Italy.
best suit on. It was 5:33, and I was just straightening my tie when the phone went off. I'd received a message. That's strange, I thought. That never happens.
How sad is this guy in a suit in an Olive Garden got a message just like, what? What? Why?
Someone notification.
What?
What is going on?
Is there a ghost?
Notification while I'm at Olive
Checked the
Garden?
message. It was from my mom. It was quite a jumble of numbers and letters, but through the vocabulary stew, I could make out one legitimate phrase. Please help me.
Oh, that's a good one.
It should go without saying that this worried me greatly, so I immediately replied, "Are you okay?" Just as instantly, I got another text which read, "Oops, pocket text."
It happens.
I sighed with all the relief I had and continued to prepare myself.
Is that all the relief you have? Okay.
Is that Slenderman's branch?
Get off of Slender Man.
Branches.
Put your pants back on.
A few minutes later, I received yet another message, this time from my dad.
Be drawing lots of handsome and
once
pretty
again,
beans.
it was a massive
There are
mixture
a
of letters
lot
and
of
numbers,
handsome
but the phrase,
beans that have been asking me to draw
couldn't know
them.
what this was. My dad was always a joker.
So many of
so I
these
presumed
handsome
he was just
beans.
joking around until I was sent another text saying, "Oops, pocket text."
Maybe it's your butt.
Childish.
Talking about, trying to get help from all the Indian food you eat.
Just ashes covered in pimples.
So cute. So handsome. Not childish. I was saying Childish Gambino, and then I'm like, why the fuck am I saying Childish Gambino?
Exactly half an hour
I don't
passed
even
when I received the
listen
exact same two
to
messages
that,
from my sister.
and yet
This
it's
could
in
not
my
be coincidental.
brain.
It just couldn't. In a state of sheer anxiety, I
That
started
sounds
to run to the
cheesy.
restaurant.
I'm a
I made
handsome
about a
bean
quarter of a mile
magnet?
before I
I
was
mean,
stopped by a police officer.
maybe.
Main road's closed,
I
he
don't
said.
know.
Huge car
Ah.
crash.
Maybe.
Crash?
I think he said car crash.
Oh.
Yeah.
Main road closed. Huge car crash.
Car crash.
Car crash.
Car crash.
It's a car
This
crash.
was the exact moment I realized just what had happened. I demanded to see the wreckage, a request which I was surprised was allowed.
I love when you demand something and then they give it and you're like, oh, that worked, huh?
Well,
Now I have to go see it.
When I got there, it wasn't the remnants of the car that caught my eye, nor the flames billowing from the destroyed vehicle. No. I was horrified to see the lifeless corpses of my mother, father, and sister. I asked for the estimated time of their deaths. All three of them were killed instantly by the collision at 5:32. A minute before the first text!
Oh my god. Meanwhile, there's a bunch of squirrels in the woods just laughing their asses off. Just texting. If we text the humans, please help, they get freaked out.
I know I left the restaurant, but tell me, do I still get the same never-ending pasta and soup bowl, or do I have to buy another one? Is it when you leave the restaurant, does it end? And then do I have to come back?
It does. When you leave the restaurant, the never-ending thing does end.
Oh, so much relief. All right, we got some death, we got some erotica here, and we found out about Mark Zuckerberg so far.
And there's also his bean stuff. He's got this. He's got this pendant.
You founded your kayak company because you love the ocean, not spreadsheets. You need to hire.
I need it.
Great, fascinating content. Okay, let's move on. This one is called The Argument, and we all have them, even if we don't want them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's healthy to have them.
Yes. And
Don't keep your
No.
emotions bottled up.
No.
No,
And
it's
written
not.
by a
It's not how healthy to have arguments when you have nothing. So when you don't have ground to stand on. You shouldn't argue with people just for the simple fact of like arguing with them.
Scenario here for you. So you're the manager for a small store. You hired one of your friends. Never do that, by the way. That's
Never.
a great way to have a friendship end. And you just found out that he's been stealing from the register, stealing stock, abandoning his post to visit with his girlfriend in the back room while he's the only one on duty. And the argument you had with him at the office just didn't settle it for you. You pound on his door. When he opens, he goes pale, soils himself, which means pee-pees himself.
He literally pisses himself. His friend, your friend.
Apparently, you are a very aggressive general manager of what can only be a Ace Hardware.
Yes.
Okay. So he pale. Can you imagine opening the door and just seeing one of your friends and you urinate? Maybe you shouldn't be friends anymore. But he goes pale. He soils himself and staggers back, gasping for breath. It doesn't impress you. Oh, you're like a real Shania Twain. You're like, that doesn't impress me much. Okay, it doesn't impress you, really. You figure it doesn't impress you, really. You figure he just thinks you are showing up with the cops until you step through his door and glance to the side, where you get a good look at yourself in the mirror, or at least the parts of you that are still recognizable after that shotgun blast that your friend gave you at the end of that argument.
I don't really understand.
It's a shot. You're dead.
So
your friend, the argument.
You're dead.
So why is
You're the vengeful ghost that's coming
You're
back.
the vengeful
Why is
ghost.
the story telling me what I am if I know what I am?
Because you didn't know
because you had to look in the mirror.
Because your friend pissed himself, and
He
you're like,
pissed himself.
why is he pissing himself?
You know what? I'll just reread it. You're the manager of a small store. You hired one of your friends. He's stealing everything. The conversation ended with him shooting you.
Now I understand.
Doesn't impress you, really. You're like a little
Like
Shania
Shania Twain.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. I like that.
Oh
story.
my,
So this is
Twain.
also a letter.
If this turns into erotica, you don't get a chance to make it scary.
I would never do that.
Why are you? It seems like it does turn into erotica.
No, I would never do that. Why would I ever do that? You were one of Slender's new proxies. I remember the name. Heart says you took your victim's hearts. At the moment, though, you were sat on the couch watching Ben play his video games.
Did you write the name in there?
No, it says Ben on there because Ben is one of the famous proxies in the creepypasta world.
Really?
Yes.
Well, it's an honor to have my name used
Yeah.
as a creepypasta proxy when it comes to Slender Man penetrating my mouth.
Hey,
What?
peanut butter bitch. That's what it says here. That's the person who wrote it. You turned and grinned as the twitching boy known as Toby skipped. Yes, skipped into the room. Hey, Toby, what's up? You asked. Slender wants to speak with you in his office, he chirped. You got up and ran up to Slender's office and walked inside, but you were confused to find it empty. You spun around when you heard the door click, and shut behind you, you saw Toby
Okay,
standing in
so
front of the door,
who
blocking
else?
the only exit. Toby's like a super famous
Who
proxy
else?
in the world.
It's me.
Toby.
Who else but
You
me?
yelled as he began walking over to you. I've waited so fucking long to do this.
The
He
Art
drawled his
Unknown
once childish
Arcana
tone on and
is number
replaced it with something
23.
darker.
Number
Before you could say anything, his lips
23.
crashed into
But
yours.
I
Your
should
eyes
have enough
wide, but you
beans
quickly melted
to
into
go
a
around.
kiss, wrapping your
So
arms around
I
his
have
neck.
beans,
just like doing
and I have
taxes during this whole
sketches.
thing?
He's got
To
paperwork in his
bean.
office. He's in his office.
What?
To
Slender Man
bean
in
or
office?
not to
Mansions
bean?
take
That is not a question.
Yeah, you gotta pay your
That's
bills. You gotta
not a
pay the
question.
grounds,
That's-
you gotta pay the maid.
That's
Garbage,
nonsense.
water.
That's literally
He pulled you closer,
nonsense.
You can feel his crotch
Get out of my
swelling
office.
With each passing second until you couldn't take it anymore, and you unzipped his jeans, pulling them down. and
To
you guess you-
bean or not
and
to
you
bean?
crouched
Quit it.
To your eye level with his growing member, the material of his boxes.
Why? Why do you keep doing
He
this?
smirked and nuzzled his crotch, making him moan in pleasure and groan in frustration. You teased him like that a
Why?
little longer until you decided to pull his boxers down so they were around his ankles and his full
Why
length
is
was
this
out.
turned into
Slender Man doing
right?
this whole time?
Filing his taxes.
Oh, so this isn't Slenderman that's
This
being
is just
blown.
erotica. This is just
So
this
this
is a
is
Penthouse
Toby
4.
or Ben being blown?
This is Toby.
Okay.
By me.
Your
No, wait,
eyes. No, it's by peanut butter bitch.
Peanut butter bitch. Okay.
Yeah. Your eyes widened at its sheer size. It was exactly 9 inches, if not more, and he chuckled, like what you see. And you smirked up at him, not as much as you're gonna like this. And as soon as you finished that sentence, you took his whole dick in your mouth. He gasped in
Why?
pleasure, putting his hand
This
on the
is
back
not
of your head, making a rough
creepypasta.
bob in your head on the
This is
tip of his cock,
erotica.
pressing against the back of your throat, threatening to choke you as he picked, licking your clit, making you
Until right now.
Well, I've got a scary one.
Okay.
Okay.
ugh. And he opens up his pants to reveal his boxers.
Why? Stop it.
Bulge. That's not French.
No, I mean Henry's have technically still been the scariest.
Yeah. This is short. A man was driving through the woods on his way home. He'd been working
Hello,
all night, so he was very
Raven.
tired.
Kitty is now at vet, staying
forest
over
didn't
the day
help.
to get fluid.
Of course
Blood
he was.
drawn in observation.
Very
Yes.
Very tired. Very, very
And
tired.
the forest didn't help, with its thick, leafy trees blocking out all the sunlight. He kept drifting in and out of consciousness
Handsome
while holding
bean.
the steering wheel. Suddenly, a
Handsome
figure ran out onto the
bean.
road.
I
The
hope
man
Kitty
jumped
is
the wheel
okay.
in
We
an
love
attempt to avoid the
Kitty.
figure. However,
We love Kitty
he lost
so much.
control of the wheel, and the car
We love
crashed
Kitty
into a
so
pit
much.
on the side of the road.
I love Kitty so much.
Besides a few minor injuries, he was still in one piece. He stumbled onto the middle of the road to signal for help. Only to be hit by a car.
Happy?
Stop it. People are going to die in their office.
Vehicular deaths are real. and
Vehicular deaths.
We need to think about that.
I love it. My stream,
Wow, so he was hit by a car.
my pure
Not
Christian
really a
stream
creative
is
plot, but
ruined.
It's a very accurate depiction of how many people die on a daily basis. Just get hit by a car.
And how terrifying is that?
Yeah, what's going on in Slenderman's mansion? Can we get an update on that?
I guess he's just out at the fucking bank while there's 15 other people just banging in and they're all these child molesters.
Huh, interesting. Okay, so this tale I'm about to give to you, it's called This New Old House. So I don't know how that's possible, but nonetheless, kind of trickery by one of the real estate agents. It's a new old house. It's an old house. And don't fucking lie to me, okay? It's this new old house. We bought an old house, my boyfriend and I. He's in charge of the new construction, converting the kitchen into the master bedroom, for instance, while I'm on wallpaper removal duty. It seems like he's doing a lot more work. She's just removing wallpaper, which is very fun.
Yeah.
Also, it might not be a girl. Let's not be exclusive. This could be a gay couple.
It could be.
And that's wonderful.
Thank you, Ben.
Thank you.
No problem.
I guess thank you for
I'm
being
gonna
brave.
make, as a matter of fact, I'll take today's hero award. It is a gay couple. Okay. So let's start it over thinking about it like
making
that.
them gay. Making them gay.
Gay.
Which is just going to make them the exact same way as they are.
No, dude, but one's got a big old cock and the other
That's
one's
for you.
ready to just
That's your
force
positive.
the fucking tip of
This
it
is your
deep to the back
that's
of
your
their
positive.
throat.
This is my pot. This is this new old house. That's what I'm reading. It's about a house, not about sexual things. My God. Okay,
This cock.
don't do. Come on. Good. We bought an old house, my boyfriend and I. I am also a man, and we are in love with each other.
So brave you can say it.
Yeah. He is in charge of the new construction, converting the kitchen into the master bedroom, for instance, while I'm on wallpaper removal duty. The previous owner papered every wall and ceiling. Removing it is brutal, but oddly satisfying. The best feeling is getting a long peel, similar to your skin when you're peeling from a sunburn. Nothing's better than that when you really get a lot of your skin peeling off.
Yeah, nothing's
I was-
literally nothing. Nothing is better than that.
I don't know about you, but I kind of make a game of peeling on the hunt for the longest piece before it rips. This is a very boring day for this person, but
Yeah.
they're having fun with it.
It sounds really fun.
Yeah, kind of. Under a quarter section of paper in every room is a person's name and date. Curiosity got the best of me one night when I Googled one of the names and discovered the person was actually a missing person. The missing data matching the date under the wallpaper. The next day I made a list of all the names and dates. Sure enough, each name was for a missing person with dates to match. We notified the police, who naturally sent out the crime scene team. I overheard one text say, "Yep, it's human." Human? What's human? Ma'am? Oh, I guess it is a woman. Hero award's been stripped. Ma'am, where is the material you removed from the walls? This isn't wallpaper. You were removing. Let me do that again, because that's a big line there at the end.
Yeah.
Ma'am, I just got thrown off because I'm going to say man. I'm changing. It's going back. I'm putting my hero. Badge
Just
back
to
on.
say, sir?
Sir, where is the material you removed from the walls
We
already?
love you, Raven.
This isn't wallpaper. You were removing. It was human flesh. Human flesh.
So you didn't know you were inside a big person?
I don't know. I think the wallpaper. I think that he used
It's a
wallpaper
metaphor.
of his. No, I think he actually used the skin of his victims as wallpaper.
Which is a horrible wallpaper.
Oh, yeah, very bad because of the smells.
Yes.
Today's sponsor for Last Podcast on the Left is ZipRecruiter. Are you hiring? Do you know where to post your job to find the best candidates?
I mean, but obviously you would have had to have it happen to you to believe it.
Sure.
So yada yada yada. It's camping season, and she's out with her boyfriend, and they're camping.
Okay.
I was awoke in the middle of the night. My bladder was reminding me to go find the restroom.
It's a strange way of saying you have to go pee.
Ass lad, porculopine.
My assistant.
Hello.
Blair's like on
Hello.
the phone. Don't forget to remind her we've got to pee.
James was sleeping soundly, like always,
Aw.
so I didn't bother to wake him up. It was a
Hope
warning.
everything's going well. Hope you're doing good. Hope everything's going great.
Something with the moonlight. I had nothing on.
I'm good. I knew the goat needed the daily radio vibes where his brain can feed from and be able to vibe nicely. I need something to wind down. I don't know.
Camping and she's sleeping naked.
Just your panties.
Or like somebody else
I
here.
sleep naked no matter what.
You know, if I had like someone to talk to, not like through text. Text is very different from actually hearing someone's voice.
Scratched your butthole on a pine
Like if I can talk to somebody through it,
your forest adventures might have done.
that would be
My
good.
first thought was that I was sure the door had closed fully behind me and latched, thus locking behind me.
I'm actually really bad, but I don't want to whine on here.
And the
Okay.
door opened slightly.
If you
Just
want to
before I
talk
was
about it, just
done
let me
peeing, but I was
know.
sitting there scared of my wits that a
I
bear
try
or a
to
raccoon
be understanding as best as I can.
was coming in.
There's a big difference between a bear or a raccoon.
Yeah.
I'm much less scared of the raccoon.
And a human.
Yeah.
I'm actually more scared of a raccoon than a bear because of their diseases.
Oh, stop it. They're nice and they're fun.
Now this is the part where James does not believe me. In walked in the biggest, hairiest, what looked to be a man that I have ever seen, and from what I could see with my dimming flashlight, he was at least 7 feet tall and fully covered with hair from head to toe. He kept
He is not
spinning
here.
in the air like
I
a
know,
top.
right? Sad it's not here.
He was
Yeah, he
grunting
is
something
not
at
here
me,
right
before I
now.
could let out a
Nick's
scream,
Nick's
he lunged
normally
forward and grabbed me
normally
up off the toilet. His two hair-covered hands completely enclosed around my waist. My face was pressed into his hairy chest, and as I was screaming bloody murder into his smelly hair, my screams were muted. As he rushed me out the door, I noticed from the corner of my eye a woman standing there with her flashlight. Her face lit up just enough that I noticed the astonished look on her face as my kidnapper carried me off into the thick forest.
Is this
Now-
Yeti smut?
Now, from what
I do
could
not
make
want to
of-
listen.
I switched it up. Now, from what I could make of it, as he leapt and bound, the thing carried me over the next ridge and down to the rocky ravine. The scent of this thing has been described in books by Bigfoot
That's fair.
hunters
I
as
mean,
a
long
pungent,
story short,
stinky
in the
odor.
hospital twice
To
over the
me, it was
last
more
2
like an
weeks, 2
attractant,
different
just sort of
hospitals, most
alluring
mysterious
and masculine
diagnosis,
pheromones.
and a lot of
As he
pain.
carried
Nobody's
me without
taking
much
me
effort, my
seriously.
fear subsided, and I
No!
actually felt safe in the strong
Backish,
man's
but still won't be
arms.
able to hear
It
it
was
going
just
at
a
the moment.
strange
Love you,
sense of
go.
perhaps an ancient
Feels like
instinct
next
playing on my
level
mind.
ulcer
It's like a
pain or
caveman had
something.
taken me.
It's a
Or stepping on
Sasquatch.
my
He caught me in
midsection. No
hole in the
biggie.
rock.
Just send me
He brought me to a hole in
home.
the rock.
Does anyone-
It sounds a lot more like a skunk ape.
That was
Well,
an
whatever it
entrance
is.
to a hidden cave. And speaking of hidden caves, he laid
Immediately.
me on a soft pile of women's clothing. There was just enough moonlight coming in from a hole in the ceiling that I could see him pretty good. It seemed obvious that this scenario had been repeated over time.
It's a tale as old as time.
It's a tale as
seemed
old
obvious
as
that
time.
This scenario had been repeated over time, and some other women had left some of their clothing behind. My nightgown had ridden up to my waist in my private area.
Oh my god. Oh my god. No.
Another future.
Ooh, I like Channel Future.
Whoa. Have you ever heard of a show called
That's
Sharing Your
another
Future?
one.
No.
I know
Of
for a
course you
fact I'd banned
okay.
on here,
Jesus,
but
fuck you.
it was just
I'm
chilling
the
in
only
chat
person
and
unlucky enough to stumble
rebannable,
across such a
which
strange
seriously
show.
needs to figure out.
It all
It's
started with a
crap.
simple sleepover with a couple of
Some
friends at my
bot
house,
names are
but it
easy
ended
to
up
remember.
turning into a
Fanny
nightmare. Don't try to
Fanny
help me.
Tick
It's
is
I
pretty
have to write
simple.
this down before they break in and
Yeah, no,
murder me.
we're
Farewell.
all against bots here.
We were watching my brand new Ultra 4K smart
Easy
TV
to also ban the phrase "want to become famous" and you'll that'll catch a
on the
lot.
couch
Oh
in the
yeah,
living
it does
room
catch a
when the
lot.
lights started flashing
But
on.
people have been
It was a power outage, and
robots have
judging
been
by the sudden
misspelling it
darkness,
intentionally.
It was a big one.
Cool.
It would be if they didn't do what that and a bunch of other crap.
You
Yeah.
forced me to visualize
They do a lot of other
Yeti's
crap.
penis.
Since we couldn't watch TV until the power outage was fixed, they went down to the local supermarket to get us some refreshing ice
I'm
cold
trying to
drinks.
make this as
My
mad
eyes
as
sparkled when
possible.
I heard the TV suddenly turn on with a click. How the? How the?
Huh?
What the?
What?
I turned around and the TV was showing static, like when you try to watch a channel that had no signal.
Look like a Bigfoot having sex with a woman by a river?
I stared at the TV, waiting for something else to happen, but nothing did. Even after I waited for 5 whole minutes.
Wow.
A thought suddenly floated up from the depths of my mind. The remote, of course. The TV wasn't going to act on its own.
Oh yeah.
I quickly grabbed it from the table and
I
started.
swear, I chose those I chose those filters correctly. So I don't know why it knew every follow and not just that day.
Watches them watching it and violently masturbate.
Now
Oh,
look at it,
yeah.
go hypnotizer. Now look at it, come on. Meow,
I
meow,
have almost
meow.
all of that list banned, save for about 1 to 2,000, and about that many independent hoss bots from other lists are banned. They just keep coming, like freaking
The channel was
Arukia.
working perfectly, unlike all the other static channels. The show was called Sharing Your Future. It appeared to be some sort of talk show. There was a woman facing the TV. Upon seeing me, she said in a taunting voice, do you want to see your future?
No, not with a voice like that.
I thought it was some sort of game, so I replied, yes, tell me my future. Upon hearing me, the woman grinned evilly. I'm slightly creeped out by this, but I shrugged it off. The woman then said something disturbing. You will die a quick and painless death on October 5th, 2019, at exactly midnight.
No. A slow and painless death? Or quick and painless death? Cool. That's how you want to die.
A picture of what appeared to be 3 gunmen kicking down the door to a house flashed on the screen. Enjoy the time you have left. The TV then overheated and shut itself off. My heart was beating rapidly at this point. I was dreading to check the date in case it was today. Once I gathered some courage, I quickly checked the date on my phone. I almost screamed in terror. Today was October 4th, 2019!
wow.
That was when I realized I'd forgotten to check the time. With all the hope I had left, I looked at the time. My heart almost stopped. It was 11:59 p.m.
Get out of there. Just jump out the window. Cool.
That's stupid.
That's a great. It was 11:59 p.m. He got told
And
his
midnight
future.
was when it was coming.
Oh, so his
and it
friends.
was October 4th, 2019.
But
So
what does it mean?
October 5th, 2019.
His friends were coming back to kill him.
No, well, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe it was his friend.
Maybe because
it
he was bragging about that frickin' TV, and they're like, "Let's go rob."
Maybe it was just
4K.
some dudes.
Yeah, could just be some dudes.
Yeah.
They put the
Could have
cock
just
inside
been
of
some
them?
I don't
dudes.
think that. No, it was not erotica like yours. No, it was not. All right. Well, I got one here. It's called pyrocryptic. Pyrocryptic? Pyrocystic. I don't know.
Boy.
No, that's the name of the person who made it there on the Tumblr. Okay, this one's called shopping. I used to go shopping with my mother on almost a daily basis. My mom used to tell me that I didn't have to go to school. And she'd just take me to Piggly Wiggly.
It's nice.
Isn't that nice? That's not the creepypasta. That's my life. Oh, it was amazing. I knew all the cereals, and I knew which ones I wanted.
I like anything that sounds like a pig just all covered in oil.
Mm-hmm. It was fun. My mom used to always say, C's get degrees. And she didn't make me go. It's strange parenting, but, you know, it worked all right. Okay, so this is called shopping. It was one of those fancy. This is me now reading the creepypasta.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay. Shopping. It was one of those fancy stores, you know, where you have all these really expensive clothes, but they are really good. I was looking at some jeans when I felt that there was a person behind me watching me. Now, I'm sure you agree that there is nothing worse than a salesperson following you around and watching you. There is nothing worse than customer service.
I do not like being tailed.
Okay. Although I think that your stories, that everyone that you have read, Henry, are much worse than
Yeah,
having good
'cause
customer service.
These people are really getting tailed. Like they're getting tails.
Yep,
are
sort
all
of. Thank
filled
you.
up,
I don't even
filled
know
with
why.
Slender
I
Man,
don't even know
Bigfoot
why I
cock.
bring it up. Okay. Now I'm sure you agree. There's nothing worse than a salesperson following you around and watching you. Like
No.
you're some kind of potential thief. I guess for them, everyone is, but it's very disturbing. And this makes me want to prove I'm innocent by turning around and smiling with them and having some small talk, maybe. Turning around and smiling with them and having some small talk, maybe. That sounds fun. But I just kept on looking at the jeans, trying to ignore them. This one, you know, when I was really fat, my jacket size was 54 portly.
Yep.
I remember that salesperson. He saw me coming.
Yeah.
And this was a big and fat store.
And he's like,
I got one. Oh, it was.
I want
wake up with you on Christmas morning. And if that doesn't convince you to love Christmas,
It's like, what's the name of that Moby Dick?
Yeah,
But-
Ahab.
I want to wake up with you.
I'm the walrus. I'm the walrus, but I believe it's a whale.
It's
Oh,
Ahab.
Christmas morning.
Yeah.
If that doesn't make you
Cuckoo,
love Christmas,
I am the
it just
walrus.
is.
I am the
It's
walrus.
like,
I
ugh.
love that from
Another fucking
okay, so she's just
garbage
looking at the
Hallmark
jeans, she's
Christmas
trying to lure
movie.
the salesperson.
Ugh.
This went on for several minutes, and the
Yeah.
person was just standing there
Exclusively
watching
on
them. A
Hulu.
party
I
wants
don't
to turn
give a
around and
shit.
confront them, and another
I
part
don't
just wanted
fucking
to
want to
run out of
watch
the store.
another
I was
fucking
thinking, why should I do?
horrible
I'm just a customer
Christmas
looking at
movie.
jeans. I didn't do anything wrong. I hate this customer so much. I had every right to be in the store, so I kept on looking at the jeans. You want to buy something at some point, I would hope, but anyway. But I really couldn't concentrate on that. I kept thinking about the person behind me and how annoying
I
that
don't know
is.
about
So
everybody
finally,
else.
I
Everybody
plucked up the
else is
courage to
different.
confront them, to ask them to please let me do my shopping in peace. I turned around and it was a mannequin. God, you can be so stupid sometimes, I told myself. And that's when it blinked.
Everybody else can, enjoy whatever
It's one of those blinking
movies they
mannequins.
want.
I hate blinking
I
mannequins.
hate blinking mannequins. It's like I know they're trying to make it more real, so I want to buy clothes that they're wearing, but at the same time, oddly haunting.
Oh, yeah.
His penis actually did a U-turn
my
inside
God.
of me.
Can
I
we-
reached inside his hair,
How does a
ass,
penis
and it
do a
squeezed his
U-turn?
structure. Look at it. You just have to get to this one bit because I love this. His cock had locked into me, and it only moved an inch at a time in and out. I was so filled up, and it was so tight in me that his humping was
why
pushing
are
my
you
entire body
doing
back and
this?
forth on a pile of clothes. I was at, and we'd go and we'd play in our swing set, or maybe try to skip stones. It literally couldn't believe what just happened. When I did, I went to help Tommy, but I stopped. Really died.
Uh-oh. Wow.
See, Tommy couldn't have reached Dad's hammer, but I could.
Yeah! So Sasquatch did a U-turn.
His cock came all the way out.
There's no place to escape. There's no place to
Comes a new daddy
Yeah.
to the family, and it's very kind of sweet, and everybody loves a new daddy because old daddy always did something bad.
I don't know how you describe this as kind of sweet in any way, but yeah.
I think it's kind of a sweet story.
It is.
But I
We'll
hope
get
you
into
feel
it.
better.
The only
Ask
people who said the
Lad.
Warrens had a hand
Hope
in the case
everything's
were the
going
Warrens
better.
themselves And the girl
I don't
who was
know
the
if I
focus
said
of the
that.
haunting, Janet Hodgson.
I can't
who
remember.
Interestingly, only mentioned
I'm
them when she was
having-
interviewed
I'm
for
having
the
those
DVD
brain
extras
moments,
for The Conjuring 2.
And I've just been
Sort of like
having
she
those
was
brain
forced
moments,
to.
and I keep having those brain moments.
And one
It's
thing I will
just
say
more
about
of those
Janet
brain
Hodgkins,
moments. It's
like,
just
later on, she looks
more
like, no matter what she's
of
doing, she has
those
a gun to the
brain
back of her head.
moments
She looks haunted and
where you
fucked up.
just you
Now,
think
all the
that you
real
say one
information for
thing
our
and
coverage
you're
of the
like,
Enfield
man,
poltergeist comes from one of the main
it'd be
investigators
great if
himself,
I knew.
Guy Playfair,
If I
who
said
wrote the
that.
book, This House is Haunted, about the whole incident.
What's your book about? This house is haunted. It's very on the nose.
It's something very similar to when you have some sort of Chinese or Korean delivery to your home, and the fumes from the food, from the appetizers, they simply do not leave, no matter how much Febreze you use.
What's your book about?
The remnants of these fumes.
It's actually it's a super fun read, despite Guy totally not selling it at all in the preface. This is what he wrote.
If you are not sated by all the horrors and occult titillations of books or films, such as The Exorcist and its host of imitators, and are still hungry for a more exotic thrill, then this book is not for you.
Oh.
Readers may find some of it rather dull, and a not very good plot, and some terrible dialogue.
I like the honesty. I would continue reading.
But it's just all that he basically, because they want to basically, these guys are hardcore amateur researchers, and they want you to show the world just how serious they're taking this, and it is a bit by bit recording of every single piece of activity that happened in that house.
Oh yeah, the
I like
account
it.
it gets a little tedious at times, but that's
Sure.
mostly because over the course of 19 months that they spent investigating this haunting, Guy Playfair and his partner Maurice Gross recorded over 1,000 instances of poltergeist activity.
Ooh, that's a lot of instances.
It is 1,000 of them.
1,000.
And over
That's a lot of
1,000.
instances.
And all of the dialogue from the book is taken from his actual field recordings of the family, and this is what I want to say about this family. They are not TV ready.
I know, but in The Conjuring 2, they
were quite attractive.
It's interesting what Hollywood does.
Are they lying to
it's
us?
like they give them breasts.
Really?
Yeah, slap breasts on all of them. But she's only 12. God, let's put some breasts on her.
Give me a six-pack or something, maybe two.
Now, whether you believe this story or not, all hinges on whether you believe Guy Playfair, Maurice Grosse, the Hodgson family, their neighbors, and half a dozen other witnesses. Either way, it remains one of the most active, interesting, and at times, like we said, one of the sweetest poltergeist stories ever recorded.
It is. It's very Spielbergy. What I'd also say, too, is that when you look this up, if you type in Enfield poltergeist into Google, it's going to pop up hoax first.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that try to discredit this and debunk this story. We're going to take you through all the information that we could gather about this haunting, and we're going to make you decide what sounds real to you.
Now, let's get to the haunting.
Let's do it. I can't wait. I want to hear about all 1,000 of them.
No, the haunting began small as these things usually do. On August 30th, 1977.
That fucking
Hodgson
looks
family
good
consisting
and
of
creepy.
Mother Peggy and children Margaret, 14, Janet, 11, Johnny, 10, and Billy, 7, were going through a bit of a hard time.
Now, one of the
Very
best part
interesting.
about the Hodgkin family is that they are like, they hit all of the British family stereotypes. You got old rag woman who washes rags in a big basin all day. That's the mommy. You've got Margaret, the unspoken of child with the tiny mouth, right? There's always one older sister slumped over, being like, I don't look it very much. You've got Janet, the center of the activity, who's sort of like cross between lively daughter, like an Arya Stark, but also mostly like a pesky orphan. She's like the type of person to be like, get out of here, and you toss a dollar to her and she runs out.
Oh,
right?
that's kind of fun.
You've got the sent away boy, which is the brother that is not around because he's been sent away.
He's sent to boarding school, and no one says why he was sent
No
to
one
boarding
knows
school.
why.
No one had told Guy Playfair why. He just keeps saying over and over again, he was sent to boarding school for an unspecified reason, which I was not privy to.
Just him in front of a burning police station.
Yeah. He was trying to brush his teeth and they didn't allow it.
And then there's the unacknowledged one.
Yeah,
the last
Billy.
one, who's the Billy, who's just like, hey guys, so if it doesn't hurt no one, can I get a bit of attention? I'll just go back to being a pickpocket then.
That's it. He's like Donnie from Big Lebowski.
Well, this is like, it's classic poltergeist stuff because there's a lot of turmoil in the house. Peggy's husband had left not too long before all the activity began. And this guy, he was showing up with the new woman in his life every time he came by to pay child support. Although I'm not really sure why he had to come by the house to pay his child support every month instead of just mailing it in.
It seems European.
You want it to get there. And, he wants to look Billy in the eyes when he gives him that big money.
And I don't want to shame anyone, but Peggy did sort of look like if you took Louis Anderson from Baskets and deflated him. And she does look like that.
Come on.
She's
That's
a
not
bad
that's
mean.
woman. That's mean.
She's a mother. She is a mother of 4, Henry
She's
Zabrowski.
a mother of 4. She's a good woman.
You got any rags?
Well, don't you want a clean rag, Henry?
Loves
What's
the
wrong
family
with-
very much, and she is a good.
Wow.
In challenging times, Dropbox helps businesses adapt, giving you terabytes of storage, real-time collaboration, and secure file sharing to bring teammates together no matter what device they're using, transforming the way you create and share your work with your clients in the process. So for all projects worth sharing, Dropbox. Start your 30-day free trial at Dropbox.com.
Oh my god. There's literally no.
Woman, Henry.
This is unbelievable.
This is
coming from
absolutely
Henry
awful.
Zabrowski,
Jesus, Henry.
who loves his mother so much, and now he's demonizing this British homemaker.
Oh, me dresses
Billy-
with rag water.
Well, the family was living in government-assisted housing, surviving on welfare and child support, which of course only added to the stress. The 2 daughters were also flowering.
That is
so to
actually a
speak,
much more disgusting way of saying going through puberty.
which is, as we all know, among the most common causes of poltergeist activity.
But nothing was like listening to thin-lipped poltergeist experts from the UK fucking paranormal society all being like, and so yes, the youngest lady was at the moment of the inception of the poltergeist activity, had her menage, her first period came out for crawling like a beast from the swamp.
Well, it's a wonderful natural thing.
So one night, Janet.
It is. Thank you, Kissel.
Thank you, Mr. Kissel. Like, are we still doing fucking dodgeball in 6th period?
Yeah, no, well, it's, yes, periods are the theme of the day.
So one night, Janet and Johnny called to their mother to complain that their beds had been shaken. Peggy ignored it till the next night when she was called to their room once more. This time, the kids said that they had heard a shuffling noise, like someone had been dragging their feet across the floor while wearing slippers. And Peggy heard it too. And that sound was followed by 4 loud knocks. Knocks, not ham slaps.
A person who's too poor to be a folk singer. Just, I came here to slap my body. My belly's a drum.
Then the children's chest of drawers started sliding across the room towards the doorway, traveling about 1.5 feet. Peggy pushed the drawers back, only to have it move again.
You back there, you don't hear me move there again. All right, I've got legs and my water's getting warm. It's the opposite. You got cold water, slowly gets warmer. I like to keep it cold so it don't wash as well.
That is kind of crazy.
Okay, enough of the rags.
Well, the rags are an integral part.
When she tried pushing it back a second time, she found that she couldn't budge it an inch. Understandably freaked out, the family decided not to bother her brother and his family who lived up the road. So
Who
they knocked
dat?
on the door
Oh,
of their
it's
next-door neighbors,
it's
but nothing happened.
Rom.
It's the
Dr.
Nottingham.
Professor
It's always the
Rom.
Nottingham.
I think it's Nottingham's.
He It's a good
The only
artist.
people that we know the actual name of is the Hodgsons.
He's in the
who were known as
Discord.
the Hoppers in the book. It
He's
wasn't
in the
until much later that
Discord.
they
He's
came
in the
out and gave their
Discord.
real name. Guy Playfair was actually very good about not blowing up anybody's spot.
Well, it's
It's a little
And he
stereotypical,
wanted
though,
it
isn't
to
You just
look,
call him the Nottingham.
he wanted it to look like a mad scientist, and I'm like, okay,
because we're gonna find out.
all
first
right.
They called as the reporters, but we'll go.
Yeah, but the reporters
I'll
actually never revealed
try
their
my
names.
best.
that's
I'm
good.
not
Yeah, that's good.
perfect.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, that's
Bad
of course.
reporting.
I mean, well, no, Ben. That's
So I'm trying my
British,
best.
It's
British
responsibility.
polite. Yeah, tabloids in the
Just to
UK are
trying
horrible.
my
A lot
best.
full of nudes. They have nudes in their tabloids.
That's what makes it better.
And also, I drew you.
Vic
I
and his son
drew
went over
you.
to check out the house and said they
I
heard
drew you,
hollow
babe.
knocks following them throughout the house, despite
Etcha.
not a single other person being
Etcha.
present besides the two of them.
I think it's interesting, and every single person that talked about Vic Nottingham, they all said the same thing, the same line. I hated your builder, so he wasn't afraid of nothing.
Builders are tough.
But at the same time, I think construction workers are always the first ones to get spooked in all the Abbott Costello movies.
That's possible.
Bam. Right there.
They're like,
Oh?
They're tough though.
Yeah.
They're not afraid of heights. I'll tell you that.
Giving a
This is
smooch.
very interesting. I
To
just
the
now
camera.
discovered this. The difference between regular knocks and poltergeist knocks are audibly subtle, but the acoustic waves tell a different story. A 2010 study published in the Journal of Psychical Research compared the two types of knocks and made a fascinating discovery. They found that the regular knocks started at full amplitude and tapered
Yeah.
off, meaning the peak of the sound wave was at the very beginning.
Okay, we're getting into sound waves.
We're getting into sound waves. Like, you know, when you do like, the sound is like, you just look at that.
Is that an empty knock?
That is a regular knock.
That's a real
regular knock.
That's a regular knock. I'm not stoned enough to completely understand sound waves.
We do have to do an entire new podcast, Knock Talk, and we will get into knocks.
But the poltergeist knocks show a different kind of sound wave, with the peak coming after the sound has already begun, kind of like the seismograph readings an earthquake gives off.
Secondary knock.
Well, it's not a secondary knock.
It's just how the knock flows.
Yeah, the knock begins before the top of the knock hits.
Top of the knock.
So it's like, instead of being like, it's like,
Weird. Man, and only the most lonely person with headphones could ever understand what that means. Because I can see Marcus.
You mean me? I am legitimately confused on if this is an interesting conversation. But it is. It's a lot of knock talk.
This is fascinating. The
Knock
acoustic
talk.
signatures are different.
Okay.
I just see you at home with your headphones that are even bigger than the ones you have here.
Comically large.
Comically
Yes.
large. Being like, I can really hear. Caroline is just scared in the other room, just smoking a pickle.
This is my fourth pickle today. He's talking about Knox again.
Today's sponsor for the last podcast on the left is Nature Box. If you're anything like
But
me,
yes,
you eat like absolute
you
garbage. That's why
kissing
NatureBox
the
might be the
camera,
right choice for you.
kissing
NatureBox has
the
over 100
damn
snacks that
camera.
taste good and are all made from high quality, simple
Being
ingredients.
so
That means no
adorable.
artificial colors,
Being
flavors, or
so
sweeteners, so you can
adorable.
feel good about what
Giving
you're eating.
everybody a
Plus,
big
they add new snacks
smooch.
inspired by real customer feedback, the latest food trends, and professional chefs every month. It's so simple.
That's
Just
what
go to
Mass does.
NatureBox.com, choose the snacks you
He
want,
just gives
and
people
NatureBox will deliver them
smooches.
right to your door. There's no risk. If you ever try a snack you don't like, NatureBox will replace it for free. So you're sure to find your new snack
I
obsession.
don't know that
And right
if
now,
that's
you'll
what
save even more.
exactly you do.
NatureBox is
I
offering
just
our listeners 3 free snacks with your first order when you go to naturebox.com/LEFT. That's naturebox.com/LEFT for 3 free snacks with your first order. naturebox.com/LEFT. So after hearing the knocks and finding nothing, the Harpers, at a loss, called the police, while one officer was sensibly checking out the plumbing.
Yeah, sometimes a big turd in there, he'll fuck up everything. Not to say he didn't crude in front of the children, but sometimes if you squeeze out a big long fucking piece of shit out of yourself and get it all gobbed up in the fucker.
I get the feeling that if they called him over for like a, an armed robbery or something, he'd be like, I'm going to go check the toilet. I don't know. I always just go check the toilet
It's
first.
just him shitting.
They took our television. I'm going to go make sure there's nothing in the toilet.
While he was checking out the plumbing, the other cop, along with everyone else in the room, saw a chair wobble from side to side before it slid 4 feet across the floor.
And what makes this case different than any other poltergeist case that I've ever really read about is that this cop not only saw this, but wrote an official report saying that she saw this chair slide across the ground. And I watched an interview with her, and she immediately was like, "This is not a person that just to look at her. Like honestly, she's just not going for attention. This obviously was brought a lot of negative attention to her. She was immediately made fun of. It discredits you. This is the problem with the paranormal world in general. Look at me, how I've been discredited.
Oh my
for
God!
the things
What a
I've
victim!
said, things I believe.
What a victim! We always say that. So the chair was wobbly.
Chair was,
But
wasn't
that's
just
kinda fun.
the chair moved 4 feet across the floor.
I just realized there's so many headshots only. Yeah, I've been doing headshots. I've been working on this
This
stuff.
is like a Disney movie.
Well, yeah,
I'd
all
like
these
to give
things do
smooches
at
if
first start off
I
pretty
could,
innocent.
so you
They
got
start
that
off,
right.
you know,
Yep.
very calm. And
Got
then
that
they
right.
escalate.
Why
Gotta
didn't
give
they
all the
light up the
smooches to
chair?
all the
Shoot
people.
it.
Because it's not America.
So I'm like, oh yeah, he'd love,
Yes.
he'd
And
love
thankfully,
that.
I mean, because also they found out the chair was
He'd
painted white.
love that.
I see.
But since no crime had been committed and no perpetrator
Oh
could
yeah,
be found harassing
that's
the
coming
Hodgsons,
along.
the
That's
police left. The
spooky.
activity only escalated.
I
from
do
there.
want to see something
The
spooky.
next day.
I do,
wonder if the
and
toilet
not
was
just
The toilet
cringe
was not
stuff,
clogged.
but
All right, good.
actually
The knocking wasn't
spooky.
coming from the plumbing.
Their shit was so thin from how much like bone broth that they ate.
Oh, I
every
see.
night.
Okay, I'm just asking questions.
The next day, Johnny's marbles and his Legos started flying through the air, seemingly of their own volition. Peggy's father came over, picked up one of the marbles that had hit the bathroom door, and found that the marble was hot to the touch.
I gotta say, these marbles are as hard as my marbles were when I met your mum.
Kind of a gross way to-
She gripped me. He gripped me good, your father did.
I don't think we want to get into all that.
And after 3 more days of flying marbles, Peggy called the Daily Mirror, thinking that they might have some idea of who to get a hold of to check all this out.
And this actually has precedence now. When we look at trailer trash here in America, when we look at
That is not an appropriate
gonna say-
term for individuals who reside in trailers.
But like we talk about Window Invader, like the guy, the famous. We have a lot of famous eyewitnesses in this country. That's what they did the same thing, being like they'll put us on the TV.
Yeah.
Like, they're gonna come and like we'll tell the whole world about these ghosts, and everyone's gonna be like, "Oh shit, ghosts!"
It did seem like they wanted attention.
No,
right?
it's not
Well,
that.
Why would
It's
you
that
contact the Daily Mirror?
because they want somebody to do something about it.
Yeah, and the cops wouldn't do anything. All this activity is happening. They knew that sometimes newspapers covered ghost stories, and they thought that maybe the Daily Mirror might have somebody that they could contact, or at the very least publicize their case, so somebody who might have an idea on how to make this stop might see the news story.
We'll publish this right between the nudes and the story about how Prince Charles hasn't ejaculated in 30 years.
But this was before the Daily Mirror was complete trash. This is when it was coming up. It was like coming up the line. And also, you have to understand, these are also not bright people. Well, this is not.
You don't
These are
think
not.
so?
No, absolutely not. Well, you're going to hear more details that show that information.
Yeah,
functioning,
well, I mean,
functioning plumbing, from what I understand.
street smart.
Oh, okay.
Street.
You can't just say that because somebody's dumb.
They're street smart. I like that.
Well, I mean, yeah, Peggy showed some deductive reasoning later on.
Sure.
Well, Peggy called the Daily Mirror. She thought maybe they could help him out, but instead, the Daily Mirror smelled a story and sent out a reporter, Douglas Bentz, and a photographer, Graham Morris, out to investigate.
Cool.
But nothing happened, at least until the reporters gave up and left. As soon as they left, marbles and Legos started shooting around the room again, and the reporters were called back before they even reached the street. And as the photographer was snapping photos, a Lego brick flew towards him and smacked him hard enough in the face to leave a bruise that lasted a week.
Now, it does sound like a dumb, small thing, but if you've ever had a little brother or little sister whip a Lego at you,
it'll
which
hurt.
I've had Jackie do,
Yeah.
it hurts.
Yeah, 4 corners on a Lego.
Well, the only people who could have thrown the Lego from that angle were the other reporter and one of the Nottinghams.
Ooh.
Yeah.
And I think, and that's the one thing that Playfair also hits in the book a lot, where he keeps saying it over and over again, which is what does make it a difficult book to read, but being like, these things are flying around and nobody is near where they're coming from.
Yeah.
They are coming from other sides of the room. They're materializing from the from the ceiling. They're coming up from crazy angles and they're going really fast. And, so, and the thing is that you
Real
don't see
fast.
somebody throw it that fast.
You don't think a cat could do it?
I'm
I'm asking that question.
There were no cats.
There was no cat.
No cat.
No, the
I thought
cat was
British family had
boiled.
cats.
It was boiled on their Thursday boil night.
Oh, I see.
All right, this
Well, I
is
don't
the
know about all
UK.
that.
All right, they boil whatever's around to eat.
Okay, well, you never know what a cat's up to.
Well, the reporters came back a couple days later with a senior reporter in tow, a man named George Fallows. According to Peggy, he was the first person to ever say the word poltergeist in her presence.
God bless you.
Poltergeist!
But I hope you're doing well, Mass. How's everything been? Have you been streaming?
God bless you.
Fallows explained to
I've been
Peggy
checking
that
out
often
everybody's
poltergeist
stream.
activity centers around girls going through puberty. Now, after
I've been
Fallows
trying to check out
patiently
everybody's
explained to
stream.
Peggy what the word puberty meant.
Yeah, she knew what the word puberty meant.
Absolutely.
I've been trying to be a good boy and try to check out everybody's stream.
Know what puberty
She didn't know. She was like, "Oh, she mean when Jenna gets the splatters?"
You know what? Street smart. Street smart.
Even people on the street understand something's happening to them.
Yeah, I don't know what that's all about.
Well, she did. I mean, she knew what puberty was. She just didn't know the word puberty because once Fallows patiently
I tried to
explained
be
what
a
he
good
meant by
boy,
puberty,
but I'm
she
not
confirmed
perfect.
that Margaret, the oldest, had flowered the previous March.
Oh yeah, she's getting a drip.
I've been trying to get into the mood of streaming. Oh, gotcha. Anything specific? Have you?
Then tried to trick
Maybe
Peggy
you can
by
play.
asking her
We can
if
play
she was
some games
interested in
together.
moving, as people like Peggy,
I
who
mean,
lived
there's
in
wonderful
government-assisted
people that would
housing, a lot
love
of
to play
times
games
claimed
with you.
houses were haunted in order to get a new place.
And if you wanted, there's
Peggy
wonderful
had
people
no interest in leaving the house. She
in our
lived in for
community
12 years,
that would
so
love to
Fallows
play games
suggested
with you if
she
you
contact the
feel
Society
scared
for
to do it
Psychical
alone.
Research.
Ooh, the Society for Psychical Research. That sounds like a lot of suspenders and a lot of khaki pants.
You were correct, but they are thorough researchers. And this was one of the last bastions of like the 1800, like in the UK specifically. It came over to America for a little bit, but the obsession with the supernatural and the paranormal and the idea of cold, reasoned men and women going out there and doing their due diligence and to research it as unexciting as possible.
Yeah, you do get the feeling when they're driving in traffic, they're just like, slow down. Everyone needs to slow down.
Well, let's let a very British woman named Mary Rose Barrington explain to us just what the SPR is.
Ooh, cool.
The Society for Psychical Research was set up in 1882 to investigate those faculties of man, real or supposed, that are not explicable on any generally recognized hypothesis. It doesn't have any fixed ideas or opinions, and anyone can be a member whether they actually believe in paranormal phenomena or not. But of course, obviously, most of us are convinced that there is some reality in these things.
Just spice it up for a second.
Yeah, just get a little bit interesting, please.
If you spiced it up, Henry, that would make it.
I'd love to play with y'all, but I'll probably lag like hell. No! No!
Edna and Julia Childs. That's what she sounds like.
Slag boy, no,
Although the SPR had been a fixture of the
Masalaga.
paranormal community for almost 100 years by 1977, almost none of its members were
Masalaga.
interested in actually going out into the field to face a poltergeist head-on.
That's
when
dumb.
the infield
I
case
need
was
to
brought
quit.
their
That's
attention.
not funny.
None,
That's not
that
funny.
is,
That's dumb.
Except Maurice Gross. I love this guy. He's like a Vincent Price character.
Yeah.
He has a real motive. He's out there. He lost his daughter. He's going to look for these ghosts. And also, he looks like a boss munchkin. He looks like the head of the Lollipop Guild. He's got the silliest mustache in the world.
Sounds like someone will frighten a ghost.
He looks like he commandeers a steampunk Zeppelin.
I like him.
Maurice Gross was a fairly successful inventor who had a lifelong interest in the paranormal, particularly concerning the question of what happened to a person's spirit when they died. The interest only grew after his daughter Janet died in a motorcycle accident in 1976, fueled by a series of strange coincidences immediately following her death. Just before she died, Janet had sent her brother a birthday card with a humorous illustration of a person with a head injury. The text read,
I was going to send you a bottle of toilet water for your birthday, but the lid fell on my head. That is actually based on, again, at the time, there was a drought happening in the UK, and so this was a very topical birthday card. It's like saying if we had sent a card and trying to explain to being like, your age is just too damn high, and then you have to explain there was at one point during a mayoral race, and there was a man who was famous saying the rent is too damn high.
well, I thought toilet water was what they called cologne.
What?
I don't know.
Yeah,
No.
It
was
I don't
explained
know
in
what
the
they're
book.
splashing
That
out.
it was a what?
Yeah, toilet water is what they...
No, you're
Yeah,
talking
they
about
call
eau
it
de
eau de
toilette.
toilette. Yeah,
That's a
toilet
bad
water.
No, that is
Yeah,
not.
that's
no, I'm about to throw my headphones at you. No, that's like a French term for fancy water.
No,
I
I'm
heard
telling
that
you, man,
toilet water was what they called cologne.
the English call it... I'm going to say Google toilet water.
Sure, of course, Google toilet water.
Yeah.
Wow, it's all about the plumbing and toilet water here on this poltergeist episode of the last podcast on the left.
Dictionary, toilet water, a dilute form of perfume.
Wow. Henry, you lose.
I just have
Marcus
never
Parks
heard that
for the
before.
victory.
I'd like to see a panel of people from the UK tell us that they call it toilet water.
The internet just did.
Yeah.
That
The
is
internet
the
is
panel.
filled with lies.
Oh man, I think it would be fun. It would be very fun hanging out with the lad.
Toilet water is perfume. Now, Janet's...
I don't know if I want to wear it.
I mean, you're so
Janet's personal
funny.
inscription
It
on that
would
card
be fun. It would be interesting. Just hanging out with you.
Talking about it was not talking
You
about
know.
her head. It was talking about water.
You know, you get it. You get it.
Oh my goodness.
But the lid fell on my head.
I am
and
so
there
close
won't
to
be-
nerd alert in this entire conversation.
water.
I was going to
It was
send you a
about the
bottle
water.
of toilet water for your birthday, but
We've got a nerd alert. We've got a nerd
That's-
alert. We've got a nerd
That's
alert.
spooky. That's a spooky face.
that there won't be much left of that either.
That
She
was,
was
that's
pointing
a
towards the
spooky
hedge.
face right
You meant
there.
about the water.
It's
It was
very
she's not a
spooky.
booby.
You know what?
No, it's
Why-
but that's
It's
just-
wrong.
why
It was
would
a
there-
double meaning.
It's
I'm gonna say it
spooky.
was a double meaning. We're gonna end the conversation.
No, absolutely not. Because
we have to get to the haunting, and you guys are arguing over cologne is toilet water and what she's talking about in the stupid birthday card before she dies.
well, in the first of many coincidences, Janet's cause of death was indeed head injuries. There wasn't much to
It's
that.
motorcycle accident.
no, it's
yes,
because
we
of the
got it.
water.
I'm sure there's some knee injuries and shoulder injuries.
water
too.
joke.
Yeah.
Then a broken clock identical to the one the Grosses owned that belonged to a friend suddenly started working the day of Janet's death and stopped at 4:20.
Ooh, yeah. Legalize it.
Yeah, that's my
$26 billion could be made federally.
And 4:20 is just about the time in which Janet died.
Ooh.
Then, on the day of Janet's funeral, Maurice asked for a sign that his daughter might still be around in some form or another. He thought a good sign might be rain, as the area had indeed been caught in a drought for months.
This is what I'm fucking talking about.
Yeah, well, I'll concede that it was in a drought, but
It was a joke about the drought.
Nonetheless, can you
It's a
imagine
joke
though if
about
he asked for a sign that his daughter was still alive and she just stood up in her casket and was just like, "I'm burning down here." He's like, "Never mind, I don't want to know."
Sorry.
Go back.
And the day after the funeral,
I mean,
Maurice
there.
saw that the roof
I
below
mean,
Janet's
if there's a
bedroom was
game we
wet,
can play,
while
then
the
I'd
rest
be
of the
down to
roof
play with
was
y'all.
bone dry.
I mean, we got 7 days to
Maurice wrote
die.
down his
I don't know what you
experiences,
got.
presumably to
I
do
don't
with
know
his
what you
grief,
got,
submitted
Ladiv.
it to the
I gotta
SPR
look
and
at
applied for
your
membership
Steam
soon after.
page.
It wasn't long
See what you
George
got.
Fallows called about the infield case.
I've
which involved a
got
little
7
girl
Days to
with the
Die,
same
Darkest
name
Dungeon,
as
Deep Rock
Grace's
Galactic,
deceased
Dying
daughter.
Light, Elderborn, Gloomhaven, Halo the Master Chief Collection, A Hat in Time, Heathen Blood Right, Killing Floor 2, Pathfinder Kingmaker, Phasmophobia, Remnant, From the Ashes, The Singing City, Stardew Valley, Tabletop Simulator, and Valheim.
Break up with the girl, and then all you do is see her name everywhere.
Yeah.
Isn't that interesting? Huh, kind of interesting. Remember that? Remember you ever do that?
Just spelling in the spaghetti, and meanwhile, but then you're just hacking at the spaghetti with the butcher.
Remnant from the Ashes might be good. I will see. I will play it, and I will let you know how if I enjoy it at all. I have Phasmo. Yeah, we could do Phasmo sometime this upcoming week.
He was ready to go.
I mean, this was.
Yeah, we could do a little bit of Phasmo. I know that they had a major update, and Nyx might want to play it, and Mayhap's good friend, what is his name, Abel, might want to play it.
That's a part of what it is. As soon as that's the mark of how
So,
crazy
yeah.
activity was in that house, is that he showed up and things are just flying
And
around.
maybe friend from Japan might want to play it, but I don't know how he's been.
Pandemonium in there. It's like at the it's in like Poltergeist.
I'm a scaredy cat, so yeah. Thrui also might want to play the game. Thrui, you sure you don't want to play with us?
They kind of meshed them together.
Sure.
Now, it took 3 days in the Hodgson house for Gross to have his first experience with the entity.
It's fine, Thrui. I'm also quite scared all of the time.
When they opened the door, they found that a chair had boosted forward 4 feet and it spun backwards.
Ooh.
To make sure Janet was asleep and not the perpetrator of the chair boosting, Gross opened her eyelids to find her eyes rolled backwards, as the eyes do when one is in a deep sleep. Okay. He also lifted her arm and let it drop and gave her head a little push.
Ooh, and then he called a WWE ref over and he counted her out at 10.
The ghost in the lobby scared the shit out of me, and all I said was, hey.
Pretty much the Hodgsons were all ridiculously hard sleepers.
I think it comes.
Oh man, that would be good if there was a hotel level in Phasmophobia.
Janet was the most clever one, but the way he talks about
An
how he
old
tried to wake them up, because he did a
barn.
lot of this stuff. He's just like, check to see if they were asleep.
And all that. Oh man, that would be a great update if they had a hotel or something like that.
Bob, when they're trying to wake him up out of the bed and then the alarm goes, it's always that.
Now, after a couple more weeks,
And the elevator was a big thing in that part. That would be great.
Yet. He just kind of heard things from other room. Janet would come up and say, "Hey, this pillow flew across the
And
room."
like it's a historical hotel and stuff like that. That would be good. I would love that. That would be a great update.
Him, Guy Playfair, author of "This House Is Haunted."
I mean, I'm not going to tell them how to live their lives, but also I'm going to tell them that that's money on the table right there.
As Playfair had just finished another book and had planned a nice little holiday for himself.
It's definitely like a movie, because when he was talking with Maurice, he immediately was like,
You didn't suspect it?
Stay
All
for
right.
like a day or so,
Fair
or
enough.
maybe 3 or 4 days. Then it turned into 19 months. That Gross also got incredibly sick during one whole section. Like, for 2 to 3 months, he was sick.
Yeah.
And then he was like, all right, this is your case now.
Mm-hmm.
And he's stuck in there, and I mean, Maurice
But
Gross
if they
is like a
don't
charming man.
make an
He's like a
update
sweet,
where
fun, like, grandpa,
you go
like,
to an
Guy
actual
Playfair is
hotel.
not charming. He's a little like, hello.
Yeah.
And they make a hotel level?
He's a paranormal author.
Yeah, I can imagine.
That's just money on the table. They're, I don't know what they're doing with their lives, with their company now.
Marbles zoomed through the air past
But
his
they
head,
just had a
appearing as if
major
they were coming
update
from
with
behind children.
with
He
cursed
then heard Peggy say
items.
from the other room, "There's a
It's
noise in the
easier to
bathroom."
tell where
When Gross
what
walked
the
over,
ghost
he saw the
is.
bathroom door open
What the
and close
ghost
on its
doing?
own
To be
4
honest, the
times,
very
followed by
big
sudden
maps in Phasmo are
breeze,
annoying
which
it a
often
bit.
happens in
I kind of
poltergeist
hated the
cases.
school one. No, like what I'm saying is it's not that big.
That's
Like,
kind of funny.
if you had a motel,
Yeah, they do just. I mean, ghosts just.
a
act
motel
like
is not
drunks.
that
They just
big.
act like sailors.
That would
Just
be pretty
Throwing things
cool.
around, opening and closing doors.
A motel would be fun and
They're
interesting.
like childlike ghosts. They are looking for attention in some way. What it seems like, what they say a lot of times,
Like
is
a
that
motel
with
would be
poltergeist
good.
activity, the
A
hypothalamus of the
hotel
person is
to
the
be
center
because
of
there
the
are people
poltergeist
that
activity, like
enjoy
fires up.
larger maps to get the hotel. I think that if it's a bigger map, they should really not have some of the ones that drain your sanity as much, just because it's like it's not fair, because you don't know what the fuck is happening, and it's gonna take a while to get there.
Is that poltergeist activity?
Like, it's gonna be a while to do till you find where approximately the monster
New York
is.
Times crossword puzzle, but the things that they do become more and more difficult and complex, and they start to communicate a lot more. And the more you communicate with them, the better they get at it, almost as if they're learning. Today's other sponsor for last podcast on the left is Casper Mattresses. The Casper is an obsessively engineered mattress at a shockingly fair price. Supportive memory foams create an award-winning sleep surface with just the right sink and just the right bounce. Try Casper for 100 nights risk-free in your own home. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up and refund you everything. Casper understands the importance of truly sleeping on a mattress before you commit, especially considering you're going to spend a third of your life on it. Free shipping and returns to US and Canada. With over 20,000 reviews and an average of 4.8 stars, it's quickly becoming the internet's favorite mattress.
But maybe
I've got a Casper mattress. Henry's got a Casper mattress. Even Ben's got a Casper mattress after we finally convinced him to take it home, even though he still puts it on his broken box spring. But
Roommate asleep, chicken gumbo, beef, sloppy joes made, burgers prepped, and in the freezer, breakfast sausage patties cooked and ready for the fast nuke. Just need to make biscuits. Hello, miss. Oh my goodness, it's the board. He's so bored.
3 marbles smashing into the door as she walked through. And the strangest thing about the marbles is that when they hit the floor, they didn't bounce.
What are we gonna do with him? He's so bored.
As if they were made of metal, and the floor.
I'll be able to sit and chill
really interesting,
soon.
and they kept trying to recreate it too, which is kind of
He's so incredibly bored.
It's a great house to be a kid in. I would love to be one of the 7-year-old. This is fun.
I think we're going to get to the fact that, admittedly, the 2 little girls, Janet and Margaret, did say that they did fake some things.
They said they faked about 2%.
Yes, but what I think what happens is that it is a lot of fun. I think that they are now in the middle of this thing, and they don't. We're going to get to how much it destroys their lives and how much they wanted to keep Morris Gross around because new daddy is there and everybody's happier when new daddy's around.
Sure. It was fairly obvious by this point that Janet was the focus of the activity and would be for the next 19 months. This, of course, led the debunkers to claim that an 11-year-old girl was just playing a ridiculously elaborate trick on everyone for almost 2 years straight. But like we said, it is true that Janet got caught faking once or twice, but that does not automatically discount every instance, especially since these events, as we'll find out, were witnessed by multiple people. And in fact, the debunkers on this case are surprisingly weak.
Yes, because the witnesses are really strong. We have reporters, we have police officers, we have psychiatrists that are going to come in and see some weird crazy shit,
and they're the bunkers.
Yes, we got ventriloquists.
And if you can't trust a ventriloquist,
magicians,
and nothing's more trustworthy than a man who tricks you with cards.
Well, the best the debunkers can do is to say that people are stupid and eyewitnesses can never be trusted. Now, I will agree, eyewitnesses are notoriously unreliable when it comes to singular events. But when there are over 1,000 events witnessed by multiple people over nearly 2 years, it gets a little harder to write off.
Yes, and the fact that Maurice Gross and Peggy Hutchin never asked for money.
Nope.
They both technically ruined their lives. This whole thing, it bankrupted Maurice Gross.
Yeah.
He sort of lived the rest of his life defending the work that he did here because this would become, everything that he's known for.
It's kind of sad. The Warrens got all the credit for this thing, huh?
Yeah.
In The Conjuring too.
At least now,
I'm a very bored bird. He is a very bored bird. He's so bored. He's so incredibly bored.
It could be said that Maurice Gross was doing it to deal with the death of his daughter.
Definitely.
Guy Playfair had a book to write.
Yes, even though he constantly
I think it's creepy.
Yeah.
I think it's creepy, and also it's kind of
you wanted to write a book.
Yeah, Janet
crazy.
was doing
Like
it for the
he's like,
attention,
I want to go for
and
Mad
Frank was doing it to
Doctor.
think about
This
anything
feels
else but her
Mad
husband
Doctor,
sleeping with a young- or
but
her
also I'm
ex-husband
not
sleeping
him.
with a young
And the
girl.
rags.
Also, I'm not him.
Well, I know.
You
She's
know.
got a lot to do.
I was
Janet's
like, is
also
there something
obviously the smartest
that I
person
could
in that house. You
do?
let
And
her
he's
go,
like,
let
I
her go.
can't
Yeah,
really
she's very
explain
clever.
it. And
Everybody
it's
else
like,
is
oh,
turned
okay.
down. Only because it's like, I mean, Peggy
But it
just
looks
kinda comes from
good.
working
It's
class
like,
neighborhood in the
yeah.
UK. She's just not. She just.
I
doesn't have
always
that kind of
feel like it's
faculty
like,
to
but I want it to look
organize this type
the
of- this
best.
long of a
I don't
host.
want it to
And
look
Janet is
good.
it's kind
You
of
don't
stuck in
get
this
it.
kind of
You
being held
don't
back by
get
the
it.
family.
I don't want it to
Throw
look
away the
good.
marbles.
I want
we'll find out
you to
exactly.
Okay, yeah, I would throw
fucking
those marbles away.
They
be
tried that with
blown
disastrous
away
consequences.
every single time. I want you to
At
be
any rate,
like,
Alfred
oh,
Guy
fuck.
Playfair decided to join
There
the
he
case
is.
after a front
There's
page
another
story in
Go
the Daily
Camera
Mirror and a radio appearance
original
by Peggy
piece.
Hodgson
And it's
Mrs.
fucking
Nottingham, where the neighbor said she saw
fan-fucking-tastic.
An impression on Janet's bed as if someone either was or had been lying there.
Yeah, her ex-husband.
Even though there have been
But I know
nobody
I'm not going
in
to
the
get that
room.
every
I'm talking
time.
her ex-husband.
I know that I'm not going to get.
It's a baby lump.
Oh, this is Janet's bed.
Yeah.
Oh,
Not Peggy's
oh, I
bed.
can't
No,
believe it.
Forget about it.
But
And the
like,
impression is not going to be there
a lot of
for
times,
years afterwards.
you
mental
know, you,
impression.
you surprise yourself.
can you imagine
You're
what
like,
that
this
builder's
is all
room
right, and all that. Like last
He was a
night,
brave guy.
like the other night,
mid-September of 1977, the mood in the
you
house
know,
was so tense.
something
that just
I
the
thought
appearance
was
of
going to
a
be
daddy
like,
long legs in the
you
kitchen
know,
caused
it's going to
what
be
he
another
described
one.
as an unreasonable panic.
It's just, you know, it's another one of these commissions and stuff like that. And
Problem was,
I gotta
nothing
say,
happened in
not too
Playfair's
bad.
presence, at least at first. So, in an effort to
Background's
catch
great,
Janet, as Playfair wasn't
like
convinced
fucking
yet,
the
he and Rose made a
lighting
big
and
production
everything,
going
like,
down the
and it
stairs,
doesn't
and then they
doesn't
sank back
hurt
up
it.
again.
This is how they thought to fool the kids. And they were like, all right, going downstairs for the
Like
night.
last
That's
night,
a good idea there, guy.
right?
I guess we should do
Being
that.
fucking
Yeah.
tastic,
Down the
squishy
stairs we go.
packs,
And then they would
nice
Start
packs.
clamming together coconuts like Monty Python.
And then they would walk back up silently.
Oh, I see. Like criminals in a Sherlock Holmes play.
Now that's when the marble dropped, just as it had before, straight to the floor with no bouncing or rolling. This time, right in front of Playfair.
Oh,
This
yeah.
is when he tried to replicate it over and over and over again, just
Yeah.
dropping the marble on the floor.
And it's
over and over again in
exactly
the
what the
middle of
customer
night.
wanted.
Make it happen.
Wonder.
It's a fun little game.
I wanted to ask how you did the leaves in the background, if you had reference at all. Oh no, I'm just using a fucking basic brush that comes with Clip Studio.
Why?
That's literally a basic brush that comes preloaded in Clip Studio.
Yeah.
All I did was change the color
Get scared.
a little bit.
Well, this is when Guy Playfair decided
And
this
just
case was worth
cheated.
sticking around for.
Yep.
Playfair invited
Cheated.
the Daily Mirror photographer.
I'm a
back for
big
another
old
go-around
cheaty.
to see if he
Cheaty
could
boy.
capture proof, but they found when they set up
It's
the
me,
state-of-the-art equipment,
Go
all
Chimera,
three
big
of the
cheaty
flash
boy
bulbs
over here.
failed to go off. And this
Cheat-
would be a running
Cheaty
theme in the
McCheaterson
infield
right over
poltergeist
here.
haunting, just as it is with most other poltergeist cases. Electronics and mechanical objects just don't work
You know
as they
me.
should around
You
poltergeist
know me.
activity.
I'm
And
the
as with most
cheatiest
this
of
stuff,
boys.
This can be taken either as proof that paranormal activity is afoot or proof that nothing is going on and all these people are just lying about their equipment.
Well, no,
malfunctioning.
it's not cheating more handy. Yeah, it's
If you
like
believe
when
in it or
you're
not, and I think that
using
we have talked about before with
would you
UFO cases
say
specific, sometimes
using a
it goes
screwdriver
into very personal
using a
experience. They just
power
talk about
drill
the vibe in
over
that
a
house.
screwdriver
Everybody who
cheating
talks about
when
the
making a
Hill House
building?
where they
No,
were-
you would say
felt
that that's
strange.
exactly
They felt like there was
what
somebody in there. They felt like they were
the
being
screwdriver
watched all the
is
time.
there
They
for.
walk back. It's a
The
very
power drill
personal
is there
experience.
for.
Being haunted, like being abducted,
Is to
more of a
make it
weirdly
way
personal
fucking easier.
psychedelic experience than anything else because it's the activity's coming from inside of your brain.
Like acid, like you're tripping on acid.
Yes, and it's a little girl is projecting her reality out onto a bunch of people in a room and are kind of subjected to it, like subjected to her trip. It's very interesting, but I think that that's you can really only see the haunting from inside of it.
There should be a camera company that makes cameras that can hold up to a poltergeisting. I mean, is poltergeisting a
You would
term?
be
I think
like,
we
oh
can
yeah,
make it
no,
more
that's what its
poltergeisting.
intended
Is this how you're going to
purpose.
CEO a company? You're just gonna
As
say
artists
something
call
like,
it,
"We need
it's
candy
it's
cane
simplify.
shoes." Can you
Yeah.
guys do that?
Yeah, of
You do
course.
that.
You lick them off of yourself.
No cheating here. Yeah.
So soon after the photographer incident, the first of many disturbing events involving a pillow occurred. One night, many disturbing events with pillows.
I know, but we're not talking. This isn't your origin story, so it won't be so disgusting.
And one night, Playfair and Peggy noticed an indentation on a pillow that appeared to be the same size and shape as a child's head, even though no one had been laying there.
Ooh.
After seeing this, Peggy decided that the ghost was definitely a child, and she had good reason for thinking so, because years earlier, down the street, a 4-year-old girl had been smothered to death by her father, who killed himself right after.
Wow.
And the reason why Peggy thought that the spirit had settled into their house was because she, having been acquaintances of this family, had acquired some of their furniture.
Don't take the furniture.
So she died on this couch.
Just one.
Can we have it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can just take it then.
You can take it. It's totally haunted.
Yeah,
It's gonna ruin your life.
That's great, but it's free.
Yeah, you can take it.
And I can squat all over it.
Yeah, it's gonna ruin your life. It's totally haunted.
Great.
Yeah.
Now, once the activity started, she threw all that furniture out.
Good.
But she was convinced that the spirit had stayed behind. And speaking of Peggy's sensitivity, she said she could always tell when the poltergeist was about to make trouble, as she'd get a headache in the same spot in her head right before everything went to hell every time.
And I got to tell you, it's different than the other pains me got. Yeah, I got hook feet. You know what I mean? I got sandy ankles. There's everything down there. I got rag lung.
Hold on. You got rag lung.
I got rag lung from
Have you used the liquefy tool for the new Clip Studio Paint update? People are raving over it. Meanwhile, I don't know how to really use it properly. Okay, what is the liquefy tool? Let me look it up. I've never heard of it.
When the Hodgson family was down the street at Peggy's brother's house, a plastic rod toy suddenly materialized
Let's
in front of
see.
Peggy's sister-in-law as she was pouring tea.
And that is one of the most rare forms of poltergeist activity, and it happens while following them. It just pops up. It follows her. It follows Janet.
Yeah,
It follows Janet.
it follows Janet, but not too far, which we'll find out later. That's the interesting thing, is that it follows Janet, but it only follows her so far.
It's kind of cool though.
Like
too,
Wi-Fi.
If you're Janet.
Again, it's like Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Oh.
Now then came the apparitions, seen not just by Playfair, Gross, or the Hodgsons, but neighbors as well. The brother saw the first
Okay,
one. He saw
blend.
a light a foot tall burning in the Hodgsons'
And
window.
then you
slowly
go
away.
to...
The idea of walking into a house, because he walked over in one house and there was just, it looked like a floating fluorescent bulb was just in front of him.
Now,
Ooh, a hip house.
in that same day, both Vic Nottingham and Peggy saw an old woman with gray hair appear in different windows, completely independent of each other. And later on, young Johnny saw an apparition of an old man with big white teeth.
I don't see it.
Clean, disgusting, nice, English, American-looking teeth.
Don't worry there, mate. It's just me, Jimmy Savile.
Oh, nothing can go wrong here. Jesus, he scrapes her name in the back of his record store wall. Ugh. God.
The incident with the old woman happened only a month into the case, and already 15 people
Liquefy.
had seen something and were convinced that something paranormal
Where is
was
it?
happening in the house. That's when Playfair made the first.
I
of his
can't
hundreds
find.
of
I
audio
can't find the
recordings,
liquefy
hiding the
tool.
recorder in the Hodgson house to see if the phenomena still occurred when no one outside of the Hodgsons were present.
Why can't
Honestly, this
I
is where the
find
research- their
it?
idea of trying to get unfettered, like unbiased information that they could put down gets a little creepy. Yeah, because they definitely put
it's
cameras
not
inside
there.
little girls' rooms without them knowing.
Okay,
They'll sit there. I don't think that they're
so
creepy. I
alright,
don't think that
so
Gross
The
was
situation's kind of creepy.
I think they're sexless. I think Gross
Oh,
and
I don't
Playfair
think
do not
anything
think
like that
about
was
it.
going on.
I
Okay.
actually do think they are like the sort of things that we would think like, that's a little creepy, like that's a little sexual and weird. It just doesn't cross their mind at all.
Well, they're ghost hunting.
Yeah, they're
focus.
searching for the truth. They're real scientists.
Yeah.
Unemotional
Get
Spocks.
out of there.
Slow down.
Now, the audio on that first
When my
recording
lap,
wasn't
I
great
tried
as
to
the
download
family
it.
was
There's
watching
a
Escape
2
from the Planet of the
notification to
Apes that
keep.
night,
I
while
keep
the recorder
getting
was
when I
going.
open.
real monkeys here. Think they're displaying monkeys. Hold on, no,
I can't
mother.
find.
Yeah, look over
Can't
me
find
like,
it.
well,
Well,
a
show
monkey
me.
would have a monkey's face now, wouldn't it? Yeah, act this, go act this face.
0
Janet, you are the
comments.
smartest one.
We're trying to
Great.
get the ghosts on audio here
Fucking
if you want to keep
awesome.
it down during this.
Fucking incredible.
Yeah,
I think it's a mode. It's a mode?
This box showed me monkeys. It showed me wars.
Should I rename you
VHS
Fishball?
player.
The escape from the
fish
Planet of the Apes
bowls.
was being watched very loudly.
It gives
but
that fish ball
the
effect.
Knox still
You mean the fish eye?
It's very
The hollow
interesting
knocks.
because it sounds like a recording of a knock is being played in the house. It's a very hollow sound. It
Please
doesn't sound
don't
like it's
eat
there. It sounds
me
like everything's
with
fake.
ice cream.
Yeah.
It's very
I'll eat you
interesting.
with
It moves
ice cream.
around.
You
It
know what? I'll
moves
eat you
from
with
the
custard.
walls, to the ceiling.
I'll
And
eat
what
you
they
with
said about the Knox
custard
as
just
well
like the
is,
doctor.
sound,
Ew.
It sounded like it came from inside the wall.
You know,
so inside the
don't-
ceiling, because right
ooh.
above Maurice Gross, he said one time.
That's
he heard
not
a
his
knock.
name.
The floor was carpeted.
His name
Right
is
above
the
floor in
doctor.
The room right above him was carpeted. but the
You know,
knock
like the
did not
Doctor
sound
Who.
Like a hand rapping on a carpeted,
Maybe a
muffled
little-
floor. It sounded hollow. It sounded like it came from inside.
Possible a little rodent. Is it a rodent
I mean,
knocking there, trying to get in?
That was actually Peggy Hodgson's like running joke. Like she just say, "Well, and Morris back."
It says you go to the cursor, then there's a mode option, then you switch to push it.
They were trying to
Okay.
make their way to America.
All right.
Aw.
The play had
Cursor.
been arranged for a husband and wife team of mediums named Annie and George Shaw to drop by the Hodgson house to see if they could make some
Okay.
sort of contact with this thing.
Sure.
Who
Annie sat down
knows?
and told the Hodgsons that the spirit
I
was
don't-
most likely going to speak through her.
I don't
but there was
know.
no reason to be afraid. She invited the spirit in and immediately
I'm going
let
to
out a
save
witchy
just in
cackle.
case. So
I thought a
view.
fart could be funny. But that's just me.
And then she spat at her husband, who quietly responded with,
I've been spattered by better people than you. Now look at this. Look and see. We'll show you how to put it right.
And then Annie replied,
Gozer, help me, LV, come here, Gozer.
and this is where Dan Aykroyd got the name Gozer from.
It's true because he's brought up this book, "This House is Haunted," several times.
Oh my goodness.
He is us.
Yeah,
He is, I love Dan Aykroyd.
Yeah,
He's
because
hilarious.
this book came out in 1980, and you know, and around and he started writing the Ghostbusters script around this time. Of course, like Dan Aykroyd, he just eats this stuff up. He loves paranormal stuff, and he said himself that Gozer is where they got it from because they wanted something that had some sort of real world connection.
He totally believes in aliens as well. There's a documentary where he's talking about aliens,
Unplugged on UFOs,
but then he talks about how he just like slept through it. He's like, I didn't get out of bed, and that's the whole story. But it's like, get out of bed. You're an alien aficionado.
He's tired.
Anyway,
so George described Gozer as, quote,
A nasty piece of work. A sort of black magic chap.
No.
LV, on the other hand, was said by George to be an elemental, which is a lower form of energy that does all the day-to-day ghost stuff for higher powers.
I
A
don't know.
lot like what the Greys do in the Alien
Hope
world.
Raven's
Yes, and also sort of like what
is
Slenderman
going
and
all
Foxy's
right.
do.
Has
when they're
she
not
stopped
being
back in since? No. I can send you a vid
we need to get into this.
if that would be easier. Way easier.
Sit around their hole while they scream, wondering if they
That
can
was
take
last.
it.
We don't need to revisit the horniness of the last episode.
Also, nice job in the
really
face.
interesting
Oh,
that,
thank
you know,
you.
like, there's
I
so
was trying to
many,
go for spooky.
connections between
I was
the
trying to
ghost
go
world
for
and the
spooky
alien
mad
world.
doctor.
For fucking years.
Yeah, like
and I will
everyone who's
continue to
into
say
them
it.
are divorced, unhealthy,
Which I feel is exact. I feel like I
I
captured
realize that
spooky
at some
mad
point- At some
doctor.
point, I will have to abandon you, my friends, my family,
Mm-hmm.
and go somewhere and really get to the bottom of the UFO scenario.
You
I
wanna
know
see
I will do
something
that. I know
spooky?
I
Didn't
will
you do
get to
that
the bottom
Monday
of it.
night? We had a little
He
campaign.
ripped open my eyes, and I saw the body parts of all these people.
I was watching the Defiant ones. I was watching Dr. Dre and being like, I'm like
I
him.
couldn't believe it. It was frightening beyond all reason. I just couldn't.
Paranormal activity are
No
connected
way.
to, it's projections of our brain somewhere between another entity using us as a conduit to basically create them, and then that relationship is
Please.
completely psychedelic.
I'm
I also
so
believe
scared.
that they also have a consciousness. So
I think it looks huggable. Do you have a 5-finger discount on all arms? Red 7 standing by.
So,
I mean, yes, but I'm used to that kind of face, so. Oh, yeah, normal day-to-day face over here.
After the session, George and Annie went about quote-unquote healing Janet's aura, and it worked for a little while at least. The Hodgson house was quiet for about a week before the activity started back up again. The bed shook, sheets were torn off the bed, and the knocks got so loud that they were heard by the Nottinghams next door. And the classic
wanna see
bowls of water
something
started
spooky?
appearing as well, just as they had in the Black Monk of Pontefract case and in many
Hey,
other
Paul, will I ever
poltergeist
find
cases.
love?
Then
Floppy?
it started to get violent.
Looks like every satisfying customer I ever had when they saw me driving up with their food. Rip Floppy. I hope you have an amazing, great stream tonight.
One night, Janet said an
Oh my
apparition of an
God.
old man
Floppy,
sat in a chair next to her bed and put
no.
her hand over her mouth and nose, suffocating her.
Rip
Later,
Floppy.
she said she saw another old man sitting on her bed. That old man looked like Vic Nottingham's father. And actually, Janet had a very good relationship with Vic Nottingham's father. He was very friendly to her.
Be
and
right
she
back.
thought that, like, oh, grandfather
I will go
Nottingham is here to protect me from the bad old man.
Welcome in, Kitty Cat. Lovely artwork you shared. Yes, you have such great artwork, Kitty Cat.
Very strange scenario.
Now, I once woke up in the middle of the night and saw an apparition of my grandmother sitting on my bed.
What? At least she was sitting on her bed. You know what I mean? Wink.
Whenever I think of these plastic gloves, I think of the smell that they have.
I mean, it might have been some sort like,
And like all spookiness leaves me because I think of food service.
And yeah, there was an apparition sitting on my bed, and it, looked exactly like her.
Was it just your because grandparents just want to be around young people?
She had died. She was dead.
Was dead. Well, you didn't mention that key.
And or doctor visits.
She had died years earlier.
Well, Market.
Why would I be mentioning my grandmother sitting on my bed if she wasn't dead? I thought that was a given.
Yeah, which is his grandmother just showed up and she didn't like.
And where the lady would have to stick that thing down my throat.
He would have said that.
You know the throat thing that they do? The throat thing that they put down your throat and they touch your...
And I've been working on it for about a week. So now I'm going to show you how I use Grammarly to...
Floppy, don't hinge your life on the 8-ball. It's just a list of random comments. Latex. Are they the powdered or unpowdered? Or XL or large only, please. Tongue suppressor. No, the thing that they do...
I didn't know my writing contains so many run-on
The thing that they jab down at your fucking uvula, if your kink is kink shaming and someone shames your kink, do you get turned on or do you get offended? Both? Probably both.
Comma here. Affect and effect always get me.
And it's probably the hottest thing ever.
It's time to check for plagiarism. And looks like I forgot to add a citation here. It's good looking out. Grammarly gives me peace of mind when I'm writing, but what I like more is that it's also
probably
teaching me how to write and
the hottest thing they've ever had.
So if you're a student, you're gonna be happy you got Grammarly.
The cotton swab. Ugh. Well, it probably goes a little something like this. How could you fucking say that about kink shaming that person? How dare you? How dare you?
Are you being an obstructionist? You're sitting there, you're being bold. You're being a
And then it's like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Now, Ben, before you
How
say to take
dare
the goddamn
you
chair out of the room if it was causing so much trouble,
have such a dirty fucking kink. That's just disgusting.
Very thorough.
All right. But in one of the most dangerous incidents, the poltergeist instead.
People want you to respect them and stuff like that, and you're just kink shaming them all day.
Killed him.
Wow.
How
And not too long after,
disgusting.
the entity tore the iron frame from the fireplace, which was cemented into brick, and bent the pipe.
Yeah, it's
attached
probably
to it
like that.
at a 32-degree angle. And if this is true, there was
Tongue
no
suppressor
way an 11-year-old
and
girl
throat
and a
swab.
7-year-old boy could have done this.
If this was Russia and maybe they were put into like a strongman competition from like an early age, which I could see it, but honestly, it was a bent pipe. If you see the picture of it, it's bent all the way back. It's a crazy. It's just one of those incidences where you look at it, we're like, that's not possible.
A Wisconsin farm boy might have been able to do it, but these are city folks.
Yeah, these are city folks. And again, that all depends on whether you believe them when they say that they didn't bend the pipe. You can always say, well, they just bent that pipe
Man,
themselves.
just when I was about
yeah, little kids
to have a good fight today.
I'm not even talking about the kids. I mean, I'm talking about like Guy Playfair and
It seemed like these guys would do it because
No,
so
you're
nerdily
fine,
invested
General,
in
you're
poltergeist
fine.
activity that it might ruin it for him.
But we also know that a lot of times
Murph,
people will fake
you're
evidence in order to
fine.
juice what they really believe.
Of course,
Yeah,
or
they
things.
think it's worth it.
The
because at
internet
least they
provider
get the
signal
stories.
decided to
Sam Roenick is the perfect example of
no
that. Sam
internet
Roenick,
for you.
obviously the UFO
Oh,
guy, the
fuck.
one that the Netflix
Oh,
documentary
fuck,
is based
I
on. He
can't
obviously was
believe it's
making shit
done
up
this.
after a while. It was like he
Again.
faked all his YouTube videos, but the original videos he had of orbs and the things he saw, I think, are completely legit. And then at some point, but you want to sell.
If anyone is
message,
going
so
to,
you gotta
You
juice
gotta
it.
fake it.
Yeah.
yeah,
these
they're King
incidents-
Smog.
these are
It's
just a
mine
few of the over
for preferring
400 that
missionary
happened
over
in the
all
first
else
few
after
months.
witnessing the
Naturally,
internet.
Clarksons needed a holiday, so they were off to Clacton-on-Sea for a week to gather
I
themselves.
don't understand how many times I hear stories about like the UK like beach vacation spots, and it all just sounds like places where like you sit in a rocking chair and you die on the beach. It's just cold. It's like 30 degrees out there, and the beach is all rocks.
Yep. Just
You know,
look
like-
at a pile of garbage bags.
But the night before they left, Playfair took some advice from the oldest living member of the SPR, a one Dr. E.J. Dingwall.
I love this guy. I really love this guy.
Dingwall said if the ghost was rapping, it was time to rap back.
And sometimes when you get in there, you got to throw down your dopest lyrics. You've got to smash them with your mama jibes and jibes about how you have more money and street power than him and how your gat will fire multiple rounds before his can.
The old British rap battle.
The rapping and knocking.
Look at that.
It's
Your mother
knocking.
sits around the house. That's kind of fun.
Now, what follows is an actual audio recording of Maurice Grosse communicating with the spirit using knocks. 1 for no, 2 for yes.
Also, I will note, most people do say you should not actually communicate with the poltergeist because it says it encourages the behavior. Things are going to increase and get worse. And what do we find out in this case?
Boom.
That's exactly what happens.
Oh, much worse.
Knock 1 for no and 2 for yes. Are you a male spirit? 1 for no and 2 for yes.
1 for no, 2 for yes.
That's 2. You are a male spirit. Did you used to live in this house? You did. Was it more than 50 years ago? Yes. Did you die in this house? Did you pass on? You did pass on in this house. Now, why are you here? Are you unhappy? You're not unhappy. But why are you here? Is it because you want to give us a special message? No.
No.
You don't want to give us a
I don't
special
want to give you any
message.
fucking messages. How about that? How about that shit?
Oh, right. As I asked the question, are you having a game with me? It's through the cardboard box and the pillow right in my face. Well, thank you very much. That was a very good answer.
Wow, that's so cool.
It's kind of cool. So literally, a box flew off the table, hit him in the
Wow.
face, and I did hear her in the background, "Oh, crumbs."
They are a fun bunch.
Yeah, that box, it flew 8 feet with such a force that it made a swishing sound as it flew.
And if you sit and listen to that footage alone with headphones on, like I did, and Marcus did too.
Oh yeah,
which is good because we're the new version of Guy Playfair and Maurice Grosse, but we're gonna make it sexy. We're gonna make it new. We're gonna make it fun. But
Not
you,
dull.
You can hear,
But
the
not
knocks are
though.
coming from different places in a room. It's like sounds farther away and then it's closer. It's kind of fun. It's fun stuff.
Yeah.
Scary stuff.
Yeah, in Grosse and Playfair, they tried to replicate the sound of the box swishing through the air, but no matter how many times they threw that box across the little girl's room, they could not reproduce it.
This is such a fun place to be a kid.
Yeah.
It is.
Oh, I gotta say, shame on you. Shame on you.
Activity seemed to happen
What's your
around
king?
him a hell of a lot more than it happened around
What can I
anyone
do for
else
you,
apart from
M.
Bailey himself.
Shigar?
In fact, it rarely even happened in Playfair's presence. Now, some people think that there is a connection between how much one is open to the experience and how much one actually experiences, but skeptics say that's just proof that one.
All I gotta
hears
say
and
is I'm
sees
on you.
what one
Oh,
wants to
JK.
hear.
Yeah, I had to buy a data pack for internet. Now using my phone. No, I don't know how I'm supposed to RP for Nightbot, considering that's a silent protagonist it expects me to roleplay as. Does anyone have a mortar and pestle as well as some random herbs? I need to grind to appease Nightbot, Rip General. No, sad General. No, poor boy.
Emotionally closer to him, it's almost like she's letting him
Derek
in on more of the
16.
if it's coming from her own brain.
Dangerous.
That's some, those are some cute emotes.
The more likely it is.
Those
that
are
you're
some
gonna see
very
it. Why haven't
cute.
you seen anything yet, Henry?
I don't know.
It's weird.
You want it too much. You're too desperate.
I'm out there. I'm looking for it. I watched the skies when Natalie has been, because Natalie been out of town, so I've been alone. So I've had a lot more like one thing I did last night. I was out last night. I drank a bunch of whiskey alone again, and I got a bottle of white wine. And I drank most of that, and I just sat on my stoop, just looking at the skies, just looking for UFOs all the time. They don't
living like the woman in the Notebook, just staring at the heavens,
I just
trying
do
to
that
remember the past.
I'm always looking for UFOs. I put myself in scary situations, not really. But I put it, I look for ghosts, but they don't come.
You put yourself in an ooky spooky situation.
I try to.
Yeah.
What do you do? How do you do that?
Just walk into weird spots.
Now, interestingly, when the Hodgsons went on holiday to Clacton-on-Sea, the only incident was when Peggy Hodgson was woken up by the sound of a dog barking coming from Janet's bed. But that will only become important in part 2 of this series. And when the Hodgsons returned, the activity picked up right where it left off. A sofa levitated 4 feet off the ground. Janet was thrown 8 feet out of a chair. The entity even managed to freeze Margaret on the stairs, and she was only able to move with the help of Maurice Gross.
And the way
Still a fun house. It's not bad.
But they said the way they described the touch was that it felt like pressure. Like it felt like a cold pressure wrapping around them, almost like a wind tunnel wrapping around them, and all of a sudden they just can't fucking move.
Yeah. Now then the messages started. Peggy called out to the spirit, asking it to write down any messages it had so they could all stop with the goddamn knocking. Much to her surprise, 5 minutes later, she found a message on top of the fridge. It said,
"I will stay in this house. Do not read this to anyone else, or I will retaliate."
Now, it is true that the paper came from one of Janet's notebooks, but Peggy stresses that she was in the kitchen the whole time after calling out to the spirit, and there was no way for one of the kids to sneak in without her noticing. The next message showed up on the living room table. It said,
"Can I have it?"
Have confidence.
No confidence.
Gonna double meeting.
No confidence.
April, am I loved? I just got a letter. I wonder what's inside.
Crumpled and torn, appeared next to it, even though Peggy said she was
cigar.
alone in the room.
It's almost
Later
the
that day, Peggy's
cigar, but
ex-husband
not
showed up
quite.
at the house
The name is
to make
easier
his monthly
to
child support payments.
Just thrown at her with a fucking grocery bag full of pennies.
initiating
every time he showed up.
than the spellcasting system was to use by a mile.
Like he didn't believe any of
To
this stuff. So he'd just show up, give her
enunciate.
the money, laugh at her. A lot of times he had his
Am I
much
am I
younger,
loved?
much
'Tis
more
best if you
attractive
pray
new
for the
wife
soul
right on
of
his
your
arm.
friend.
It's like a movie where they're just like,
Don't ask me questions. It'll give you shit post answers.
And I mean, like, now that she's kind of hoping, I think in a little bit too, it's being like she's also kind of attracted to Maurice Gross, trying to keep him around, and Maurice is just bathing in all the attention.
Yeah,
could be.
And he's married. You know,
Yeah.
he's a happily married man. Yeah.
What's she up to
And-
during all this?
The wife?
His wife.
Patiently waiting.
Look at that.
Now, Peggy, going against the entity's instructions, showed the ex-husband the message in a bid to get him to take her seriously. Immediately after he left, she realized what she'd done and apologized to the spirit, saying she hadn't remembered the last part of the message. And another paper appeared on the table that said,
"A misunderstanding. Don't do it again. I know who that was."
That guy's scary sounding. Yeah. But it also must be mentioned that the handwriting was pretty damn close to Janet's.
I think that this was obviously because she did admit to faking some stuff, and I
That's
think
pretty
that this
intelligent stuff for an 11-year-old.
I think that when you're watching Beware the Slender Man, the new HBO doc, and well, I guess it's not that new; it's like a couple months old, and about the two little girls that stabbed their friend,
In
according
Wisconsin,
to like to Slender Man's whims. The lead girl in that, Morgan, I think has the traits of a psychopath, and I don't buy anything that she says, saying that she believes that Slender Man wants her to join and have her go go to the mansion, do this, I don't believe anything. I think that little kids are surprisingly capable of doing like very ornate hoaxes and very clever things. And I think that this is the most innocent thing that you could do. This is literally her trying to make her mom feel better, like trying to like do a thing. And she saw her mom be so upset that she just did this little joke. Not a joke, but like be like maybe this will help her.
Yeah, it's kind of scary though.
And you know, if she was able to pull this entire thing off, that's a pretty damn good trick for an 11-year-old girl.
Oh yeah, between her and Lisa Simpson, I don't know who's smarter.
Oh my god.
Oh my.
Well, either way.
I've seen The Exorcist.
Either way, that doesn't explain how Janet
People steal mother's credit card.
Night, sometimes followed by Margaret being thrown as well.
You're still here. No, don't listen to A-Ball. It's not real advice.
Over and over again.
It's shitpost.
She pronounced it Mamai.
Mamai.
Do not listen to 8-Ball. Everyone, please. 8-Ball is just shitpost, not fucking real life. Please.
He'll kill you.
Yeah, and she did.
I don't want people being like, well, Goat Chimera,
really interesting
what do you have to say on the stand?
It's actually a French word.
I don't think I'm liable for any of this.
Swallow whole. 2.
I mean,
easily without evidence.
Just saying, I don't think I am.
To take a shitload of acid or ecstasy.
Seriously?
Whoa.
Yeah.
Cool.
Go Bill.
Go Bell.
Go Bear.
I'm sure I'm not pronouncing that right, and I'm sure people will let me know.
No, we don't have a lot of French-speaking people.
BRB. All right. I'm Arson. Can I believe Go?
There's plenty
Don
of
Knotts?
people that think they're very clever speaking French out there.
Go Bear. Go Bear.
Gober.
I just want to say go Bears, and then I say Pack Attack is on the attack. Go Pack, go. Come on.
Peggy even tried taking Janet to get some mental help at a hospital, especially after these trances, but nothing.
You're a wizard, Harry.
Welcome to Hogwarts.
Seemed to get through to her. The only thing that seemed to calm her or the activity down for any period of time was spirit mediums.
Well, also, Peggy was anti any psychiatrist seeing Janet at all because she blamed the son that appears to be sent away for no reason. She blames a psychiatrist for doing that to him, which also then
we don't know what he did.
I don't know what he did.
No,
I just see him with the Halloween mask on, like little Michael Myers after stabbing 3 or 4 babysitters.
It was your fault, psychologist.
In fact, in the very beginning, when I think it was when Fallows told her that he was going to contact the Society for Psychical Research, she fainted because she thought that Psychical was more psychiatrists who were going to send Janet away as well.
It's a whole room of them.
Oh, that's true.
Burn the room.
Burn it down.
Now, the second set of mediums, named Luis Gasparetto and Elsie Dubugras, came from Brazil. When they arrived at the Hodgson house, they first went upstairs to get into contact with their spirit guides.
I love Brazil.
That's all he's got.
Don't even worry about it.
I don't know.
Mexico and Brazil are very far apart from each other.
Brazil's more like, Is that, do they have a lot there?
That's Germany.
Yeah, somebody. That's closer.
No, it's like,
I don't know. What's the name of those loud things that they play during soccer matches? The Vizula? I don't know.
When the two Brazilians came back down, they yelled at Janet for a while in both English and Portuguese, and Janet was perfectly fine again. Now, this is what Elsie wrote about what she thought was wrong with Janet.
I see this child, Janet, in the Middle Ages, a cruel and wanton woman who caused suffering to families of yeomen. Some of these seem to have come back now to get even with her and her family.
That's scary stuff.
Yeah. Now, both Louise and Elsie claim that Janet was an extremely powerful medium and should begin training at once to control her powers. Kind of like a Jedi.
Oh.
It's kind of cool.
It's kind
That
of
would be
like a
awesome.
Jedi.
She should have went to Brazil. Can you imagine that? Having chosen that life instead, leave fucking this horrible place in the UK. Go to Brazil where it's nothing but sunshine, people with their tits out, big, beautiful butts,
Beautiful
and like horn
people.
music.
Men are very attractive too.
Everything,
hairy,
papayas.
and sometimes not hairy. Yeah.
And of course, Janet
720 good foods, 1080p. Now that's a meal.
Yes. She's still around, huh?
Yeah,
Yes,
she's just in her like early 50s. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, because she was, 11 and 19.
Oh, okay.
She looks, not to, belabor the point, but she looks haunted.
She looks haunted. She looks extremely haunted at all times.
Kind of tired.
Yeah. But after that particular spirit healing session, Janet fell into another trance pretty soon after they left. This time, though, she started drawing pictures.
But I think it's interesting because Luis, one of the Brazilian mediums, his main thing was drawing pictures, doing automatic pictures.
Yeah.
And it was kind of like maybe she saw that and saw what he did, or that was like a thing that he didn't do it there, but that's what he does.
Well, Playfair said that they never mentioned it in front of her, what it was that he actually did, because he would channel like Renoir and like draw pictures in his style. Now, Janet, she started drawing pictures of blood and knives, or just the word blood over and over and over again. The only picture with any meaning was one of a woman with blood pouring from her neck and the name Watson written underneath. When Playfair asked Peggy if she knew any Watsons, Peggy replied that the couple who lived in the house before them 12 years earlier had been named Watson. Peggy revealed that Mr. Watson had died in the house. As for Mrs. Watson, she had died not too long afterward up the road from a tumor in her throat, just like Janet had drawn.
She's killing people with her drawings.
Wow.
And that's where we'll pause.
Cool. All right, we got ourselves a real poltergeist here.
Oh, yeah, we'll be back next week with the conclusion of the Enfield poltergeist.
The activity only
Enfield
escalates.
poltergeist.
It gets creepier.
Eye Care Associates doctors know that true care is about more than eyeglasses and contacts.
There's no place to escape to.
Poltergeist opened the metal door of the refrigerator so hard that it hit the Hodgson stove and left a large dent.
Now, do we know for a fact that Norm from Cheers wasn't just drunken in their house at midnight?
No, he's an American. It was Mr. Belvedere.
Oh, I see. I apologize.
But it would do innocuous things as well, such as when it lifted a pile of folded clothes off the kitchen table and tossed them 5 feet away to the floor.
I'm supposed to eat
folded,
my monitor?
view of Gross,
What's 4K
Playfair,
then?
and the family.
And
A luxury meal in the best place you ever have. Is that an ad? Quality of the video. It's not a physical thing.
Evil.
Yeah.
That's the thing we talk
I
about.
guess
all
it
the time, is
isn't.
that when you
I
call
don't
them
know.
poltergeists, is that they normally do things that are very kind of like mischievous. When they just do it to annoy you.
Very juvenile, huh?
It's very juvenile. It's like, and they say it's like there's a child in the room. Except you don't want it to be sitting on your lap.
Definitely not.
Wait, do you want children to be sitting in your lap?
Why would you go down this road,
No,
Marcus?
I'm saying,
Of course, he's
I'm
in a
just
tiny,
saying I
weird
don't want
Polish
it to.
lap.
I do not want it to.
All right.
Well, fairly soon after Janet's picture drawing exhibition with the Brazilians, she and sister Margaret started sharing dreams, yelling at each other in their sleep. And in one incident, Margaret yelled,
Go away, you 10 little things, running about, destroying things. Like a little Dr. Seuss.
Oh, that's kind of fun.
That's a cute little rhyme.
Playfair and Gross knew that the girls weren't faking, as they had performed the inappropriate if it was anyone else sleeping tests on them, such as forcing their eyelids apart and tickling their armpits.
Just thank God for these kids. They didn't wake up during that. How horrifying is it? You're like, no, just making sure you were asleep. I was asleep before you opened my eyelids.
It does seem inappropriate, but I'm from the SPR, so this is a part of our exercises. I need to suck an olive out of her belly button, and if she doesn't respond, she's asleep. Let me just stay asleep, little girl. Stay asleep.
Would you stop treating me like a human martini, please?
But they did find that the girls would answer questions during these dream episodes. Margaret was asked just what those 10 little things running about destroying things were, to which she replied,
Number 1 is a baby. Number 2 is a little girl. 3 is a big girl. 4 is a very young girl, about 15. 5 is a very old lady. 6 is a young boy. 7 is getting on to about 18. 8 is an old man. Number 9, I don't know what it is.
I'm comparing quality by the kind of food, not like if it's actually edible thing. Well,
Good Lord. Up to that point, it's just.
what if you're about to? What if you are what you eat? Does that mean General is a luxury render?
Frank Watson.
That
Watson being the
I wouldn't be surprised.
How many times have I woken up in the night? Frank Watson.
It's a baby. It's a little
Watson was the same
baby.
name that Janet had written underneath the picture of the wooden bleeding from her throat. Remember from the end of last episode. And when
So, you
Margaret
do
was
this
asked
shit.
who Watson was,
Yeah.
Margaret said,
The man who died in the chair downstairs.
That is creepy.
See, it's cute. It's creepy like that, but then if you say it, be like,
Then
the
you
man who died in
see
the
what
chair
you did there,
downstairs.
and then
Then
you
it becomes
go.
like silly. Yeah, that was like
Yeah,
someone's
yeah.
leading a tour around downtown London.
Yeah, or the spookiest house in
All
public
right,
housing.
that part.
the neighbors later confirmed that Frank Watson had indeed died in a chair from a brain hemorrhage in
Excellent.
the living room.
Wow. I gotta say, that is how you want to go. On a lazy boy, aneurysm, boom.
It's done.
Awesome.
Oh, yeah.
If that was a thing,
Now
does that
they
mean you
proved that
would
they
be
could
able
use
to
the
taste the goat
unconscious to, at the very
stream
least, glean
and goat
information
itself?
from the entity.
Oh, man.
Playfair decided to hypnotize Janet to see if he could get any more information. To do this,
fucking
he brought in
hypnotism.
SPR member Dr. Ian Fletcher. Now, apart from being a hypnotist, Dr. Fletcher was a surgeon and a member of the Magic Circle, which is a British organization dedicated to the advancement of the art of illusory magic with a C, not to be confused with ritual magic with a K.
Thank you, Dog Meat. Thank you again, always saying that, because it comes down to, yes, there are parlor tricks. All right, there are parlor tricks. There are things that are to be used for deceivement and for amusement. But then there are other things for used for accentuating your ability to make things happen in your reality. And I'm glad, and this man was just really good at making coins appear out of children.
I get the feeling that all of the elastic on his underwear is overstretched, and I don't know why.
Yes, very large man.
So Dr. Fletcher drew Janet into a trance and started asking questions. And the first few questions were mostly about what had been happening in the house over the last few months, and Janet's answers all matched up with the evidence and testimony at hand. Then Fletcher asked a question that debunkers often point towards as proof that the girls were faking the whole damn thing. When Dr. Fletcher asked if Janet knew who had been causing all the activity, she said,
Me and my sister.
But people who use this as proof are completely ignoring all of the answers Janet gave following this one. When Fletcher asked why she thought she and her sister were to blame, she said,
Don't know.
Fletcher then asked who started the trouble, and Janet said,
None of us.
And when Fletcher asked what the case of the trouble was, Janet depressingly replied,
An increase in unhappiness.
Oh, man. It is incredibly sad. I'm almost wondering if the government needs to go and maybe take the kids away.
I don't know. I'm not saying that. It just seems like these kids are so sad.
They're just depressed. You can't take away children for being depressed.
All right. That's true. That's big.
Literally-
That's nanny state stuff. I got it.
One of the nicknames of London is Foggy Old London Town. It is a foggy, sad place. An increase in unhappiness is expected. It's like mostly Dr. Fletcher's immediately being like, well, you should probably have a stiff upper lip then, because it only gets worse than this.
Yeah.
Can't wait till you have to line up for tea bags when we're in World War III.
Now that I wonder what would be taste of a stream, the colors, the paintings, and the software, and the goat, and the audio.
According to her answers, she never really paid much mind to Maurice Gross and Guy Playfair, despite them being almost constant fixtures in her life for the previous 3
You know,
months.
Goat Stream, when he started doing edible streams, all I thought about it, it sounded very delightful, and I was excited about it, and then I tasted it, and it tasted exactly like a 31-year-old man with software
Growing up in Wisconsin,
that
when you were allowed to be drunk at 8 as long as you
and
were in the
hard
kid.
plastic, so it wasn't very enjoyable.
Snake eyes, and then you have
Not trying to be rude to him, a very nice man, but
We used to wear
he's
a lot of later
he doesn't taste
You wouldn't believe it.
Did you?
very delicious. He just kind of tastes like a 31-year-old man.
I have to see it.
Yeah, we were a cute family.
Did you?
I think
were they,
Goat is
like, handed
delightful.
down from family?
No, I think they were bought specially for us kids.
Drunk stream,
Part of assimilating into our German culture.
I can't drunk stream, hell yeah.
Thank you, Henry.
Well, really, we're talking
I
about.
don't think
right now,
that'll
we're
ever
talking
happen.
About, Guy Playfair.
You're
Maurice
getting your
Gross
hopes
being
up for
regarded
nothing.
by Janet as merely like pieces of furniture, just something that she has to deal with. But this is all.
So if you're a person that wants to grow, you have to have a strong training arm, coaching arm.
only like 3 months into the whole thing. So as we talked about in the last episode, Janet kind of treating these guys as father figures. They were around for for almost 2 years. So it could be that relationship developed as time went on. And as we'll see, that relationship does in fact develop. Now, following the hypnotism session, the entity began bending spoons, as was the style at the time. In the late 70s, a self-proclaimed psychic named Uri Geller got famous for going on TV and bending spoons, seemingly with his mind. He currently uses this power to sell cornflakes in the UK.
It's sort of fake. This is one of the more fake behaviors in the entire haunting is the spoon bending.
Yeah.
That is a thing that I think that she watched on TV and she did because they had very thin silverware because this was working class United Kingdom.
Yep.
They are not, they did not have the heavy china.
Yeah.
Isn't the Queen's like silverware there?
And this is like 1977, so shit was really, really bad in the UK at this time. So the poltergeist, or Janet, depending on who you ask, took a cue from the spoon bending craze and started bending spoons all around the house. Peggy Hutchin actually saw it happen with her own eyes twice, with each spoon bending in exactly the same spot.
Gotta go pee. I'll be right back.
That's the interesting part about the spoon bending. That's also, if you believe Peggy Hutchin.
No, it was
Drunk
very
hot
exact,
tub
and
stream.
also
Sounds like a toaster bathtub combo to me.
Possibly left by Janet. That kind of shit where it's like it's a very complicated hoax. Janet needs to.
Oh man, you know hot tubs, those things that are quite dangerous and you shouldn't get into because they are literally boiling pots of water that keeps surface tension the whole time and can hold lots of horrible fucking things in it.
Well, this right here, after the spoon bending, this is when
because it's not hot enough to kill germs.
As we said in our
it is hot enough to warm water. It is not hot enough to kill germs, which actually creates more germs.
By the sound of a dog barking coming from her children's bunk.
And it creates a lot of germs. So fungus, STD? Oh, no. It's, there has been studies of like, there's this one thing that they recently stopped, which was a hot tub, thing. I think they still do it, but like recently they've stopped it. But people have gotten sick and horribly like gangrenous things happening to them. I'll be right back.
You don't get catcalled. You just get, hey big guy, hey big guy.
No, but some of them you can tell are just like, I'd like to ask you out on a date, but because of social standards and the homosexuality that is not looked upon positively within the community that I'm currently working with, I cannot sexually hit on you, but I can say, you play basketball?
I got barked at by a construction worker, and it was an attempt to scare me.
It happens to all of us. Well, concerning Janet whistling, Janet had particularly large teeth at this age.
This is what I'm saying.
Like,
hold on.
Huge. Like, you know how like when I hit puberty, my hands and my feet were the first things to grow. My hands and my feet are still at 6 foot tall, still grossly outsized for my body.
They are.
But they were the first things to grow when I hit puberty, so I was about 6 inches shorter. With Janet, the first thing to grow on her was her teeth.
Like a mule?
Like a mule.
Wow.
She is somewhere between a mule and she's got like an old English man's mouth. Inside of a little girl's body.
I'm coming back, I'm sitting down.
These gigantic teeth made it impossible for her to whistle.
Oh, she can't whistle with these.
Gangrene is not a mild thing. It's kind of fucking bad. Yeah. No, gangrene is gangrenous. In gangrene, yeah.
Like the toenails of Jim Carrey in Dumb and Dumber.
But Playfair and Gross reason that if the poltergeist
you want to get it,
make
Bass?
noise, then it could ostensibly speak. And so contact was made. Present at the first communication, aside from Gross and Playfair,
All
two
right.
other SPR members.
Have a good
named
lurk,
Anita Gregory
Bowd.
and John Belloff.
Hey guys, what if you buy bath water?
From that first attempt at communication.
You say hot water, I say good soup.
Come on, let me hear you say my name.
I've been booked.
That's not my name.
Yep. Gangrene is not good.
Come on, my name's Morris. Let me hear you say it. Morris. Say Dr. Belloc. Come on, let me hear you say that. Come on. Let's hear you say Dr. Belloc. Could you please say Dr. Belloc.
Say Dr. Belloc. Come on, don't be that way. Say Dr. Belloc. Come on, we know you want to say it. Yeah, I'm your favourite
I
doctor.
can't hear you talking. Now, say Dr. Belloc. Come on. Come on, say it for me, Dr. Belloc. Dr. Belloc.
Ooh, that's scary stuff.
Yeah, that voice is coming from an 11-year-old girl. The
Oh,
barks, the voice, that's all coming from a little girl.
But they did the same thing, right? With the person that did the voice for The Exorcist. It was a woman that they had to strap to a chair, and she would chain smoke. They would put cigarettes in her mouth to make her chain smoke, and then they'd feed her raw eggs, do all this shit, and they tortured her. And that's what we're saying. It's very difficult for this voice to have been made by a little girl, especially if you listen to Janet's real voice. If you watch the interview when they did like the actual the real footage that exists from the BBC when they were first investigating the haunting, she does just sound like a ghost likes to play. You know what I mean? Like it's not. She did not have the voice abilities of a Henry Zabrowski.
Oh, the very talented.
Hey, come on, Henry Zabrowski. Let's see a little bit of poltergeist action here.
You gotta go down like this. I'm trapped inside this. Get me outside of this little girl. I know this is illegal. It's illegal for me to be inside this little girl.
Technically, in the ghost realm, that is allowed. So this was Janet.
This noise was coming from Janet. This noise, this voice, and we'll hear even more from her.
Okay.
Now, further questions revealed the name Joe Watson. And when Miss
Watson,
yeah, Frank and Joe Watson.
Double Watsons. Yeah, double Watsons. And when Mr. Watson was told by Maurice Gross that he was dead and should move on, very forcefully, I might add, Gross got a well-placed fuck off for his troubles.
Wow.
Yeah, he did. Man, this thing it said "fuck off you" was its favorite saying. That's all it would say. Fuck off you.
This is great. So it's sort of maybe it's a bit of a Tourette syndrome or something like that.
Well, we're going to get into that.
Yeah.
Actually, that is very much something that we're going to get into. Now, the big rub here, at least at first, was that the voice only came when Maurice Gross was out of the room or when no one was looking at Janet. But the thing was, doing that voice for hours at a time, which Janet was sometimes known to do, would have left anyone's throat rot, especially the throat of a 12-year-old girl.
But she was never hoarse.
No.
She never cleared her throat.
Never.
She didn't cough. Even me just doing the voice just then is very difficult for me to do. It still hurts. And I smoke and drink and live a terrible life. And it's very difficult for me to do.
Even try it. Like, I can try it. Like,
I'm a little girl that smokes
Soup,
cigarettes.
I never want to hear you say that
boiling
again.
soup.
I
but
smoke cigarettes.
Good
I
Lord,
want
you also like Carrie Fisher.
board. It's putting out that he's selling bathwater soup. The soup was well reviewed by the household. I mean, if you bathe in onion and garlic, sure. A little bit of toe corns, a little bit of liver, a little bit of dick cheese. Mama always told me to try new things. Hey, Paul, I ate his liver with some fava beans. A nice Chianti.
No.
Smile wave, boys.
No, either Janet was
Night
getting
boy, is
secret
this a
ventriloquism
penguin
lessons
from
after
Madagascar
school,
quote?
or-
Yes.
Never say that again.
There was
Yes.
If you're a parent of a
Bored,
kid, though, and
he
you're just
wasn't-
like, they're not
he
coming home on
wasn't
time after
speaking
school.
to
What's going on? They're smoking
you?
weed. They're smoking
I'm
cigarettes.
kidding. Of
doing
course
dope.
I'm
He's like,
kidding.
Secret ventriloquist lessons. This is worse than we thought.
Wait a second. Are these racist puppets? Jeff Dunham?
What is happening?
Well, either it was that, or there was something even weirder going on. The whistling in particular is interesting. Now, I didn't know this, but sometimes whistling accompanies possession, such as it did in the case of the Devil of Mascon in 1612.
And that is a story that we need to do an entire episode on. It's an incredible story. There's all this nun fucking in it. It's lesbian nuns, and like a priest is just coming in, sticking his, like, trying him out, like he's like just tasting perfumes at a mall. He loves these nuns.
Now, we might have actually covered that. Now that I remember, it seems like we've covered the Devil of Mascon before. I think it was on the Black Monk of Pontefract case. I think we mentioned it briefly.
Well, we'll have to go back and listen to the audio where Henry gets audibly aroused, and we'll find out if we were covering that subject or not.
Well, what I didn't know about that case, though, is that case had the same progression of loud whistling into a hoarse voice speaking through a young girl. And it is doubtful that Janet Hodgson knew about the obscure possession case from the 17th century.
Right.
And there was another story in Brazil that had the same exact thing. We see this story, like, they are tropes for a reason now. The idea of noises and things moving around, building to a voice coming out of a central person that's located, that is essentially what the poltergeist is attached to. It's very common now, but and back then there was not a lot of books. In order to find those books, you had to be a Dan Aykroyd. You need to be someone who's obsessed with it. You need to be working for like at the SPR. You'd have to know where to find this material.
Well, I mean, actually, what is it? Peggy Hodgson did actually go to the library and find a book on ghosts, but it was pretty rudimentary stuff, and she just took it back saying, "This ain't nothing new to me."
Oh.
Ain't nothing there. I never seen a man that's dressed with a fancy wig on like back in the day. I've never seen a man with a suit on. Because I tell you one thing, I see a man with a suit on. First thing I say, is it clean? Is it clean so I can include it in the next batch? Because the water's getting hot.
All right, so you want to return this? You just want to return the library book? You didn't like the library book?
You got any rags? Do you have any rags around? Any buckets or scrub brushes? That's my favorites, my only friends.
Today's sponsor for Last Podcast on the Left is Texture. Wouldn't it be great to be able to read all your favorite magazines at a moment's notice? Introducing Texture, the app that lets you read all the latest news and culture magazines like Vanity Fair, New York Magazine, Interview, and tons more right on your tablet or phone. Anytime, anywhere. Texture also
not too bad, not too shabby, and now
world, such as Time Magazine,
still didn't find anyone to VC with Sage. Oh no! Be right back. Thank you. I thought you were lurking, Bow.
Domestic and international news. The Texture app has gone
Good
beyond
thing I'm not eating anything. I know it's not an actual quote, but yeah.
Read with daily recommendations, exclusive interactive features, videos, and more. Texture makes magazines easy, and there are so many great ones out there. The one I was surprised to find was Texas Monthly. I love Texas Monthly. I've been reading it half my life, and the thing is about that magazine, it's not just news about Texas. They actually have amazing true crime journalism. Specifically, this guy Skip Hollandsworth, who we've actually used as a source here on the left. Texture is searchable. You can mark what you like. Check out back issues, view bonus video content, and they even curate articles and magazines just for you or whoever you're giving Texture to this year. Texture is normally $9.99 a month, and you get over 200 magazines
with a nice bit of Chianti fava beans.
You get a 14-day free trial. That's 14 days to try Texture for free. You go to texture.com/lastpodcast. That's texture.com/lastpodcast. So
very funny.
The first communication,
Clarice, it's very funny. I think it's pee funny.
Is that the world's dumbest bar?
Clarice, I will eat it with
a note to Playfair and Gross saying
liver
the girls were most likely hoaxing everyone and had been from the beginning. And this would be a common occurrence in this case. People would show up for a day, sometimes no more than a couple of hours, make snap judgments, and declare the whole thing
funny words.
Now, despite the note,
gamers.
They found that the next time they contacted the voice, it referred to itself as Bill.
The gamers.
Joe said the reason why he
once you get the gamers,
Janet from the bed was because that was where he slept. Now this
you'll get the word.
Claims that she had seen bed sheets fly
the
off
future
the bed,
is in video gaming, Clarice.
On Janet's bed when the girls were off at school.
I prefer the human
Playfair
broth.
Tried various tricks to see if he could get Janet and the boys to talk at the same time. He got Bill in a sing-along to
If you think the bathwater soup is delicious, then your brain is still deteriorated or damaged.
Singing Daisy Daisy.
What's Daisy Daisy?
Daisy
Daisy.
Oh, I see.
Clarice. Remember, say the funny gamer words.
Like 20 songs. In the UK,
They'll get you banned from Twitch. Very funny.
That you get them to sing while you're fucking and fighting.
And songs about daisies, yeah.
Yeah, it's very simple. It's not like it's the end of the world as we know it or anything like that. It's not a complicated song.
Oh, okay.
That is the most complicated song in the world, though.
Yeah, as I learned from watching Tommy Boy.
Yes, absolutely. But it's true. They started talking. They were getting this rapport.
Very
voice,
funny.
And eventually, they're sitting there. Janet's got their back to them, right? And they're because that's what they would do in order to talk to her. They would just turn her around, and she would talk at them, and they start singing Daisy, Daisy, and literally you just see her shoulders back and forth going like Daisy, Daisy.
Give me your answer true. I'm
crazy off of the love of you. Like a weird ass Slipknot record. And they're just staring at it, recording it, but they're laughing because they think it's the funniest thing in the world, which is another just being like, what's happened in this house that this is now funny?
And then they're like, this rendition of Daisy Daisy is going to be huge in Iowa.
And they have this thing here too where it's like Bill started laughing. Bill's going, but then Janet's laughing too, going, and they said they were just octaves separated from each other. So, and they were sort of laughing together in harmony, like, one little girl.
Now, I really wish we had audio of this, but unfortunately, our resources, i.e., YouTube, only got us a few minutes of the hours upon hours of audio that Gross and Playfair recorded. But what we do have is still pretty damn cool. Here's Maurice's son, Richard, asking the entity a question about itself.
I want you to tell me whether you remember what happened to you when you died. Just before you died and just after you died.
Days before I died, I went blind. Then I had an hemorrhage, and I fell asleep, and I died in a chair in a corner downstairs.
Jeez. So that's coming from Janet?
From an 11-year-old girl.
My goodness. This is that's incredible.
He is on the all the art streams.
Well. They talk about like while this is happening.
I know this guy. Hook him in, a boy for life.
Around, even the tiniest
won't get you banned from Twitter, apparently.
From the ceiling. Legos are shooting across the roof.
I mean, I go on some of the art channels, and I always find them there.
Are flipping. They're sitting there.
How the fuck does he know? I have a list. He checks it twice. Gonna find out if you're a bot or not. Bored Birdie is coming to town. He sees you when you're sleeping. He knows when you're awake. He knows when you've been bad or good. So be good for goodness sake.
Yeah. Well, one of my personal pet theories about possession is that I think that it has something to do with the collective unconsciousness. Like there's something in certain people's minds, something breaks open, and all of these different energies enter into this.
But I like noise sometimes.
Which is why sometimes you'll have people speaking in
he
languages
knows when you've been a gamer or not.
I heard that Janet was taking secret ventriloquist classes after school.
So don't post your cringe
Richard,
stuff.
That's Maurice Gross's son. He was a little apprehensive about buying the whole story, especially when he discovered that the voice would only speak if he was looking away from Janet and would stop the moment Richard turned his head. But what really piqued his interest was that the voice stopped if Richard even thought about turning his head.
And this is where, okay, I don't know whether or not I'm just so delusional and so hopeful for a sign of the paranormal, but I do think that there's a difference. They talk about in physics, right? The idea of observed and unobserved reality.
He's got a list
differently,
and he checks it twice. He's got to make sure you're not a bot.
There's also experimenter bias and shit like that, where you can make it happen sort of by looking at it.
I don't know how to make that rhyme.
I wonder if there's something to
the idea of just the observation of the activity gives it the energy it takes to go. And then when you turn it away, it basically expends it. It's like you charge the battery and then you turn away and then it shoots it out the other side.
Yeah, that you really can't. As soon as you start filming reality,
He's a boy
you
for
change it.
life.
Exactly.
Which, if you look at the Jersey Shore, they were actually they were scholars, but then they put the cameras in there and they turned into alcoholics. Snooki knows how to read.
Another wonderful current reference that our listeners will understand.
Jersey Shore.
Now, it must be said, though, that the voice shared some personality traits with Janet, such as their shared habit of abruptly changing subjects in the middle of conversation. Once, when Margaret was talking to the voice about where it came from, the voice said,
I want some jazz music. Get me some now.
They got him back on track, but the voice said he came from the local graveyard. When they asked him why he hadn't moved on to the next plane of existence with all the other spirits in the graveyard, he gave the coolest possible answer. He said,
I'm not a heaven man.
Cool.
Yeah, isn't that cool?
That's kind of fun. Hang out in foggy old London. What could be more fun than that? I have always said foggy old London in 1977 is heaven on earth, especially when you're in low-income housing.
Now, there is one other incident in
By the way,
particular that points
yo!
towards
All
Janet
right.
being the sole source of the voice.
I want to be on
December
Santa's naughty
14th,
list.
1977,
I want
Janet
coal for
officially
Christmas.
Flower,
Oh,
if you know what I mean.
hello. By the way, boy for life.
We know that.
She had a public ventriloquism
Boy for
lesson.
life.
I think that's a good thing to call it.
But why are you calling it?
Sometimes I feel like a boy for life.
I don't know.
Some of the
Maybe we're not
times.
the experts on this
Some things in life are bad. They can really make you mad. Other things will make you swear and curse.
Well, I know that
When
what
you're
happens
chewing on
is that on a
life's
very special time
gristle,
when a girl is
don't
just
worry.
grown up enough, but
Give a
not
whistle.
grown up enough.
And this'll be
little
the,
doll inside
and
of
this'll
her
make
wakes
it
up
turn out for the best.
Mommy,
And always look on the bright side of life.
and she gets out
Da-da,
ruby red.
da-da,
Is that
da-da.
true?
No.
Always look on the right side of life.
I know eggs come out, and then the lining is also just kicked out of the house like it's
If life seemed jolly rotten, there's something you forgot. And that's to laugh and smile and dance and sing.
That Janet first
When you're
flowered,
feeling in the dumps, don't worry, chum. Just purse your lips and whistle, that's the key.
The way you say it. Anyway, that's fine.
Well, that night, as Gross Playfair and an SPR colleague named Hugh Pincott were having a discussion with the voice suddenly asked,
Why do you girls have periods?
Playfair and Gross tried dodging the question because they did not want to.
You explain it to me now. You explain why is it happening.
But after it became clear that the voice wasn't going to talk about anything else but periods, Pincott, because Playfair and Gross refused to talk about it, despite Gross having a grown daughter, Pincott went into the room and explained it all in great detail.
So this is obviously Janet's sex ed, a strange sort of haunted sex ed class.
Yeah, well, that's it. Yeah,
because why would the ghost care about periods?
Yeah, especially on the day that Janet first got hers. Unless maybe the ghost. I mean, the ghost had no sex education growing up. I would imagine maybe it was a lonely old man. Janet got her period, and the ghost was like, "Oh, what's going on here?"
So now we have a ghost living inside of it. Yeah. So the ghost is in there. So he's just like, what? It got leaky inside of the vessel that he was in, which is Janet's or something.
I honestly, I think it's weird that she didn't have to go to health class at Spooky University.
I just feel
there's no reason for that.
She had to talk to paranormal psychologists about her first period.
Yes, she did. She had to talk to a man named Hugh Pincott.
Go to the doctor.
No. You see, I'm Janet now. What happens is that a woman of a certain age. How do I put this delicately? Your body is changing.
Well, both Janet and the voice listened very closely without interrupting once, and that was something that neither Janet nor the voice ever did. They were both pretty bad about interrupting. But Playfair, of course, he was a smart guy. He thought it was a little strange that the voice would ask about periods on the same day that Janet first got hers, but when he asked the question, the only answer he got was a curt "fuck off."
Oh,
honestly, it's a very Playfair did kind of figure out. The two of them looked at each other, and he walked in. He's just like, it just seems to be very interesting that you would ask why you need to know about periods and all this, and being like straight up being like, "Are you Janet? Are you Janet? Are you just being yourself?" Or Janet talked to us, and then she went "fuck off," and then like had a seizure and then went to sleep.
I think that's what I would do the first day I had a period.
Have a seizure and then
Tell
go to
everyone
sleep.
to fuck off.
Yes.
Fuck off.
But it does seem that there is a connection between the old menstrual cycle and
You
poltergeist
almost got
activity.
the
The
song
haunting
down.
reached a new
Nice.
level soon after
I know.
the period began.
I almost got the
Because
song
that
down.
is when the levitation started.
I just
So yes,
there's
like the
there.
books,
I
nobody
always have a
actually saw
few
the levitation in
problems
full
with it.
as it was happening, but there is still circumstantial proof that it happened. David Nottingham, the neighbor, gave Janet a red pen after she told him that she'd been levitating. He told her that if she levitated again, she could use the pen to draw a circle around a light fixture that would be impossible for her to reach otherwise without loudly moving the bed across the room. And as soon as Nottingham left the room and closed the door, Janet nonchalantly said,
"I'm levitating."
Okay. David tried to open the door to go inside, but he found that the door wouldn't budge. And when he finally did open it, Janet was back on her bed, and the ceiling had a red mark right where David had asked her to make it.
Cool.
He was right outside the door, and if she wanted to move the bed to make the red mark,
There's a few
she
songs I
would have had
learned
to
wrong, and now I
drag
fudged
the
a
bed
few words.
across the
Doesn't help I
floor,
deliberately
get on the
parody
bed,
some
and
right
then
off the
jump
bat.
up off of the bed to draw
If he
a
has
mark
the
and
song
close the mark
down,
with
how it
Nancy's
would
help. Nottingham
go
said
if he had
that
the song
circle
up?
was very
I know.
neat. But even though
Ugh.
David didn't see it with his own eyes,
A
3 other
long,
witnesses in the
long time
neighborhood
ago,
outside the house
in a
that very
galaxy
same day
far away,
would see something
Naboo
themselves.
was under
Janet
an
said
attack,
after she made the mark, she
and I
passed through the
find me
wall of
and
her bedroom
Qui-Gon
into that of her
Jinn
mother,
would
saying it was all
talk to
white.
Federation
When Peggy
into
went to check
maybe
her room, she found
cutting
a
them
copy of
a
Janet's
little
book,
slack.
Fun and Games for Children, on the floor.
But their response,
Even though she
it
was
didn't
sure
thrill
she'd
us.
just seen that
They
book
locked
in
the
Janet's
doors
bedroom
and
just prior
tried
the
to kill
levitation
us.
incident.
We
David
escaped
decided
from
to
that
test Peggy's
gas
matter transfer abilities
and
because he
met
was
Jar
thinking, it's like,
Jar
okay,
and
well,
Boss
maybe
Ness.
Peggy's mistaken.
We
Maybe
took a
little
bongo from
Johnny
the
left
scene and we
book
went to
over in the other
feed
room.
to see the
So
Queen.
David Nottingham
We
said,
all wound
right,
up on
pass this big red
Tatooine.
plastic cushion through something.
That's
It's gonna be
when
much harder than a little book.
we
And the entity said,
found
All right,
this
Davy
boy.
I'll make it disappear.
Oh my, this here Anakin guy. Maybe Vader someday later. Now he's just a small fry. He left his home and kisses mommy goodbye, singing soon I'm gonna be a Jedi.
Well, that's where the witnesses
Soon
come
I'm
in.
gonna be a Jedi.
Who knew there were strange goings on. The Hodgson house was walking down the sidewalk, looking in their general direction. He said, one moment there was nothing on the roof.
Did you know
and the
this
next,
junkyard slave
the big
is a
red cushion appeared
demon
without
old
anyone
enough
opening
to
a window.
shave?
Then
But he
there was
can
the
use the
crossing guard and her
force, they
friend.
say.
They also
Ah,
saw
do
the
you
cushion, but
see
in addition
him
to that,
hitting on
they
the
said they
Queen,
saw through
though
the
he's
window
just
Janet
9
bouncing
and
up and down,
she's
briefly
14,
appearing,
yeah,
then
he's
falling again.
probably gonna
Only thing
marry
was,
her
she was bouncing up and
someday.
down on her back.
Well, I know
about
he
2
built
feet above her bed,
C3PO,
as if
and I
someone was lifting him
heard
from
how
her
fast
shoulders
his
and feet.
pod could go, and we
that
were
Janet was a
broke, it's
sports star and
true.
very athletic,
So
which
we
she was.
made
She's
a
11. She
wager
was a
too.
okay,
It was a preview lesson, flying ace, and the minute job was started off at race. I knew who'd win first place. Yo, yes, it was our
Children
boy.
in China age out of being gymnasts by the age of 9. You know what I mean? Like, this is when they're most springy.
And I suppose it isn't impossible.
True, it
for a
just needs
12-year-old
the
girl to be
accordion.
able to bounce 2 feet in the air on her back off a thin mattress. But if she was able to do this, along with everything else, along with the voice, along with all the objects being thrown around without anybody seeing them, by making objects appear and disappear in other places, she had a hell of a career in show business waiting for her if she was able to do all that.
I completely agree with that. Even if there are no ghosts, the story itself is incredible, with just Janet being an amazing performer.
That's right.
She did have an incredible SNL reel. Like, she would have been amazing for the show, like a regular Kate McKinnon. But I also think that there is maybe the body is being manipulated by a spirit to do certain shit. Maybe she is bouncing up and down on the bed, but it's almost like a maniacal, she's attached to it, and so your body is then allowed to do something that normally it would not be able to do. Sort of like what we talk about with ritual magic and shit like that, where it's sort of it's increasing her abilities almost. But what they all said is that the bed was an old British piece of shit, and it couldn't be bounced on, and that Guy Playfair himself said, I went and I tested the bed to see the bounceability of it, and I could hardly bounce at all.
I could hardly bounce at all.
Which means that his heels hit his ankle bones every time he puts pressure on it.
Oh.
So I don't know.
Brutal. Today's other sponsor for Last Podcast on the Left is Ring. Ring's mission is to make neighborhoods safer. Today, over 1 million people use the amazing Ring video doorbell to help protect their homes. Ring knows home security begins at the front door, but it doesn't end there. So now they're
April, how's his midichlorians? Behold, a side quest approaches. Oh man, that would be a great fucking side quest. Like, let's see how many fucking midichlorians you have.
Even set off an alarm right from your phone.
But the problem is that if we would do that, that would be tabletop, and you could just bullshit your way into having more midichlorians. It'd be like, yeah, and I put everything into force. I put everything into force.
You're always home. Now, I live here in New York City in an apartment building, so I couldn't really use Ring myself. But if
Report of hour redacted. An hour has passed and no internet signal yet. I'm starting to consume more of my phone. Then, General, fucking no! Don't do that! General, I do appreciate you hanging out with me. I 100% love you hanging out with me. But don't do that.
Enter the magician.
Don't fucking.
All right. So by this point, the info
if you are having to burn through internet data, which is a lot while streaming, don't do it. Just don't. We will just see you tomorrow. It'll be fine. I'll be here.
Who was put on the case by
and we will enjoy your company then.
Yeah. British people.
Dr. Dingwall is never going to fail to make me laugh.
Don't burn your last data on little old me. I'll be fine.
Playfair said that he was happy to host the magician just so long as he didn't tell the girls he was a magician, because he didn't want to get the girls excited.
Yeah, good luck getting a magician to shut up about being a magician.
That's all they talk about.
Magicians are just losers that have spent years making their fingers so quick they can. Yeah.
I'm bored in it, and my sleep schedule is ruined. Nah!
That's important. But yeah,
your internet data is fucked.
But within minutes,
Twitch and Spotify will devour your phone's ass. Like John's Belushi. Hey, guess what I am? That'd be it.
Now, there is some debate between Playfair and Milborn as to what happened.
Is humanical matter? No, is it? There's quality options.
There was a commotion-filled night in which he didn't actually see anything happen with his own eyes. There was a lot of hubbub. There was a lot of crashes,
I'm
there was a lot of booms, a lot of bams, but
God damn
he didn't
it.
actually see anything with his own eyes. It all happened when he was in a different room. Then, after the girls were put to bed and Playfair went down into the living room, the magician stayed on the staircase.
Weird.
Yeah, a little odd. He said Janet appeared at the top of the stairs and, in the words of the magician,
I produced a flare of light in the air.
And when Playfair asked him to elaborate, the magician said,
yes, a flash of light. It's a magician's thing. You wouldn't understand. It's a magician's thing.
Oh, I see. The magician said that after he produced the flare, Janet hurried back to her room without saying a word. And he used this incident to prove Janet was only coming out to see if the course was clear, and had the magician not been there waiting for the little girl, she would have just thrown something down the stairs as further proof that the poltergeist was still active.
This is a fun house to be a kid.
No, you have a little kid that no longer has a father, that already has two other weird, strange men essentially living with her in the house. You bring another man whose job is trickery in the house that they've just met, and you say, everybody go to sleep. He then sits on the stairs.
Uh-huh.
Instead of where everybody else doing normal shit, he sits on the stairs just staring upwards. You'd think maybe it would probably disturb the sleep, and you'd want to turn around and maybe take a look at what he's doing, rather than wonder what he's watching you do. You're a little girl, and you just see a man with a top hat on, with a feather sticking out of it, with fancy shiny shoes on and a tuxedo on, just at the bottom of the stairs.
Just light and flammable paper and throw it in front of his face.
It's an illusion. Go to sleep, little girl. Don't worry. Look, you see how I make my... Oh, my wand is now limp. Now see how I make my wand hard again. Go to sleep, little girl.
Well, the tape recorder told
Which is
a
totally
different
understandable,
story
by the way.
than the
The
magician
expression,
told.
holy,
During
you
the earlier
nailed this
promotion,
one.
Janet's bed had
No, I
collapsed.
haven't nailed it.
So she was staying in the spare room.
I
by
did it
herself.
with a
And after
pen.
she'd
I
gone
did
to
it
bed,
with
the voice
my
started up.
my
The
my
voice
pen.
said,
Get out, or I'll double shit to you. You get stuffed.
The ghost is right. Janet is correct. Get out of my house, magician and two other dumpy weirdos.
Double shit to you, magician.
Get stuffed yourself, you dumb stinky magician in there with your big coins, and your squirty flowers. What are you, Jackie Zabrowski? That's a funny inside joke.
That is funny.
That's not even an inside joke. That's a round table of gentlemen joke. Please go listen to the round table to hear more about Henry's sister refer to her vagina as a squirty bird.
That's right.
Yes.
Janet was then heard after double shit to you. She was then heard calling out to Maurice. She got out of bed and she went to the stairs, scared out of her mind. She's looking for new daddy.
Sure.
Now the magician was indeed waiting for the little girl on the stairwell, but it was not the silent encounter he described. Instead, Janet started talking at him about how she didn't like to be alone, but the magician, being American, couldn't understand Janet's thick accent. And after a feeble attempt to communicate, you can hear 3 soft pops on the tape recorder, presumably from the weird magician's powder that he used to create the flashes.
So when he runs into awkward conversation, because there's a transcript of this in This House is Haunted by Guy Playfair. There's a little bit of a transcript because it's him just being like, I don't like to sleep alone. And he's like, what's that then? I don't like to be sleeping alone. I don't like it. I'm alone in there. And he's like, oh, you know, dogs love a bone. Absolutely. Banks always give a loan. You know what I mean? Like, just saying, like, random shit, like, trying to act like he understands. And she's like, no, you don't understand. So, moment of silence, and then he just goes...
Joe draws so good with the chisel and hammer. Chisel me like one of your French girls. That, I would fucking... That would be fucking hilarious if someone did draw... not draw, but, like...
Trick I've ever wanted to learn. I think it's just owning matches.
Break a statue and start making statuettes of like women, French girl women, like just like and did it with furries. That's what I want. That would be very funny. That would be very funny. Just like, what do you do?
Quite a few months.
I like statues of furry women in suggestive poses.
Well, the point is, nothing was disproved here. It was just a magician who didn't know how to deal with
have you sold any of them?
But that
I'm
didn't
not.
stop him from saying that the entire
I can't
info
wait
hunting
to give
case
them
was fake.
to the museum.
Using his testimony,
They will be quite a pretty penny in 200 years. People will think that we were walking among
Well, they said that he's an expert in
furry
trickery, and if the
creatures.
expert in trickery says that it's wrong, then the trickery must
Big
be
furry himbo statues. The Children's Hospital really appreciate it. My God.
The thing is a trickery. He could be
Oh my God. Send that to fucking. Oh my God.
Walks out.
Yeah, never trust a tricker.
Never.
So as you can see, to commemorate the new hospital that just was created, you see this big dicked dragon man was made
Well, we've tried waterboarding here. All we got was some government
for the
secrets.
Children's
nothing about the ghost, though.
Hospital.
Now, man, now this may seem controversial, okay? And I mean this as a scientist and as a researcher. But what if I were to sit?
It's quite satisfying when you start shading and start playing with light. looks so 3D.
To
Oh,
my
thank you.
anklets that attach to my socks. I am fully clothed even when I'm nude. I am British.
For a second there, I
So it
thought
is
you
not
were
skittish
talking
or
about
romantic for me to sit upon her mouth.
the 3D that would be
and see
coming
if she
off the
uses me as,
statue.
say, a trumpet or a trombone.
The lighting on the statue.
Well, they also
Oh my
did
god!
a couple scientific tests on Janet's throat. They found that
He's
the
not
voice
doing
did not
anything
come from the
suggestive.
front of her throat.
He's just naked, and he's just got a big old dingus.
Basin outside.
That would be
She's got all the
so
workers'
fucking
uniforms piled up on one
hilarious.
side, and she's like,
They would never. It would never last. It would never last. I would. It would be the funniest children's hospital. Sometimes an image doesn't look right to me until I've got the highlights and shading. Oh yeah.
Quite bad. Oh yeah, garbage everywhere.
Draconic David
I
and
think they had the
Repose.
garbage strike, and New York City had the garbage strike at the same time.
If they don't want that statue, I'll
was
take
singing about
it.
I
I'll
love
put
the
it
idea
as
of
a
garbage
centerfoot.
men making sure that we know why they're important.
Now,
Like it has like children just hanging around the dragon, and the dragon just has a big old dick. None of the kids are near his dick, by the way. It's just it's children and a big dragon with a big dick.
9/11 was allowed to happen. I can feel
This
it in my
piece
throat.
was commissioned by our late creator, and you know, many have voted to try to get rid of it, but many have also said that it exploits. It really brings out the futility of man.
You can access them, but they're very, very difficult to
Kids
use.
show
and
up with the
also,
worst places at the worst time. Now the dragon has a cloth on their groin, but if you look
so
under
they
it,
get hoarse really, really quickly.
they're ready to fuck your
It's very
shit.
interesting the fact that she could do it for hours and hours and hours. Essentially, she'd have to be like the Neo of ventriloquists to be
I bet
great
he can
at
climb this
snatching.
statue.
Yeah, she is the Neo of this whole
Yes.
story. Oh yeah, he's the one.
Fucking children ruin
So around
everything.
Christmas, the entity started
But also
getting
children
even
are
more
our
aggressive.
future.
The Hodgsons
So if they
won't
ruin
let
everything,
goldfish
and they're
become
our
dead in
future,
their tank.
our
When the
future
family
was
noticed what
already
happened, the
ruined
voice
from the
said,
beginning. Oh
When
no!
Gross asked why and how, the voice
Boy
replied,
for life,
"He'd
this is a
electrocute the
normal
fish by
conversation
accident
in
using
Goat Chimera
quote-unquote
chat. So
spirit's energy."
Which
you're welcome.
Maurice Gross then said that is proof that poltergeists work on electricity.
You're
And
welcome.
then part of it, it's like because they did find these things dead, and it's very it's the thing that makes our meat jump as human beings.
I could not keep a goldfish alive that I got from the carnival for more than 48 hours.
Well, yeah, no one can
They're
keep
fated to
carnival
fuck you.
goldfish alive.
No one can.
Oh, our future was ruined before people had kids. Now it's just extra bone.
It had one good day.
Well, after the goldfish died, 2 days later, on Christmas Day, Whitey the parakeet turned up dead in his cage.
Oh my goodness. That is so sad.
Parakeets are the worst animal on the face of the planet.
No, they're always
We used to
talking.
have them for years. They're awful. They're awful creatures. They're dirty. They're mean. They bite. Birds are terrible, terrible pets.
Birds are scary.
Well, later that day, the entity attacked Janet herself as she was sitting by a window by wrapping curtains around her neck. A couple of days later, it happened again. This time, the swish of the curtain was caught on the tape. And this wasn't just it was the curtain squeezed. They were trying to strangle her.
We should talk about this too, because that is very compelling photo evidence of the curtain. When you watch it, it is in a really unnatural formation. It is completely curved around. Because you remember, we had a timed camera in that room, watching them at all times. We'll talk about, honestly, the levitation pictures that you see they look obviously faked.
Yes.
They look like she is jumping for the camera, and I think that is completely normal. I think that is because as a little kid, they even talk about all the time. Maurice Gross and Guy Playfair are like, Janet plays tricks all the time. We know she does. There's certain things that she does that are genuine though, and they're part of the
not all the
levitation
time.
thing.
They actually said that she played tricks like very, very few times.
But her jumping was just trying to get somebody to believe her it was happening.
Who is a better levitator? Shinrikyo, the leader of Shinrikyo,
Shoko
or Janet?
Asahara.
Yeah.
Shoko Asahara.
Yeah, because he was using his butt cheeks.
He did it with his butt. Okay.
Yeah. Now that whole incident with the curtains that happened 6 more times, but thankfully it was never enough to.
But there's nothing you can do.
At least
posted a video and neat stuff like that.
was a different story. This woman seems like she is afraid of everything.
She is fucked up. When you see her nowadays in the interviews, don't look at the extras on the DVD for
thank you.
Conjuring 2.
Thank you,
Recently
Ladiv.
found like the recent one
Thank
from
you,
the BBC, the one with her
Ladiv.
and Guy Playfair, and she just looks haunted. She's the same, like literally being like, "You don't understand what I went through.
Yeah.
I had something inside of me for a year."
Why? Why did you go into your mother voice?
Did I?
You don't
Oh, God,
understand what happened.
You don't even
That's
understand.
what happened.
I have her just below the surface. Oh God.
I mean, animals in the planet Earth doesn't need clothing.
Watching the footage, being like, "That's that poor girl.
Oh man.
Oh, that's just a shame. Oh, wow."
It is a shame, and I like whenever
They
you,
don't
do your
need
mother's voice, you
clothing.
grab your chest.
Always.
My mom, where do you think Jackie got it from?
Oh yeah,
grabbing her tits all the time. My mom does a weird thing where every time she does like a caring voice, she holds her breasts.
All right, so Janet doesn't allow any curtains in her house anymore.
Absolutely not. And the poltergeist, it seemed to take on different personalities, or it was actually different energies working together if you believe the 10 naughty things list. Soon after 1978 came, the voice, calling itself Fred, told Peggy that she should get rid of a bag of knives that she had brought out of storage. These knives had, just like the furniture she'd already thrown out, belonged to the family of the man who had murdered his daughter down the street a few years previous.
Get rid of the knives!
Get rid of the knives! Get rid of everything!
All of the knives!
Why would you you say this, you got rid of the furniture. You got rid of the useful shit.
We'll keep
Why
the
would
weapons.
You keep the knives.
We'll keep the sharp things that could do the most damage. We'll keep them in a bag.
Yeah, why she got rid of the furniture and not the knives is anyone's guess, especially after the furniture already proved to be haunted.
They like their jams. They like their spreads. You can never have enough knives.
Think about how dangerous the furniture has become. This has become the serial killer's version of Beauty and the Beast in this house, and you just have a bunch of horny knives in a bag. If just one of them has the personality of that candelabra, they're gonna be knife fucking one of those little girls in a second.
Well, Fred, Jesus. Well, fucking Christ, man.
Yeah, that's rough. Yeah, that's the reality of it. I don't mean to be too real.
Fred said,
All right. There we
Peggy
go.
didn't get rid of the knives. Tommy, another entity, was going to do something dangerous with them. But as Peggy had just had a long day, she didn't pay Fred any mind and kept the knives right where they were. The next day, as Peggy was in the kitchen, she heard Janet say from upstairs,
"There's a knife following me around."
And seriously, it's just like, be our guest, put ourselves to the test.
And the stabbing continues.
Yeah, and Janet said that the knife was dancing around in front of her.
That's kind of fun.
And of course, Peggy went upstairs to look, and she found
I'm
nothing.
lost.
But when she walked back to the downstairs area, she found one of the knives she had
I'm
just put
pretty
away in the
sure
kitchen
if you
drawer.
gave dogs
On the
clothing that they would choose to put on, they'd just wee on that shit.
Where they moved in
You can't count the red rockets I've seen.
until
What?
they saw the bag of knives, and then they're like, "Now it's a home."
Red rockets? The
We must have a
popsicle?
bag of lethal
Sure.
weapons around at
Is
all
it
times.
not?
Now, and
What the
Peggy
fuck is
said
Red
she was
Rocket? Ain't that red?
long-suffering.
Wait,
Yeah,
for
she's not having a
popsicle?
great
It
time. Her
wasn't.
children are
It
going
was
crazy. She's
nothing
got
to
a
do
bunch
with
of
the
random
dog
weirdos,
comment.
including a
Nothing
magician in
to
her
see
home.
your.
Oh, just wait till you hear what
So
happened on her
confused. I'm
birthday.
lost. It's an
Tell me more about
endearing term
I don't think
for
they
a
did.
dog's
They didn't
wang.
know Blue
Never
Onions.
found an endearing
her
term for a sound,
January
for the
15th,
sounds Cat can make when replicating.
That day would take
Oh,
the infield
yeah,
haunting
the
from
Red
realm
Rocket
of a horror
is.
movie over into John Waters.
You've never. Oh yeah,
That's the
you're
day
from another
when the
country.
dookie
Red
started.
Rocket
Yeah, what do you
is
mean
a
the
term
dookie
for
started? I'll tell you what I
a
mean when I
dog's
say the dookie
no
Edith
bits.
Massey- did Edith Massey
Is
show
a
up on the
male
front door
dog's
eating
no
eggs or
bits.
something? What's going on?
I'm just gonna say right here is that once that dookie gets started, it's hard to get the dookie to stop happening.
Oh, I see. Lots of dookie. Okay.
Well, that evening, Margaret
I'm trying to make
she
sure
had
that
just
this
used
looks
the bathroom and was leaving
three-dimensional.
when she felt a tap 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 on her shoulder.
Uh-oh.
And when she turned around, she saw that someone or something had taken a turd.
He never
and
told me
written the word shit
what he
on the
wanted
wall
for a
with it.
background,
goodness,
and I'm
I guess
like,
that's its
oh
name.
no,
Maybe it is. It
oh
does sound
no,
like
I'm
they're
gonna
being
have to make a
haunted by
fucking
G.G.
guess.
Yeah, it could be.
And a few days later,
Gonna
when
have to
Margaret
make a
was
fucking
again in the
guess.
bathroom, Mrs. Hodgson was hit in the small of the back by a
Let me see.
duke wrapped in toilet
Alright,
paper.
is Acro on?
I've got to say, I'm at my end here. All right, my bullets are getting thinner.
Oh fucking! I could just
I went to the
see if
doctor,
he's
he said I
on.
got zigzag toe, and I went, what's that, doctor? And he said, we're gonna have to smash your feet and reset them. And now I'm getting hit in the smalls by a little pepper pot in a toilet tissue.
Oh my, a dookie.
I met so many people who don't know about cats, ask about their behavior and stuff, and hit me with a wait, what? When I say cloaca, biology is wilding and all over the damn place. Platypus though, platypi? Platypi are cool. Platypi are cool. They're so cool.
I'm gonna taste them to see if there's any duke on there.
Well, Peggy was satisfied that Margaret wasn't the culprit. She said,
"Believe me, she couldn't have done that without getting in a mess. Margaret's not very subtle."
Okay. But there was some evidence of the girls interfering. Playfair said one day his recorder went missing while it was recording. He found it about 30 seconds later, and the tape showed without a doubt that it was Janet who moved the damn thing. Playfair's thinking was that since he spotted it so fast, since it was such a poor attempt at a trick, it showed that Janet was actually pretty awful at that. And she confessed almost immediately when Playfair confronted her with it, improving herself to be an awful liar. But the voice did gain some believers. A speech therapist who came to check out the whole hubbub said that she had to admit that she couldn't figure out how Janet was doing the voice, especially, well, she could figure out that it was like false vocal cords coming from the back.
Voice.
But
Who's
she
throwing the poop?
Well,
the poltergeist.
Oh, it's the pooptergeist. The poopergeist. The pooper.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Look here. It looks like we got ourselves a poopergeist.
It's a poopergeist.
Poopergeist. I am gonna take a poopergeist soon.
Okay, good.
I have drank half a bottle of concentrated cold brew this morning, and I am like a
This guy,
well, the thing
that
the
you
speech
draw and
therapist
look
couldn't
friendly.
figure out
He's so
was how
nice.
Janet was doing it without getting a sore throat.
Mother Nature, who hurt you? You can't blame this all on man.
Smoke started pouring
Gunfish, sunfish, guitarfish,
opened up the drawer, they found a
lungfish,
scorched box of matches, although
gunfish.
no matches on the inside had been lit. Cool. Yeah. After this, they decided to try their luck with another medium. This time, they tried a regular Joe named
Only
Gary
the friendliest of doctors.
Jerry
Only the
was
friendliest of
amateur
doctors.
poet who
I
didn't
promise.
take any money for his services
I
because he made a
super
good living as a
promise,
London taxi
guys.
driver. The spirit medium thing, that was just his
No
hobby. He did it for free.
backstabbies.
This is something I gotta tell you,
Promise.
alright? I'm a guy named Jerry. Thing I'm best at? Sitting and watching. Anything can happen.
Yes,
I sit there and watch
of
it with a
course.
photograph memory.
That would
I'll
be
watch anything. I'll watch you take a
Mama.
shit. I'll watch you kill a dog. I'll watch you suck on the toe of a shoe. I'll watch anything. Anything you got for me to watch, I'll watch, and I'll remember it. I'll watch you lick a cat on its asshole.
Yeah.
I'll watch you do anything.
Well, he's got the mind of a poet.
Oh yeah. That's good. Well, Jerry said he got the impression that a horrible old woman who had lived near Spitalfields Market was haunting the girls. Oh, Spitalfields is a real place, Ben.
I know it is. It's just like you always wonder how these towns got created, how their names got created, and be like, where are we? And someone's just like, Spitalfield, because I just spit. Get it?
Well, they said that it was possibly a horrible old woman who would live near Spitalfields Market that was haunting the girls. When Jerry asked if they had ever smelled rotting vegetables, they replied that they had. Of course. Jerry, like the others, didn't really do anything with Janet besides the whole healing hands business, but he did teach Margaret how to do battle with the entity. He did not say
Only
how.
the
He taught
friendliest.
Margaret how to do
I
battle.
want a GTA game that's based in the Bikini Bottom, just SpongeBob doing a drug deal with Squidward. Oh my god, that's a fan game.
Are we done with the poo-poo segment? Because this is a huge. This is what I'm really focused on the poo-poo stuff here.
I forget what it's called.
Okay,
You got more.
It's Mr. Krabs or whatever. I don't
Well,
know.
the healing hand.
I don't know. I
seemed to
don't
work
remember.
Just like it had with the two mediums.
I
Before,
don't know. It's
for a
5
couple of
o'clock
weeks at least.
somewhere,
When it
like
came
over
back,
here.
It came back in a storm of faces.
So many faces.
What was that? A storm of what?
Faces.
A storm of faces.
A storm of feces.
Faces.
That's how scientists say it. Faces.
Oh my goodness.
As Peggy walked in on Johnny having a bath one day, she
Just
found.
stop. Are there any limits or boundaries in this house?
He was like a 5-year-old boy.
Okay.
Oh yeah, parents.
all right.
Parents
No, I
still
understand.
walk in on little
Of
people
course.
having baths all the time.
Of course, Henry.
Well, she found excreta smeared behind the water taps, all over the wall, and floating in the bath water, as if someone was, in her words, scribbling with it.
It's the 5-year-old.
No.
No?
No.
Why?
He said no.
It's a lot of shit. Because the
5-year-olds
problem
lie
is
all
when
the
they
time.
It's a
take
lot of
you would need
shit.
to have a podcast
Oh, shit.
comedian's
It is 5.
rate of shit.
Yeah.
In order to really do that. Like, I mean, like me after like several bowls of bran.
Understandable,
like, I ate a
Mass.
bunch of beans last night. Like,
Yeah,
the
it's
stuff
5
is fermenting
o'clock.
inside of me. I
Like,
could paint a bathroom
here.
with it. But a child, it's still small.
Oh yeah, still very tiny little dude.
Okay. All
Oh
right.
yeah, and
I don't even want to get into
and
it.
Ben, in the kitchen, big old puddles of liquid butt junk started forming on the floor.
Hold on.
And so-
Wait, what is? Okay.
Oh, you know
Now,
what liquid butt junk is.
I understand it's poo-poo.
Liquid
It's poo-poo.
butt
Yeah,
junk.
liquid butt
Yeah.
junk. Sure.
Asshole sauce. This
I
asshole
see.
sauce has been piling up inches thick for weeks now, multiple days. And this is actually what I think is very interesting because they don't cover any of this in The Conjuring 2.
No.
They don't talk about this in any of the documentaries.
Oh, no.
And I think that number one, it is the funniest form of the poltergeist.
Yeah,
Easily.
there's poo-poo mountains in the kitchen.
It's fun, but what further proof it is that what you need is that it's going into an area where it's like if they are faking it, these people are completely insane.
Yeah.
They're rubbing shit all over the entire house, and now even Maurice Gross sat with Janet because a part of it was like he asked her, "Why were you fucking with my recorder?" And he said, "I want to make sure that you guys never leave." Because she was and she loved having them in the house at this point. And then as it started happening, he's just like, he started talking with her, being like, so it's like, are you faking this? Are you doing this?
Yeah.
And she's like, I'm not. But it's really starting to get boring now. She thought that the whole thing was boring.
Yeah.
She hated the whole thing. Like,
Well,
it
it's just
became a
hilarious.
nuisance because
So this poor girl was so desperate for a father, she didn't want them to leave, so she went to DEFCON poo-poo
No.
and just created this entire thing so they would stay.
No, you
also,
misunderstand.
where is the magician?
You misunderstood completely.
Okay.
Moving the tape recorder. That was what she did to keep Maurice Gross
I
around.
see.
No. She wasn't doing the big old liquid diarrhea.
Who's creating the mountains of Dookie?
The poo-poo Geist.
All
Yeah,
right.
And here's the interesting thing about it is that Maurice Gross actually collected some of it. A good old stool sample.
Okay.
all right, we're going to take a look at this now. All right, everyone, look. There's a sample from the ash juice that we found earlier this afternoon. Let me just... I'm getting notes of
Oh, my
chocolate.
goodness.
I'm getting notes of burnt.
You're a sommelier of poopy.
Oh, this is mine. This is definitely mine. I'm sorry.
He's
I
from
mixed
the
this up.
Americas.
Well, he got a sample and he took it to a fellow scientist.
You're
and the
also
fellow
from the
scientist said,
Americas.
You put me on, mate. It's his cat piss.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
It was
I don't think
Captain-
it should be fellow scientists. I think there's one
He is a
scientist. and It wasn't
scientist.
the man bringing the poo-poo.
He's a parascientist. A parasite
Your
scientist.
racism against our kind is what keeping legitimate
Fake
research.
scientists are not a race.
Well, the voice at this point, I mean, besides the whole poo-poo thing, the voice started getting weirder, and it stopped caring whether anybody was looking or not. It started getting completely out of control. Here's one more example of where the voice was at this time.
I left audio because gotta go spend time with waifu. It's okay. On Discord. Okay.
Or angry cat.
Yeah, that could go either way.
Yes.
On
pretty
Discord.
sweet. And now when they're looking at her mouth, they're saying they're looking at her face and she's making these noises.
background?
And her mouth is like going like, It's like slightly twitching. It is coming from her, but it's this weird ass thing where like, how is she making this noise over and over and over again for weeks?
Right. Now this is when George Fallows of the Daily Mirror showed
What
back
did you
up
want
to check
from
in on the family.
background?
When he saw how much worse and how much more disgusting the case had gotten,
What?
he decided a follow-up piece.
What are
was
you talking
in order
about?
and
My
assigned a
Discord didn't
reporter
work?
named Brian Rimmer to the story.
Name's Brian Rimmer, and I gotta tell you, I love the
Announcement,
taste
stream
of pennies.
announcements.
I use them like mints.
I guess it didn't go off.
I love it. I like leaving my mouth.
It
red
might be
with
broken
rust.
today.
Now, is the poo-poo cleaned up?
There you go. I summoned the acro. Okay, I got you, Pam. Okay.
Now, Rimmer
I don't know
decided
what he
it was
wants
time
for a
once and for all
background.
to get to the bottom of the voice.
I don't know what he wants for a
the
background.
ventriloquist, a man
He didn't
named
say.
Ray Allen.
Just when it couldn't get any nerdier, they brought in a ventriloquist.
But think about how many, because not only did we had a magician,
But he's
we've had at
looking
least
so
15
nice.
scientists. We got a ventriloquist.
He's a
We also had
regular
another
old
dude that was a
doctor.
famous sufferer of a
He
haunted
is
house.
not.
His
He
name
is a
was,
doctor.
that came
I think
in
StreamCord
and said the
only
same thing.
works if you
Matthew
set your
Manning. He
Discord
also
on
came in-
streaming mode.
This is
I
incredibly
did.
documented.
Oh yeah.
There's so many
It
people who are
is
just
on
showing up being
streaming
like,
mode.
What the fuck is happening in here? And it's all
Is it
just
not?
weird old men.
Well, Brian Rimmer,
Yeah,
Ray Allen,
streamer mode
and
is
3 other people
enabled.
showed up
Stay
around
safe.
8 p.m. one
Stay
night to
safe,
the
friend.
Hodgson house, completely
That's what it
unannounced.
says.
After the visit, Rimmer called
You are not
up
on
Guy
streaming mode,
Playfair
good
and
sir.
told him
That's
that Janet had
my
confessed to
Discord
faking
is
the voices,
literally
beginning at
saying
the end,
I'm on
and that
streamer
she had told the
mode.
ventriloquist that she had used her diaphragm to do the voice.
That's what
Even
it's
though they
saying.
had already proved that the voice was coming from the back of her neck. And Playfair immediately went to the Hodgson house to hear exactly what had happened because he was pretty damn sure that Janet didn't even know the word diaphragm, much less what the hell a diaphragm was. And she, again, had a different story to tell, just like with the magician. Wow. She said that when the ventriloquist started talking to her, she just zoned out and just started nodding because how many people have come to talk at this little girl and to ask her question after question?
What the fuck?
after
It says you're
question?
online,
She
not
just stopped
streaming.
paying attention to
I
anything
don't
that she said. And
know.
also, that's kind of what a lot of 12-year-old girls do when you talk to them. They don't listen.
And when a ventriloquist talks to you, not moving his lips, trying to be all sneaky, I mean, of course I'm not going to listen to that. It's all lies.
Now, according to Janet, she hadn't heard a word he said. Now, the article entitled Ghost Hunters Clash Over Mystery of Spoof or Spook Kids. It did claim the voice to be a hoax, but to its credit, did not discount any of the other phenomena. And the phenomena did continue, with the apparitions returning in full force. Both Margaret and Janet saw an old man with long fingernails walking through their room at night. Peggy saw a child dressed in a nightgown floating out of the bathroom and saw a partial apparition of a man from the waist down walking up the stairs. But the creepiest incident happened to Peggy's brother. He saw a man, solid as anything, just sitting at the Hodgson's kitchen table at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, looking out the window.
Well, you usually start streaming around 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. Central Time. Does that work?
Was gone.
And replaced with a pile of poop.
No.
No.
What if the man
Yeah,
with no
no, I'm-
waist walking
I'm
back
in
and forth
streamer
was
mode.
just so jealous of that people could poop because he had no butt as a
But
that would be the
Acro,
he was just doing it as
I don't know what he wants.
So finally, in July
I don't know what he
of 1978, the family
wants.
decided to send Janet away.
What
for
does
a
he
little
want?
while.
Ooh,
She stayed in a hospital
yeah.
across the
What does he
Thames
want?
for a couple of months, and the activity died down, but not completely. For example, the whole incident with the brother and the man.
I mean,
in the
I can
kitchen
just
happened
put,
while Janet was gone. And
like,
Margaret was mostly free of the activity, using
not
the
really,
unnamed powers that she learned from
that
the
much
test
shepherd
tube.
into the background because you're not going to be able to see much of it. I can totally just put a red background
Ooh, did she get
with some
taxi cab
smoke in the back. Like, I can do that. I'm not bothered by that.
Doctors found nothing
Or I
wrong with
can
Janet
put
physically or
in more
mentally
effort
until
into
Janet
it.
Came back in September of 1978, hopeful that it was all
Hold
over
up.
and done. But within 30 minutes of her being home, she saw the same apparition of a child in a gown that her mother saw. Now, after a few more months, they decided to try one more medium, a Dutchman named Dono Gemelig Mealy.
Oh, of course.
Who had personally brought 2 Dutch poltergeist cases to an end. Dono came to the house, got to know the family, and went out traveling on the old astral plane to see what he could
Come on.
find. When he came back, he said
War
that he
for
was
life.
positive that a 24-year-old woman was
Wow.
involved in the case. 24
Man,
happened to be
I love
the exact
the
age
defeated
Maurice Gross's
like
daughter Janet was when she
that's
died.
so
Now,
that's
whether or
very
not
much
this
like
whole thing was
yeah.
caused by the spirit of Maurice Gross's
I don't
daughter,
know, man.
We'll never know. In fact, we'll probably never know whether
Doesn't say you're
poltergeists
streaming.
are spirits of the dead, free-floating puberty energy, or something
But that
else
might be
entirely,
why
at least not in our lifetime.
the stream cord is not working.
Soon after
Because it
Tonu
does not think
Gamilic
I'm streaming.
identified the poltergeist as Maurice Gross's daughter.
Seems kind of
The
sus.
hauntings tapered off.
Bam, bam,
Soon
bam, bam,
stopped
bam.
altogether.
You can always trust a Dutchman.
And this is very similar to other cases. If you look up the Reutenberg-Roca case, it's very, very interesting. There's so many other poltergeist cases that are like this. We talk about, the Black Monk of Pontefract is one. There's also the Bell Witch case. Also talks about this a lot. All which that we could do whole episodes on.
Yeah.
That are all very similar.
All right, well, this is the Enfield Poltergeist. I gotta say, Conjuring 2 could have been a lot better.
It really could have been.
All these characters, unbelievable.
The only difference is that the ending is not very dramatic. It's mostly like it's just going to be like, well, that's your poltergeist then.
Finding out it's the 24-year-old daughter is a huge reveal.
It's a pretty big reveal.
Yeah, the Conjuring Part 2 never even goes down that road.
No,
I
it
don't
absolutely
believe, so
doesn't.
They should.
Because that's how Maurice Gross started it, and it could be argued that that Janet Gross began haunting another Janet, began haunting the Hodgson house in a bid to contact her father because her father was contacted very soon afterwards. There's a lot. It's a very complicated case. A lot of ins, a lot of outs.
It's very complicated. But I also think, and what I think is really nice, though, is that Maurice Gross...
There's no place to escape to.
Corgis are asleep.
It's amazing. We had a great time making fun of Prince Charles, and they were a wonderful audience. And they took a good ribbon.
They really did. No, I absolutely love the entire United Kingdom. Every single show that we did.
I say I don't know because I don't really use StreamCord that much. All I know is I know it activates if you set your thing to streamer mode when the things are sus. Body reported sound starts.
It's gonna be amazing. It's all about time travel.
Chrononauts, you ignorant
time travelers or whatever.
All I know is that I'm trying my best to make this look good.
Cronut mixed with some bizarre, almond or something.
Well, the
try my best. I know I'm not the best. But I'm trying.
Chrononauts, Henry, I'm gonna go ahead and agree with you on this one. Yes, they are chrononauts.
It's a terrible name.
No, it's an official name. So,
all right, fine. Today's episode, we'll redo it then. Today's episode, speaking of time travel, what am I on? It's about chrononauts.
Thank you.
We're going to talk about 3 of them today. One of them is a chrononaut that is living here in the present. The other 2 are from the future. But the guy that is here and now, the one that you can speak to, that you can call on the telephone.
And he is desperate for your call.
Yeah, please do call him.
His name is Andrew Bashiago.
I don't know. It's another example of in conspiracy world where everybody says a name 3 different ways. It's spelled as Basiago. It's spelled like a mixture of barf and Asiago, the cheese. But it is he says it Bashiago. And he goes by Andy. It's Andy Bashiago.
It sounds like he's batting third for the Yankees, but he forgot his baseball and he's using a salami.
It sounds like a kid I knew in first grade that ended up beating his wife and is now in jail.
I'm sure he is.
Anthony Amoretti, that's his name.
Oh, is that right?
Well, Andy Bashiago is a lawyer from Washington State who claims to have been a part of a secret government teleportation time travel program known as Project Pegasus, which ran from 1968 until 1972.
One thing we want to talk about, 1 second, is that this whole episode is about the phenomenon of collected stories on the internet of people who've traveled through time. Now, the idea is that we don't know if time travel exists or not, but these 3 men do. do, and the answer is yes.
Oh, okay, good.
We actually, in reality, do not know if time travel works at all. We don't know if it's a part of a super secret government program that we're not aware of yet. We don't even know if it's physically possible, because technically, isn't time travel only supposed to be possible if you travel at the speed of light, and something with mass cannot do that?
Well, technically, if you the thing is about time travel, at least the theory about time travel, is that you can travel through time into the future, because if you go faster than the speed of light, then time around you will slow down, so you can travel faster into the future than actual time occurs. So you can travel to the future, but traveling to the past is something different altogether, which requires some sort of tear in the time-space continuum.
Now, question, is this just hungover man bus stop science?
I think it is, but I did just come up with a great plot for a movie. It's about dwarf tossing, and the world's strongest man tosses the world's smallest dwarf, and he goes faster than the speed of light. We got dwarf to the future.
I think that technically is a folklore tale from like the
my neck is hurting. My neck is hurting, so that's good. Fun fucking time. Fan fucking tastic.
Well,
I love that.
Theory here isn't that
Love when my neck hurts.
Project Pegasus.
Oh man, what an amazing feeling.
Which is an offshoot of the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency,
Oh,
aka
poyo.
DARPA, was
Oh,
an effort on the part of
poyo.
the U.S. defense technical community to weaponize time travel on behalf of the United States government.
Now, what he
Oh, dear
postulates,
God,
Andy postulates is
poyo.
the fact that Tesla's writings were absconded from a New York hotel that he lived in when he died. The U.S. government went, took all his writings, and took the science
Now.
that came from his journals, and they put it
Turn
into a
up the
program,
lighting.
Project
Hello,
Pegasus,
little
which
boy.
worked
I see
alongside
you.
Project Manhattan, while, like, at Los Alamos base.
I see you.
While
I
the
see
atomic
you.
bomb was being
Big
built,
baby.
they were working on time travel in another
Now.
room with better nerds.
Could go
Did
like
they,
this,
purposely
or I
just give
could
them
go with
ominous
the
titles
light.
with someone like, why don't we call it Project
red,
A1?
that.
Like, let's go with something creepier.
I
With
want
the
something with
gradient.
wings and a horse.
What are
I
you
like
doing?
the idea of, like, you know how a
Well,
pigeon
but-
will sometimes shit on you in the park? What if it's like 6
What are you
pounds of
doing?
shit?
Pegasus?
Thank you, Officer
Stretch goat.
Rotary.
Come here.
No, in its
Come
early
here, you.
stages, the goal of
Come here, you.
Project Pegasus was to study the effects of time travel and teleportation on children, specifically. Now, there are many different reasons why children were used. The first was that they were more able to adapt to, quote, the strains of moving between past, present, and the future. See, their minds were kind of a blank slate, a tabula rasa, if you will.
Thank you. Also, the words tabula rasa are written on every single bit of Project Pegasus information you can find on the internet. It's like children or tabula rasa. Where it was like the guy who wrote all of this stuff in one go was like, I'm going to fit this magic phrase in and everything, and every single time I do, my girlfriend gives me a hand.
Yeah, it sounds like Ellen DeGeneres' girlfriend.
Well, the things about kids, the whole tabula rasa thing, their minds are more open. They're not really colored by experiences and prejudices. The blank mind of a child is more apt to see things that an adult may overlook.
It's like Andy made a really weird example in an interview I was watching with him. He's like, an adult will go back into the past and see a man with a gun and a holster in it and become immediately afraid and say, oh no, it's a man with a gun. But if a child goes into the past and sees a man with a holster and a gun in it, the child will think, maybe it is some form of cowboy, or maybe it is a safe police officer, or what a fun little bubble blowing wand that man has in the holster on his belt. I must investigate.
Sounds a heck of a guy.
Yeah, actually, that's a fairly good point.
Is it a good point? I'm not sure what the point is.
The idea is that children have no fear. They're like, you can just throw them into a time travel in a time travel fucking tunnel, and they'll just pop out on the other side, no questions asked.
I think kids are full of fear.
If you teach a child everything's a game, I mean, look at Albert Fish's career.
Sure.
If you can convince
he's a career
child,
painter.
Are you about to compare Project Pegasus to Buck How Many Hands Up?
Yeah. It technically is an interdimensional version of Buck How Many Hands Up.
All right.
Well, in addition to all that, adults actually went insane.
It's like the
after all
ninja
time
laugh
travel
from
jumps.
One
So it's
Punch
not-
Man. Oh.
kind of like Buck.
I wasn't even going for that. Alright.
How is it?
If you get a kid used
I
to
am
it from
hungry
an
now.
early
I'm gonna make some
age,
foods.
then by the
Murph.
time they got to
Well, thank you.
full-fledged NASA chrononaut age, they'd be able to handle it.
But also, according to Anda Bashiago, he said he's like, not that we did not go through much mental and physical trauma, because we did. I certainly did. I have a problem just tying my own shoes. I have a problem going into an elevator, pretty certain if the doors are going to open up and I'm gonna see a dinosaur in the hallway. At this point, my life is a bit of anxiety, which is why I'm on television now here telling everybody about the time travel project I was involved in.
So it sounds like it really ruined you.
Yeah, you could say that. That's why I'm wearing Velcro shoes to this day. Another reason why they chose children is because when they opened up the time tunnels, the kids had to fit through the time tunnels. The time tunnels could only be so big. And so in order to jump through, kids had to run and jump through the tunnels.
No one would fucking do that. That's this is ridiculous. I love this just because of like
jockeys
people.
want to live their lives.
I don't know if that's
To us, this is funny, and also to the podcasters, this is very funny and silly.
If there are jockeys
But like,
that listen to the show,
let us know how you're doing.
Get off the horse for a second.
Right.
And send an email.
Well, they should have just sent Rhea Perlman or Ruth Bader Ginsburg. There's so many small people out there.
Yeah, there's
you
a
didn't
lot
have
of
to use children.
Well, you don't have to use children, but that's the thing, is that those are all adults.
Right.
And they needed tabula rasas because the adults all go insane. But see, that part of Project Pegasus, that's only the early stages. The ultimate goal of Project Pegasus was to use chrononauts to send sensitive military secrets to the future and to provide government intelligence to the governments in the past so they could use it for their future.
See, Andy Bashiago's father worked for what is called Lambda, which was the Los Alamos Military Defense Association, some bullshit, some fake thing. His father was working at best friends with Donald Rumsfeld, who was also a part of the time-traveling research project.
Oh, yeah.
Right? When they started talking about this, the reason why kids are being used, what Andy's father explained to him is to being like, you know, when fathers and sons go through the jungle, they take their sons and they put them up on their shoulders, excited to show the world to them as much as possible, as thoroughly as possible.
2 feet higher?
I believe that you, my son, should be traveling in the future in this highly
report about 2 hours has passed. Not a single good signal internet. It's coming back. I think this would
and that's what he felt.
Wi-Fi go for the Ampere 2, I guess. Okay.
Genesis Evangelion.
Okay.
You're acting like this is
So Lambda it's an organization of grown men who use children. Are you sure it's not NAMBLA?
No. They certainly didn't just mix those letters around.
Okay.
No,
Seems
it's
a little bit nefarious.
Los Alamos Military Defense Association?
You no longer have to remember it. You can delete it from your mind now.
Thank you.
While there are many different methods tried during Project Pegasus, including a, quote, plasma confinement chamber and a, quote, jump room, the most promising
You wanted Mad Doctor. I think I
delivered.
delivered.
Died in 1943, as Henry said earlier, using, quote, radiant
But I am
energy,
also
the machine
Boy
was able
for
to form
Life.
a, quote, shimmering curtain.
What do
between
you
two,
think,
quote,
Boy for Life?
elliptical booms. When the curtain was raised, the
What's
subjects would
what's
enter a,
your
quote,
thought process on
tunnel
this?
that would take them wherever they needed to go.
And it was child size. It was fun size.
I want to hear. I want to hear from the wonderful people around.
Not listening.
I know.
Bortle tunnel. It's very,
I
very
see.
simple. It's very, very simple. So the universe is filled with thick, goopy energy called radiant energy. And now this is not necessarily dark matter, because that's what they asked Andy Bashiago in this interview I was on, and the way he responded was being like,
It looked nice. Extra note, sorry for my nasty grammar. That happens when I type too fast. I get you.
No, I am not.
I see.
So it could not explain it. So there's radiant energy everywhere, and they can harness it for it's worth flick and flu goops, right?
Right.
Using these elliptical boom.
Elliptical boom.
What they do is they zap a fucking energy zip, like an energy vagina. It pops up into these Vortal tunnels, right? And the Vortal tunnels are holes in the shimmering curtain is the reality as you see it as this hologram, right? You rip open a vagina into it, and then that's the Vortal tunnel. But there's radiant energy between the two Vortal tunnels that open up, right? Which is this thick goopy shit. Which is why the kids had to run across the room, jump into cannonball position in order to get the inertia, because they didn't shoot them
because
through.
kids will do that.
No. They would have to jump through themselves. It's very organic. It's very DIY.
Yeah. So the kids are going through the goop, and when they come out, are they covered in it?
No.
So they're goop free.
The goop is time.
I see. And when you clock in and clock out?
The only goop that time covers you in is sprinkles, and when your pubic hair goes gray.
Yes, that is true.
Well, you know, you say, okay, yeah, there's children involved here. They're jumping into the time travel goop all on their own. There's gonna be some incidents, and in fact, there was. The most disturbing incident was when a child arrived before his legs did.
That's a problem with time.
Okay, so then he was sort of a Lieutenant Dan type.
Yeah. But
he was like a legend.
Hey, bro, you still a bitch. Life hasn't up and down, so just cheer up, okay? Oh, it's he finally said something positive to me for once.
Fancy shoes.
Oh, but just stare at them and you could never wear them.
Well, you would just dwarf them.
Oh, I see.
Well, yeah, that whole story was told by this guy. Did you learn anything about this guy, Henry?
Oh,
this
man.
guy, Alfred Weber. He
I'm
claims
really
to be
digging
a
this.
specialist in exopolitics. Now, you're a bit of an exopolitical.
Really
mind,
digging
aren't you?
this. I want to be done with at least the foreground, and then we can get to the background later.
Yeah. Dealing with other aliens.
What deal are you making right now?
I mean, how many fat women we're gonna sell the reptilians? We have to sell conditions.
Oh yeah, that skin pores looks so nice. Yes. Yes.
Silver hair.
So you're selling our conditioners and our fat women?
Have to. That's a part of the arrangement.
Nice brush. Good brush. Good brush.
I remember when Eisenhower made the fat woman deal with the Palladians.
You fucking dickhead.
1953.
When did he mention fat women?
You give and then you do a little bit of a blend.
Nobody reads
Do a little bit of a blend. That's right. That's right.
Well, it didn't seem like they took a lot of them.
You'll be dead.
A few of them left. When I think they're beautiful and wonderful.
Oh, remember to keep a low profile then.
Two methods.
I remember that. You'll be dead.
As chronovision, which works as more of a holographic view of past events and is used to gather intelligence.
It's like the holodeck, but with a hat on.
Yeah, yeah. The quote chronovisors were invented by a Vatican priest who claimed to have used them to visit both the Last Supper and Christ's crucifixion twice.
He just like pops into the Last Supper and he's expecting to see the table and stuff, and it's just like 12 dudes just blowing each other. I'm in heaven. I'm in heaven.
Yeah, see, these chronovisors were passed on to the U.S. government by Rome in exchange for God knows what.
Well, I will say
we know what they wanted.
Exactly 1,000 boys.
Yes.
And man, they just go through those boys quick when they show up to arena up that negotiation in the next contract. And they're like, we need 5 million boys.
Well, the thing is, guys, they just keep on getting older. Is there a way to freeze their age?
No. But it's also very interesting is because the chronovisors could only be used by children.
Well, they worked best with children because the Vatican priest, he was able to use it, but they're only able to see. The children, they can actually step into the chronovisions. Adults can't do that because adults just way too much.
We don't even let kids drive cars. We barely let them go to the convenience store alone. I think this is far too much responsibility for a child.
Time travel pioneers.
Yeah, because children were light enough to exist within the chronovision, and so children were used.
Also, Andy Basciago said this other explanation about chronovisors, the reason why adults can't use them, is an adult will sit with the chronovisor on as a bit of discomfort on the skull of the adult, and he cannot stay still. Also, you can't have any errant sneezes or coughs when you're using the chronovisors because it will jump you out of the timeline.
That's all kids do is cough and sneeze.
Children do not have the sort of habits that adults have that would cause them to sneeze and cough more often.
What is he talking? I worked at a daycare at a YMCA. All the kids do. That's how they communicate. They talk like, random villagers in a 1400 they speak tribal. All they do is cough and sneeze, and then they communicate with each other.
It's true.
Now, as far as where our man Andrew Basciago went as a child, many of his time travel trips took him to the 1800s, specifically to Civil War days. Most notably, he was present at Gettysburg on the day Lincoln gave the Gettysburg Address, notable because he claims to have photographic evidence.
He just has a picture.
Well, he has a picture. He says that Project Pegasus scientists dressed him as a Union Bugle Boy when he went back to the Gettysburg Address, but for some reason weren't able to get him Union Bugle Boy shoes in his own size.
Excuse me, do you have women's size shoes? I have very, very thin feet. Big at the toes, very small at the heel. Do you have a sort of a slip-on or a sort of a ballerina slip-on or a tiny princess heel?
We have a large.
I guess I'm your bugle boy.
Oh my God, we didn't give him a bugle, we gave him a keytar. One boy with a keytar. Abraham Lincoln, little known fact, he wouldn't carry a knife because he was suicidal and thought he would kill himself.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And he had a size 14 shoe, which is the same as mine.
Interesting. It seems like he had a lot of homosexual girls.
Perhaps.
No.
Well, as far as those oversized
But it's very
shoes
funny.
go, there is in fact a picture of a boy standing in a field at Gettysburg wearing oversized shoes, but the face is blurry and impossible to identify.
That is definitely me. That is definitely me. You can tell by the, as you can see, I am a pear-shaped man. Look at that child. He's got childbearing hips, which is not what a boy should have, and that is me.
I would like if the camera zoomed up and the guy had a blurry face and be like, that is you.
Wow.
Interesting.
Basiago was also present at the assassination of President Lincoln on a number of occasions, although he never actually witnessed the president getting shot in the head. He did, however, see himself twice.
I also missed the majority of the play because I spent quite a long time online getting popcorn.
But you knew the popcorn line was going to be long. It's your second time there. Why'd you go back?
The type of popcorn that was made in the 1800s in America, it simply cannot be reproduced. There's something about the non-GMO nature of the corn, or maybe just sort of the fiery nature of the oil, the heat they could get it to. Just cook up, just got such a good savory.
So you missed one of the most important historical events in U.S. history for popcorn.
There were hot dogs as well.
Okay, well then it's worth it.
Today's sponsor for the last podcast on the left is Casper Mattresses. Casper is a sleep brand that created one perfect mattress sold directly to consumers, eliminating commission-driven.
Look at that glove. That's a nice glove. That's a nice glove. That's what nice doctors wear.
I got one. Henry's got
Nice
one. Ben
gloves
took
like
his
that.
home and he absolutely loves it. We all use Casper mattresses. We all love it. Mattresses can cost well over $1,500. But Casper mattresses cost $500 for a twin-size mattress, $600 for a twin XL, $750 for a full, $850 for a queen, and $950 for a king. Buying a Casper mattress is completely risk-free. Casper offers free delivery and free returns with a 100-night home trial. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up and refund you absolutely everything. You can get $50 towards any mattress purchase by visiting www.casper.com/LEFT and using the offer code LEFT. Terms and conditions apply. Now, playing into theories we'll get into further with our man John Titter.
Titor.
I think Titter. We're going with Titter.
Yeah. Basiago said that on multiple trips that he took to the assassination, things were just a little bit different each time.
One time I went and Abraham Lincoln was dressed fully as a Dalmatian.
Really?
It was astounding. I can't believe it. Lifelike Dalmatian costume, and he was being chased by several firemen.
Do you think it was a sexual role play thing, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, Basiago believes that the reason why things were just a little bit different each time was because he wasn't being sent directly to our own past, but rather the past of alternate realities on adjacent timelines, meaning he traveled over to the next Membraner 3 every time he went back to avoid mussing up our timeline.
But it also seems like the time travel, using the Vorpal tunnels, using this Tesla energy, that it was an inexact science. Yeah. So now they're figuring it out because Donald Rumsfeld had a whole, when in 1971, Andy went to see Donald Rumsfeld talk about this shit when he was 8, to talk about some bullshit, to go talk about the use of time travel for war and teleportation for war time activities. The idea is you can use it to send people into the middle of the battle. Like you could just send extra soldiers, teleport them into the middle of of where everybody was fighting. And so at the time though, they were just kind of throwing people into tunnels and seeing where they popped out.
I mean, wouldn't have Rumsfeld handled the war in Iraq a lot better if they knew what was going to happen in the future?
Alternate timelines.
Alternate timelines.
So in one timeline, Saddam doesn't have a mustache.
Yes, and in one he's a lady, and in one he actually is the guy that played him in the movies in
Hot Shots.
Yes, in Hot Shots.
Sedamtha.
Yeah, it's infinite timelines. It could
I
be
see.
in one timeline. The only difference is that his mustache has one less hair.
Oh,
yeah, infinite timelines.
So many timelines.
They use this alternate reality timeline a lot to explain away all of the holes in these stories.
It's essentially their get out of jail free card.
Oh, okay. Good.
Yeah. But Basiago's time travel training culminated in his now infamous trip to Mars with other child and teenage chrononauts.
Okay, guys. This next little section of this time travel episode, Chrononaut episode. I'm sorry to myself.
Yeah, you should apologize.
Be open.
Be real open.
Yeah.
Now,
all right.
Along with Basiago on his first trip to Mars,
what do you
was a
guys
young
think?
boy from Hawaii who called himself Barry.
What do you guys think?
Soetoro.
No,
What are
the guy
you
that did,
guys
the big fat
feeling?
guy that did the little thing of come over the rainbow.
Close out all these fucking
It was
things.
just Hawaiian. It was a Hawaiian.
Fucking
name.
save.
You may know.
What do you guys
Chrononaut
think?
Barry a little bit better by his birth name.
Look cool.
Barack
Oh, man.
Hussein Obama.
If only I looked as
of the
cool.
United States.
If only I
he
was
knew he was going to be
as
president,
cool
if
as
he was
this.
in fact a chrononaut, he would have just stayed in the past.
I think so too. It's not very fun.
He did know
If
he
only
was
I
president
was
because
this cool.
Basiago,
If
one of
only
his
I
jobs
was
as a
this pro.
chrononaut was to travel back in time
If
to
I
talk
was
to
pro
Presidents George
gamer
W. Bush, Bill
strats.
Clinton, and Barack
Alright,
Obama
guys.
to inform them
Let's see
that they
who
would
we're
one day
gonna
be president.
raid. Shadow
by a
Legend.
future version of himself. This is
Hashtag not
it's a future version of
sponsored.
himself To be told him that he will, in fact, between the years 2016 and 2028,
Alright.
elect
I know who
either
we're gonna
president
raid.
or
Thank you
vice
guys
president, depending on the
so
break.
much.
So, now Basiago, so he is
You
going
guys
to be a
are
president.
incredible.
Yes.
Do
So we're gonna
not
have
forget
President
that. Do
Basiago,
not
and we'll have like free Bagel Tuesdays.
Yep.
Oh.
Either
Do not
2020,
believe anything
2024,
else.
or 2028. He's either going to be president
You
or
guys
vice
are great.
president. In fact, if you are indeed a registered voter
Have a
here in the
lovely
United
rest,
States,
go. I
and you're
will
not only unhappy
try.
with the two major party candidates, but also our third
That's
party
not a-
candidate,
that's
sorry,
not a
Gary
name.
Johnson in the tank, Ben Kissel.
In the tank.
You can write in Andrew Basiago's name for president as he is in the middle of his independent campaign as we speak.
And so
it
what's
is-
his
Alright.
ground game looking like? Do we know?
It is
Does he have
very
any-
independent.
Yeah, very
It is very independent to the point where he said he could not afford to actually run for the presidency himself. So what he wants
Alright,
to do is what
guys. I
invite
hope
you
you
to
have
do
an
is
amazing
to go
one.
to
Thank
his
you for
website,
being amazing. Thank you for being awesome. Thank you for being stupendous. I know it's easy for you. I know it's incredible for you. Thank you guys for
You can't do that legally.
staying with me, chilling out, and doing all we can.
Put it on a postcard.
Thank you
Mail it to his
so
campaign
much, guys.
offices so that
As
he
you can clearly tell,
his
I
own
enjoyed
votes
every bit of this.
that the black
It
box voting
looks
systems are
fucking
rigged.
gnarly.
I do agree with him on that.
It looks pretty radical. I just need to finish the background tomorrow, and then I will be working on another one or two.
Wide open. And
So
know
thank
what?
you guys
The
for
reason
coming
why
in. Thank
he's
you guys for being
uniquely
amazing. Thank you guys for being stupendous. If you guys loved it, please just let me know. You know, I always love feedback. If you guys think I can improve anywhere, just let me know. I would love to know. So you guys stay awesome, stay positive. I will see you guys next time.
Is that if these things, because Andy, he's gone in 2054, so he's uniquely qualified to face the problems of the future, but I mean, playing devil's advocate here, if these things are